Hello and welcome to HugoConf 2023. I'm your host, Mike Newmagin. I see we already have a number of people in the chat and we've already started talking. That's amazing. So let's start off with a little icebreaker. If you're not already there, open up the stream on YouTube and join the conversation. Okay, question for the chat. Where are you calling from and how long have you been using Hugo? What an amazing year it's been for Hugo. We've had 30 action-packed releases of Hugo, which have addressed a huge number of bugs, performance improvements, and introduced game-changing features like page fragments, better shortcode support, and numerous CSS improvements. We've also seen the community continue to thrive with hundreds of contributions to the documentation and thousands of messages of support, conversations and feedback on the community forums. The community really is Hugo's biggest secret weapon. Now, I have the best job today because I get to sit here pressing buttons and interacting with you all and bringing you content from some of the smartest minds in the Hugo community. And I can't wait to get started. Today wouldn't have been possible without our sponsors. HugoConf is brought to you by CloudKinnon, the Git-based CMS for Hugo. Happy editors, happy developers. And this year, HugoConf is also sponsored by Papercut and Open Graph Image. Papercut's whole stack runs on Hugo, and their print management software helps organizations all over the world save trees, time, and a whole lot of stress. We'll hear more about how they use Hugo later in the day. Open Graph Image lets you increase engagement and conversion with dynamic Open Graph images, letting you generate and customize visual content tailored to your audience preferences and interests. Okay, so let's have a look at the chat. Let's see where people are calling from. So, where are we? Good morning from New Zealand. Good evening from Turkey. What time is it in Turkey? Must be, I would guess like 10 p.m. Hello from New York. Hey from London, New Jersey, Iowa, Zimbabwe, New Jersey, Texas, Wisconsin, Mumbai, Mumbai is probably, I don't know, early in the AM, I would guess. Nigeria, and we have first used Hugo 2020, building Hugo for 4 years, have used Hugo for 5 years, since 2018. Portugal. Hello from California, Amsterdam. Hey Joost. Hamburg, Germany, since 2018. Good morning from Brazil, Austria. Mumbai is 9 p.m. Wow. Thanks for the commitment in the late night watch. If you make it through the whole conference, I think you deserve some sort of prize. Houston, Texas. Been building production apps since 2018. Very cool. So I've been using Hugo I think 2018 or 2019. So I initially started using Jekyll probably 2013 and was on that train for a long time. And then as a typical Jekyll user, ran into a lot of performance build issues and slowdowns, especially as my site grew. And I think that's one of the things Hugo is most known for, is build performance and being very fast. And I just remember building my first Hugo site, and it almost feels like it doesn't work, especially coming from Jekyll, because it's so fast. You're like, did that just build my entire site in like 0.1 of a second? And yeah, it's a pretty unreal experience doing that. And then just learning about all the conventions and learning Go, like templating language to build out the site. It's just like a completely different way from Jekyll about thinking about building static sites. And I think one that makes a lot of sense. Cool. Okay, so we've got our first talk coming up in 5 minutes. It's a live chat with Joe Mooring, who's a frequent Hugo contributor. You would have seen him all over the Hugo forums and contributing to the documentation. So I'll go and get that set up, sit tight, and we'll see you soon. All right, we've got our first speaker. So we've got Joe Mooring here, who is a frequent Hugo contributor. And Joe has been contributing to Hugo since 2021. He comes in second place for received likes on the Hugo form, which is with 4.2 thousand likes and counting. And he has spent over 65 days of reading time on the Hugo forum, more than any other contributor. So we've got a live chat with Joe to talk about how to contribute effectively to Hugo. So let's go over to Joe. Joe, how are you going?
I'm doing well. Good morning.
Thank you so much for joining us today. I think the Hugo community is really excited to hear from you.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
So let's kick off. If you can maybe tell us a little bit about yourself and what got you into the world of tech.
So I think there's a couple of pieces of that. Um, so I started my career at Accenture, was dealing with software development, documentation, testing in a number of verticals, distribution, logistics. Moved through a career really about supporting customers, about making customers more effective with the tools, whether it was software or hardware that whatever company I was working for at the time provided.
Mm,
And this was really about accelerating usage, accelerating adoption, finding new things to do with tools, getting customers more engaged, making things sticky, right? That people didn't want to stop using. It became hard to stop using something. And my role in those organizations, varied from, executive staff down to, the guy who was sweeping the floor. I had a variety of roles depending on where I was. But I found in that time that there were really five key components of what was driving me. There's that question, what are those things that are most important to you? It took me years to figure that out. But it came down to, what do I like to do? And it was learning, teaching, solving, creating, and ultimately delighting, right? I wanted to delight customers. Now, you can get a psychologist in the room and sort of analyze that. And, I might have to lie down on the couch for a little bit for a couple of those. Um, but those are really the five things that kind of drive me. And if you look at my involvement in open source, whether it was imaging pipelines, dealing with Ghostscript for a number of years, my involvement in Drupal, which you asked me how I got involved with static sites. There was a level of, I reached a level of, how do I say this? I reached a level of frustration
mm,
with one form of content management and was looking for something that would remove all those security notices in the email. And it was actually a agency that dealt with Drupal for a number of years, great people. And they put out a post about why they switched to static sites. And at the time, I think they had moved over to Jekyll.
mm,
And these guys did some big work. I mean, really big work. They were, I think, in the Washington, D.C. area where I worked for about 20 years. So they were dealing with a variety of agencies, some that we know about and some that we don't know about. Um, anyway, I read this article by them, and that's kind of what moved me over. And I began with a small group of people experimenting with this and actually did some work, believe it or not, in construction information management using Hugo for actually managing some technical information, technical images, which, prior to that time, most of the things that I had seen done with Hugo were blogs,
mm.
you know. And I don't think that a lot of organizations understood static site generators in general and all the things that they could be used for. I mean, it's sort of a long-winded answer to your question, but there's a part two of this that I think is also to understand, not just for me, but for a lot of the people who are involved in the community. When I was young, I used to play on the carpet in front of a sliding glass window facing east, sorry. The sun comes up in the morning and comes through it. And I would lie down on the floor as the youngest of four. And I had three shoe boxes. Legos. One had white bricks, one had red bricks, and the other box had stuff that I didn't really want. And I would lie down on that floor in the sun and put together things and then show them to my mom, who was, kind of work from home, stay at home mom. And, she said, "Oh, wow, that's great, dear." And she'd go back to what he was doing. And once I was done building it, I destroyed it. Right. It's like, okay, I'm done. What else can I do with this? And it was all about snapping things together, right? You have a vision of what you want to do. You look at the resources that you have at your disposal, and how do you go from A to B? Uh, and the Lego kits, like where you make a dump truck or a tow truck, I never really had any interest in those. I got them at Christmas sometimes, but it's like you build a tow truck, and then what do you do with it? You take it apart. Now what do you do with it? The only thing you do with it is build another tow truck. That is boring. So I liked things where I could create, right? And then once I was done, I mean, you could call it sort of a form of attention deficit disorder, but once I was done with it, it's like, okay, what's next? I built it. I'm not interested anymore. And then one year, one Christmas, I got one of those gifts, a small Lego set. And keep in mind, this is a long time ago where, a lot of people just had the white bricks and the red bricks. That was it. This package had something that I really wasn't interested in building, but there was one thing in there that changed my life. It was a hinge. Lego put a hinge. It was the first hinge I had ever seen in a Lego set. You know what a kid can do with a hinge if they're motivated? Suddenly you've got a house that you normally build with. I mean, you're from Northern California. You got a lot of terracotta roofs. You use the red bricks for your terracotta roof. Well, now you could build a terracotta roof that would hinge open and a helicopter would fly out of it. And so whether it's been, imaging pipelines, document and information management, working with Drupal, working with Hugo, partly it's because of this brick aspect, being able to snap things together. And the second thing is when we're working in those communities, when a new feature comes out, that's like getting a new hinge, right? It's like, wow, what can I do with this? And Bjorn Erik's done a marvelous job of putting together some really powerful features. And some of them now we just take for granted because they've been there for so long. The taxonomy system. If you understand how to use it, and there's some gaps in the documentation there, it's one of the things on my list. But if you understand how to use that properly in the context of sort of, how are you going to structure your content? You can do amazing things with the taxonomy system. Something like image overlays. It sounds kind of dull. If you're dealing with an organization that is image centric, again, it's one of those features that can just totally change the conversation. And if you're an agency that is working with Hugo to provide solutions to state and local governments, nonprofits, corporations, education, each new feature that comes out gives you as an agency the opportunity to do something completely different that can drive revenue. So anyway, enough about me. What's next?
No, I love that. I think little did you know from your early days of Lego, you were destined to be in the Hugo community. Maybe
no way I would have known that.
Maybe there's something there we can analyze the next generation for how they use Lego and find our next Hugo contributors.
Well, it's interesting because the people that I've hired over the years, whether they've been in sales or technical support, product management, a lot of them have a very similar background and similar interests, where whether it was Legos or being out in the garage with dad slamming pieces of wood together. I think it's a way of thinking, and I think most people in our community have sort of come from that background. Is you envision something, you look at the raw materials, you look at the resources, and then you think, how do I go from A to B? And sometimes we need that Lego hinge, right? We need that new feature. So some things we can't do today, but tomorrow those things are possible. A great example of that is Bjorn Eric's work on reworking Hugo's cache so that we can get up to not just a 50,000 page website, but a million page
Hmm.
website without completely taxing our systems while we're building the site. And you hear something like that, an LRU cache, that's not very exciting, right? That doesn't sound like a new Lego hinge. But the production of new systems on a larger scale does depend on that hinge. And the work behind that to make that actually happen, that is not a trivial effort. I
Mm.
mean, that's going to be, tens of thousands of lines of code that are going to be changed to make that happen.
Yeah.
Um,
No, and it opens up so many possibilities because it feels like most other static site generators have hit some sort of wall in terms of build time. And then it switches. Suddenly you have to render things on demand, which kind of goes against the whole idea of statically generating websites, pre-building them before they're actually needed. And so if you can do that for a million page website, suddenly there's a whole new range of use cases and scale that can feasibly be completely like statically generated, which is incredible.
and I don't know how state and federal governments vary across the various countries where our contributors come from. But certainly here in the US, within the medical community and within state and local governments, there are opportunities for sites that have hundreds of thousands of
Big
pages,
time.
and part of that is document retention requirements,
Mm.
right? And I mean, we've still got organizations that very slowly are pulling boxes and microfiche out of storage to get all that stuff scanned in and online.
Mm.
And none of that, none of it is dynamic.
Yeah.
None of it. It is a perfect application for this. And if you look at version control,
Mm.
absolutely required. And if you look at both medical and state and local governments, they need to have fingerprints on everything that they do. I was talking to actually it was a guy in DC talking to him about how they might use a tool like Git, and he was asking about, well, how do you track down who did what?
Mm.
And I said, Git has this great sub command called blame. Oh yeah. And that was his reaction. He just started laughing. And his response was, that's perfect. How do we get started?
Mm.
So again, for whether on this call you are a member of an agency in the medical community or an agency, there are so many untouched opportunities for static site generators and Hugo in particular.
I agree. I completely agree. Joe, what initially brought you to Hugo? I think you said there was a blog post from an agency that converted, I think, from Drupal to Hugo. Was Did you look at any other static site generators, or was it love at first sight?
Yeah, so I remember doing searches, right? What are the top 10, static site generator? And, it was Hugo, Hexo, which, the Hexo branding and Hugo branding, it's a little sketchy.
Mm.
Both are using hexagons, both with the letter H. I don't know who came first, but if these weren't open source projects, the attorneys would be involved. Anyway, I looked at, probably a half dozen of them. It came to and tried them out, took them through their paces. It came down to Jekyll versus Hugo. Hugo had no dependencies.
Mm.
Hugo was so much faster.
Hmm.
The Jekyll draw was the available of quality themes and a larger community.
Yep.
So, and I actually looked at Hugo, I think it was back in 2019, maybe 2018. And at that time, Hugo was pretty popular and the community was pretty active, not as active, right? Not as active as Jekyll, but I saw a lot more future in Hugo. And that future is actually what this conversation is about, and that's, contributing to make sure that that future stays in place, right? We're protecting our future by contributing.
So tell us about your role in contributing to Hugo. Like where are you spending most of your time, and how do you see yourself adding value to the community?
So I got sucked into this. Um, I needed to learn, and I needed to learn rapidly. And we all learn in different ways, right? Visual, reading, whatever. Um, I went back to those five things that motivate me: solving, helping,
Mm,
So I looked at, Giraffe Academy's videos, uh, which at this point are out of date, but still
mm,
very useful for a newcomer. And I think there was something like 19 episodes of that. So I actually did a spreadsheet, made a list of those 19. And I went through each one and checked off the box. And then when I was done, took a break and then came back and did it again.
mm,
After the second run through, I got it. But I wanted to learn more and searching for questions on the forum. Each forum host or somebody had a problem became a challenge, almost like homework or a quiz if you were in school. And instead of guessing at an answer, pointing people at documentation, do what I've done in testing for a lot. What do? You recreate the problem. You get an
mm,
isolated test case. And each one of those that you go through to recreate what the user has done, and then you tear it apart when you're done and move on to something else. What does that sound like to you? It sounds like Legos, me sitting on the floor, building houses. And then when I'm done, it's like, yes, I've made someone happy, including me. Now I'm going to tear it down and work on the next one.
mm,
So it was really about support, right? And me wanting to learn, and then also getting pleasure out of seeing people being helped, right? And knowing that I was the one to do that. Like that gives me joy. But then once you're involved in support, you start seeing opportunities in documentation, right? So start contributing there. That's exactly what I did. And then start looking at, well, what else is there here? Because, this documentation seems a little strange. Something's not right here. Let's look on the software side. Right. So then you start going through the issue queue, right? Are there any known issues about this something that's inconsistent or something that you don't think is behaving right? And then, you end up looking at things on the issue queue. Are these actually repeatable? These people who are reporting bugs, are these bugs or are these learning opportunities?
mm,
So then my involvement went there. And then ultimately getting a little bit familiar with Go and actually start contributing on the software side. And there's I've seen it posted a few times. Somebody referred to me as a senior developer. And I didn't know quite how to respond to that. If you took, the smartest Go people in the world on a good day, I know 3% of what they know. That'd be on a really good day. I know that. So although I enjoy tracking problems down and contributing, my qualifications, my skill level is nowhere near where Bjorn, Eric, or even some of the other contributors are, even though they're infrequent. So anyway, I got sucked into this, and it was a natural progression, right? Supporting, documenting, more support, but also getting closer to software development, and then contributing bug fixes and the occasional new feature.
mm. So I think if we could clone 100 Joes, like then we would have 100 times the contributions, and the project's already thriving. But how do we get more people into that mindset, and how can the community contribute to Hugo?
Yeah, so I was thinking in last night about ratios, and I have no idea what the data is, so I'm going to make up numbers, right? What was that line from Mark Twain? Lies, damn lies, and statistics, right? So on a small project, and I consider Hugo to be mid-size for an open source project, but on a small project, I think for every 20 people who take something away from the project, you've got one contributor. I think, but just, again, these numbers could be off, but I think for a mid-sized project, it might be for every 200 people that take something away from the project, you have one contributor. And then for something massive, a massive open source program, like, right, Go development, right? Development of the Go language. That number might be for every 10,000 people who take something away from it, one contributes. So, our goal for keeping a community thriving and protecting our future, whether we're individual users or an agency, or an actual corporation who's using, we want to protect our future. So the question first, before how to contribute, which I kind of just covered, is why, right? I think if people understand the value of contributing, we get more people doing it. And the topic about contributing, and by the way, this is the same thing as volunteering. I was at a fundraiser, and there was a young man who had just come back from a 3-year stint in the Peace Corps. And I think he was serving somewhere in South America. And he addressed this question while everybody's eating their rubber chicken dinner. And he said it comes down to being selfish. And that got everybody's attention. It's like you got this guy from the Peace Corps talking to you about being selfish, right? We think selfish is a bad thing. And, oh, no, you can't be selfish. Selfish is bad. And then he went on and he said, it's not selfish from the standpoint of greed. It's selfish from the standpoint of enlightened self-interest. And enlightened self-interest is this concept of, if I give, I'm going to get more back. It's economics. So it does come down to being selfish. It does come down to being greed. Why contribute? I mean, and again, I've used this example a few times, but agencies, right? If you are a development agency and you are using this tool, and it might be in your bag of tricks with other tools, you need to make sure that the Hugo community is vibrant, that its developers are supported. And I don't just mean sponsoring them, but supported to some extent, even emotionally, which sounds strange. But my skin is only so thick. And you get enough hits on issue queues or on the forums that, something feature is terrible and I'm irritated by this, and words like that, or you're not supporting the community, you're not supporting the developers, because we're people too. And saying the wrong things is a demotivator. So this idea of supporting the community isn't just, sort of answering questions or contributing code or contributing to the documentation. It's about supporting each other, growing a vibrant community, again, to protect our future so that it continues to be a very healthy and sort of self-reliant project. And if you look at the reasons that open source projects fail, it's a lot like the reasons that companies fail, right? One of them is actually competition, right? You get a new and better mousetrap out there, and Hugo's been on the winning end of those competitions. Not all of them in all areas, right? I mean, we've got warts just like everybody else, but competition can be a part of it. As a corporation, you change policies, right? You increase your prices by 15% overnight. You irritate your customers. What are they going to do? They're going to go elsewhere, right? You have poor customer support, right? Where you end up, with a technical problem, talking to somebody whose last job, and I'm not putting this down, but their last job was handling insurance claims, right? Because, I'm used to dealing with customers, which is very true. And some of those people are great, but you also want to know that you're talking to the right person. So, just like a corporation can make bad decisions that kill their future, open source projects do the same thing. I mean, without naming names, I can think of a couple right off my head that had a great start and then made some killer moves that dropped off half of their user base. It was like falling off a cliff almost overnight. So, this question of why contribute, it's about enlightened self-interest, protecting the future, But there's another aspect of it, right? And that's the joy that it can bring.
Mm.
Um, I like seeing a smile on people's faces. I like knowing that I've been able to help somebody else do their job, make their Lego house, whatever it is. I find that to be intensely rewarding. I find it to be fun. Even documentation, which can be, it can be actually a hellish exercise sometimes, depending on what you're trying to revamp. I went through an exercise of revamping Hugo's documentation for the menu system. Hell, that's another one of those features that I think doesn't get enough credit. Uh, the menu system is great, but there's three different ways to define menu entries. And then if you look at Hugo's multilingual feature, I think for each of those three methods to define menu entries, there's two, in some cases, there's three methods to handle the localization of them. And so kind of revamping the documentation to take all of that into account, it's a lot of work, a lot of work. I mean, it took me days to do that. But then at the end of it, I looked at it and I went, you know what? That's not bad. I'm going to give myself on the pat on the back. But guess what else I noticed after doing that? Questions about menu system in our forum dropped off. Right? You put the right thing, and suddenly, this again, enlightened self-interest. I make an investment here and work on the other side goes away. Company I work for, we actually had installers, people who went out and installed stuff on site. And then when they'd come back, they would inevitably the customer would have problems afterwards. Something went wrong with the installation. And we looked at those very carefully and we found a pattern. And we put together a checklist for the installers to take on site, which took a while to figure out what all that was. And after we did that, guess what? We didn't have any problems anymore. There were no more problems in the field. So this idea of making an investment in one aspect to get a return on another, and that's also an example of enlightened self-interest. So anyway, I can't sort of emphasize it enough. You might look at contributing as just somebody sucking your time or somebody sucking your money away. It's not about that. Yes, it does take an investment, but in almost all cases, the return is going to far exceed what you put into it.
Amazing. Let's end on that very powerful message. Joe, I want to thank you on behalf of the whole Hugo community. I think everyone here has seen your face and has seen everything you've done for the Hugo community. And I think Hugo's future is extremely bright. And a lot of that is your time and energy that you've put into supporting everything around the community and just making Hugo a more easier to understand and just a more vibrant community to be a part of. So thank you so much for all your work.
Thank you for your kind words and thank you for having me.
Okay, we're going to take a short break and then we'll be back with our next speaker. Stay tuned. that was a fantastic interview. It's so cool to hear from Joe. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. All right, we're ready to kick off with our first speaker. So this is George Phillips, who's the CTO and co-founder of CloudCannon. He's currently building a new open source tool to assist developers in migrating to Hugo and other static site generators for any website framework. So this is a talk about automated migration at scale. Migrate to Hugo from any existing site. Right, over to you, George.
Hi everyone, I'm George from CloudCannon. Today, I'm talking to you about migrations at scale. Migrating to a static site generator like Hugo is a great move. You get a more secure, more reliable, and more maintainable website. You end up getting more time to work on the things that actually add value to your business. The issue is migrating takes time. Time you don't have because you're not using Hugo. Today, I'm here to present some new technology to help bridge that gap. I've asked the owner of this website if I can use it for this talk, and he was happy to oblige. There are a set of pages that outline all of the attractions and nature walks, beaches that can be seen in our hometown of Dunedin. Within each of these pages, there's some content about where you can go and a map of where to go. It has some share buttons, and it has some links to some other attractions and a fixed footer. To start my migration for this website, I need to download the website into a local directory. This will give me the local HTML and static assets I can use to build the static site generator site from. To do this, I'm going to run a new npx script called sitescrape. npx sitescrape runs and asks me what URL I want to download from. From here, I can add my web URL and where I'd like to download it to. This also asks me if I'm legally allowed to download the site, which I am. Now that it's downloading, I can see exactly what it's doing, creating files on my local machine. Now that that's finished, I can open up my new static site. I now have a static version of Dunedin Attractions sitting on my local machine. I can see that this HTML page has everything it needs with the doc type HTML head and title tag. The only problem is that it's repeated across every single page, and with that, it's going to make it hard to maintain. What I need to do is convert the text within this title tag to a variable. I need to turn the meta content inside of this to a variable, and I need to update my layouts to reference the data within each file. That can be time consuming. If only there was a way to automate the whole process. Introducing Static Shape. Static Shape is a tool for automatically shaping a fully static website into an SSG site. It's designed to streamline the migrations of any site into your SSG of choice. Instead of going through the documentation, I'm just going to jump straight into running this tool, and we'll take a look at the results. To run Static Shape, I need to run npx static shape at latest. I can enter my static site, enter my config, which I'll talk a wee bit more about later, and enter the folder I want my static site to exist in. Then I get to choose which SSG I want to export to. I'll choose Hugo. Static Shape has produced something that resembles a Hugo site. It's got the config.toml, it's got some layouts and some content. It's even got its static files produced over here. The first thing I want to look at is our layouts. And we have two layouts based on how I've configured Static Shape. On the pages layout, I can see that it's produced some variables at the top here. So our title tag has been replaced with a title tag with a variable inside of it. I can also see our canonical href has been changed. some OG titles and an OG URL, as well as the Twitter title. Down here, it's created a content tag for the page contents. I configured an additional attractions collection to pull out some of the different pages. With this, it's come with more metadata, more variables, more control layouts in here, a few range tags, a different content tag, and a bunch of different markdown elements. This range tag here is the next and previous attractions we looked at earlier in the video. This part I'm going to dive a bit deeper into how did it actually figure out this was a for loop and what variables did it pull through. Before we move any further forward, I'd like to talk about the config. The config is an opportunity for you as the developer to define which pages belong to which collections, and within those collections, where the content tag should be. This is the example used on the Dunedin Attraction site, and there's more that can be found on our documentation. Coming back to how does it work, I want to start with a pretty simple example, which is the title tags. Here we can see that it's correctly converted it into a variable. When it compares the title tags, it sees that the element itself is the same, but the children within it are different. And so when it gets to comparing the two text nodes, it knows they don't have the same value and therefore it is a variable. For our next example, we'll be looking at the more attraction section at the bottom of the page. These two items are almost exactly the same with slightly different data. If you were the developer working on migrating this to a new project, you would likely turn this into a for loop using the same templating for both with additional data. This is what Static Shape has done, and let's dig into how it's done it. This is the layout that has been produced for that particular section. It's created a markdown heading and a for loop of all of the attraction items. The markdown heading, potentially not the best decision by the system, as the content wasn't changing between the two sections. We want to reduce the number of variables that are created and avoid this concept of over-variabilizing the website. For the for loop, it's correctly identified that the href is different, the images are different, that the details are different, and that there is a set of badges inside of that, which is also a for loop. And so we've now got a for loop within a for loop. Here are a couple examples of what it was using to compare. So we can see this badges section has 3 badges. And on this other example, this badges section has 1. In one case, it would have been detected as a loop. And in the other case, it would have just been an element. When those two layouts were merged, it found that the individual element also matched the loop. And so then it converted that element into a loop. It also detected that each of these A tags within this document are the same element and therefore should also be a loop. And that kind of brings to question, how does it know what is and isn't the same element? For loops, we have a certain threshold of something being a good match. And determining whether or not something is a good match comes from a function of diffing the elements and generating a score between 0 and 100. 0 being no match at all, and 100 being an exact match. And that's done by comparing everything from its attributes, the type of element it is, what children it has within that node, and what text it has at every single attribute and text node. All of that put together creates this nice for loop, which mirrors what a developer may have done. I'd love to do the next part of the talk where I run Hugo Serve on the output website and show you that it's a perfect Hugo website. But this project is still a work in progress, and there's lots of big things that I want to add to the project. So getting Hugo working is one of them. combining those templates and creating a base of template where you can use the same functions that have been used already to create a shared template between all of them. Collection loops, iterating over all of the loops within the website and seeing if they correlate to any of the configured collections within the site, and then changing those loops to then reference those collections. This will deduplicate a whole bunch more data and reduce the amount of variables. At the moment, I'm only diffing HTML pages. It's conceivable that those HTML pages contain components which have style tags. It'd be great to be able to do variables within style tags, do variables within and loops within XML documents. You could even go even further and use like a AST parser that like prettier and diff script nodes. So then you could get different arrays that are injected into different parts of the JavaScript, like it was in that Dunedin Attractions example. There's a whole bunch of things around page content that I didn't cover. So there's, if you're parsing out a doc site and you want the content to be converted into Markdown, it'd be great if that was done automatically using the scripts that are already there, or converting a marketing landing page into a live editable page builder that works in Cloud Cannon straight out of the box. There's lots of really cool opportunities that can be done now that the foundation is complete with the variable parsing and the layout diffing and the node equivalency checks. If you're interested to get involved, you can find it at staticshape.app. It's also on GitHub. It's open source, MIT license. Would love some contributions to come along. Additionally, if you are currently working on a migration or thinking about moving to static site generators, definitely can get in touch with the Cloud Cannon team. We've helped lots of customers move to a better stack where they have a better development lifecycle, where they're working on the stuff that matters. And we're happy to work on larger scale migrations as well and see if we can get this tool working for you. Just get in touch. Let us know. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, George. I think Static Shape is a tool that I think is going to be a game changer for the static site generator community. I mean, if you think of a lot of people on something like WordPress, the biggest barrier to moving off is that migration. And for a large website, that might cost tens of thousands of dollars, maybe hundreds of thousands or millions, and have a timeline of months or perhaps even years. And being able to do that, shrink that down to maybe a day is just, unreal. So it's something I'm excited to keep my eye on and see how it evolves. Very, very exciting. Okay, we've got our next speaker coming up in a few minutes. Before we get there, I want to ask the chat, what's Hugo's most underused feature? What's the hidden gem? I think there's a number of features that kind of everyone knows about Hugo, like the very fast build speed. I think one of the first things you encounter is the taxonomy. But what's one of those more unique features that you've found to be a very powerful workflow that has helped you in your Hugo development? All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. next speaker time, which is Joost van der Schie, who's a web developer and owner of UseQBV. He builds Hugo websites, creates a Hugo CMS, and his own Hugo build pipeline. He is a privacy advocate and describes himself as a know-it-all when it comes to European GDPR legislation. Joost is talking about Hugo Bricks, stackable content blocks for Hugo. All right, over to you, Joost.
Hi there, my name is Joost van der Schie and I'm excited to finally tell you about Hugo Bricks, or more precisely, how I created a website with stackable content blocks in Hugo. I want to start with thanking the Cloud Cannon team for having me on this conference and thanking you for tuning in. Let's start with the problem. Pages in modern websites often consist of content blocks that are stacked on top of each other. They may have different content and different background colors. This requires you to split your page into separate parts. However, your typical Hugo page looks something like this, where you have a paragraph, maybe a shortcode, and maybe another paragraph. I use shortcodes to split the content into blocks with the yellow things. They open and close like HTML tags and they have markdown content inside. Here you can see I've opened the title brick, put some markdown inside, and closed the title brick. Directly below that, I opened a call to action brick in which I could put my next content. This concept, which I called Hugo Bricks, consists of pretty basic Hugo functionality. Shortcodes with inner content, as you've seen in the previous slide. These bricks are stackable, like Lego. What is the difference between a brick and a shortcode, you may wonder? Well, there's no difference. But if you want to know, shortcodes are placing reusable content in a kind of an inline way, say in between two paragraphs. An example of a shortcode is a video. Bricks, however, are complete sets of content. An example of a brick is a call to action block. I bet this concept of content wrapped in shortcodes looks familiar to you, and that's not strange. It is similar to what WordPress has been using for years, both in custom page builders and in the Gutenberg blocks. Here's a simple Gutenberg block for comparison. It looks similar, right? I took this concept one step further and made a complete demo website, actually a theme, that showcases this concept. And before you ask, yes, I made the theme open source and you can download it from GitHub. But let's take it for a spin first. This is the Hugo Bricks website. The homepage has several bricks. This is the introduction brick, the image brick with alternative background color, another image brick, a reviews brick, a features brick, a pricing brick, and a call to action brick. And the call to action brick is used on multiple pages. Therefore, it uses the default content. We have an about page, and in the about page, you can see this call to action brick again. We have an elements page with all elements in this theme, headings, buttons, lists, images, a map, forms, tabs, video, audio, frequently asked questions, and the gallery with a lightbox. And we have different header styles. And different page layouts. We have a Teams page. A Contact Us page with the Contact Us brick and a map brick. And a frequently asked questions brick. There's a 404 brick with a neat dog. And then there's the documentation. The documentation is both the documentation of this theme, and it is also a way to create your own documentation within this theme. So if you want to use this theme for a documentation website, you can use it using the docs section and separate markdown files. It will automatically generate this auto-collapsing menu. Then there's a blog, and you can specify how many of these to load. It's currently 3. You can load more if you want to. And you can filter them with tags. And each of these blogs has a single layout that looks like this. And you can link back to the tag, in this case performance or Jamstack. That's it. Although you may think it looks great, you should realize that content editors must be able and willing to use shortcodes in their content. You either have to learn the brick names as a content editor or use a CMS with shortcode support, like the one of CloudCannon. And if you do, you'll get a fast-loading website, 15 bricks with more to come, and a theme that is easy customizable. Some Hugo fanatics might wonder what code makes this all happen. So let's take a quick look under the hood. The inner content of the shortcode gets stored in a variable called inner. If this variable is empty or nil, the code will try to find the corresponding default content and put its content in the inner variable. Finally, the variable is outputted on the screen and may be wrapped in some fancy HTML wrapper. That's all. Not too bad, is it? This is what such a default content file looks like. You store it in a bricks folder. Pretty straightforward if you ask me. Before I sign off, I want to thank 2 people in particular. Phoenix from LibreBits and Mehdi from Xeon Studio. Phoenix, you inspired me to write this code, and Mehdi, your awesome MIT licensed Hugo Play theme has been a great inspiration. Furthermore, the licenses of all images and icons can be found in the README on GitHub. I want to thank you all for your attention, and if you want to learn more, check out the Hugo Bricks code at GitHub. You can also leave an issue there. Signing off from Amsterdam, have a great day and a good conference.
Joost, thank you so much for that. That looks like an incredible theme. Maybe if you post in the chat, Joost, the GitHub link so people have easy access to it. I think a lot of themes, they look amazing as a demo, but when it comes to actually customizing them, you realize they're pretty rigid. And I think that's the beauty of this theme, is it's all modular. It looks very easy to swap in and out different components and really expand it for a wide array of use cases. So yeah, awesome work, Joost. All right, before I ask a question, what's Hugo's hidden gem feature? We got a few answers. What do we got? No, that was different. Multiple output formats for sure. How are people using that? Like, are you outputting a JSON API? Are you outputting? I'm curious how people are outputting like an HTML and something else, and what that's used for. Let's hear it. What else do we have? Asset pipeline for sure. I think that's a feature that a lot of other tools will just hand off to another part of the build. And yeah, Hugo is incredibly powerful in that way. So then we had some comments about the Hugo bricks, of course. That seems to be the theme of the day. It'd be interesting to see if that comes up more. But yeah, I really like the analogy, and it makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's move straight into our next speaker. So we've got Elio Struth, who is an independent lead DevTools engineer working for Rapid API, a blogger, and a speaker on a mission to share his tried and true wisdom with as many IT developers as possible. For the last 12 years, He's been immersed in Azure, Microsoft 365, and Visual Studio Code development, earning multiple awards along the way. He's had the opportunity to share his know-how at various speaking engagements and create articles for his blog that help others on their professional journeys. So today, Elio is talking about manage your Hugo website with external content and assets. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome to this HugoConf session about how you can manage your Hugo website with external content and assets. First of all, who am I? I'm Elio Struijf, I'm from Belgium, and I'm the creator and maintainer of FrontMender CMS. I'm a Microsoft MVP, a Google developer expert, and a GitHub star. If you want to contact me, my contact details are on this slide, and with that said, let's dive into the actual content. So the idea I had started a long time ago, where I wanted to reuse the content that I actually had from my website in other static site generators and frameworks. But I also played with the idea to share my content with others so that they can do contributions to it, like if there's a typo on a page, that they can just create a pull request and make me aware that this needed to be fixed. So what did I actually came up with is to move my content and assets out of my Hugo website over to another repository so that I can use this new repository as a submodule within my main website. That way, others can do contributions to it and I can reuse it easily in any other static site generator. So let's take a look at the website, how it was before, and how it can be configured to use the submodules. Over here, what you can see is FrontMatter CMS with the content dashboard and all my website content being loaded. Now I can click on an article and then I can actually look at it. I can see the FrontMatter, but I can also manage the FrontMatter straight within the FrontMatter panel. How it looks like on the folder or Explorer view is that all the content is where it should be in the contents folder, and all my static assets are in the static folder. What I've already done is I moved away the content over to another repository, which you can find online, and it's available on my repository blog content. There you can see content with the same folders and the static folder and a couple of other folders. These other folders like database templates and so on, they are specific to FrontMatter CMS, so I need them in order for my CMS to be working. So if I want to use this repository, then I need to remove the content and the assets from this current side project and integrate it with the submodules. Before we can use the git submodule commands, we have to do a couple of things. We have to remove these folders. So let's remove the FrontMatter folder, the content folder, and the static folder, because we don't need these ones because they are coming from our submodule. So let's move them to the trash, and there we go. Now FrontMatter will say, hey, something is wrong because there's a configuration that is incorrectly, and we know that because we just removed the folders. Now the next thing is to open our terminal and then add the submodule. So in order to do this, we are going to use the git submodule command with add, and then we are going to say, hey, add me the main branch of my Struijf blog content repository and add it to a FrontMatter folder. So when I press enter, it starts cloning. It will take a while because it's a lot of content and assets. So I will speed up the process and come back when it's finished. So now that it's finished, we have a git modules file, and this file defines where the git module is coming from. So there's a submodule.frontmatter. It's coming from this repository. It's the main branch that we are interested in, and we have a .frontmatter folder, a new one, and there we can see the actual content. Now there's another interesting thing. Whenever you want to do updates to your submodule, I want to make sure that it always merges the content. In order to do this, you can use the git config command to specify that your git module submodule is going to use the merge strategy. You can also see that the command just added the git modules file where the update strategy is now set to merge. So whenever we are going to pull our changes from our repository into the current project, they will automatically be merged. So let's now see what this new change to our repository is looking like. So let's spin up the server and let's open it in our browser. And there we see an empty site. And the reason for this is because there's only 9 pages and 42 static files. And why is that? The reason is that we haven't mapped the new content folder and the new static folder, which are living into the front matter folder. So there we see static and content. We have to let Hugo know where it can actually find them. And in order to do so, Hugo has a setting for this, which is the module mount setting. And there you can specify where the source of the content and the static content lives. And you can also do that for data files, assets, and so on. So for us, or for me in my case, for my websites, I'm going to use the content and the static folder. So let's go over back to our configuration. Let's stop this. And we are going to the Hugo configuration file. And I'm going to add module mounts and then the source folder to the content folder. And I'm going to specify that it's a target content. So that's where Hugo can find my content. And for my static assets, Hugo can find it in .frontmatter/static. When I do this and I'm going to launch the server action again, it will take a little bit longer because there's much more content. And if I'm going to refresh this, you'll see that there's much more data coming back. So I can actually see my pages again. So going back to our editor, there's a couple of things I still want to do. Right now, the dashboard of FrontMatter is not going to work anymore because it needs to reinitialize. And the reason for this is because the configuration is still outdated. So what I'm going to do is override this and going to tell that a new configuration file can be found in the .frontmatter folder. And there I already updated the content paths to the right ones. So if this is done and we are going to refresh the dashboard, you will see that the content is being updated. The final thing that I added was a way for my readers to actually contribute to the content. So what I did is in my single file, there's a partial GitHub, and this is going to show me a content block saying, hey, this is where you can find a file and where you can do updates. So on the site, you can see report issues or make changes to GitHub. If you click on this link, it will bring you to the actual markdown file on GitHub for you to make changes to it. So that was it. Thank you very much for listening into my session and have a great time at HugoConf. Bye-bye.
Nice, thank you, Elio. That was awesome seeing how FrontMatter works and the really cool Git-based CMS. So thanks for sharing. All right, we're ready to roll into our next talk. So we have a workshop with Berke Schubuk, who has been using Hugo for over 2 years, shares Hugo tutorials on YouTube, and has developed landing pages and company websites with Hugo. Berke is an avid caver. So he's talking about how to create a Hugo theme from scratch. This is a live workshop, so if anyone has any questions during it, put them on the chat and I'll read them out to Berke. All right. Berke, welcome.
Hello everyone.
Great to have you here and excited to go through this workshop today.
I'm excited as well. So that's my first workshop in my life. So I hope it's going to go well. So I shared my screen. Is there any problems with it? Is it working correctly?
Yep, looks great.
Great. I prepared a design for this workshop and it's available on Figma. Usually people are creating Hugo sites as blogs or personal websites, but today I decided to go with some company like website design. It will contain a home page and services pages. There are going to be sub pages like digital transformation, data analytics, such that. And I designed a about and contact us pages as well for our theme. So we have some limited time. So I designed the theme related to that. If you learn how to do that, you can improve the design. But I will stick with a minimal design for this workshop. And technically, I will use Tailwind to speed up the process. And also because of that, this workshop will include how to install Tailwind. So I will go to my terminal. I'm currently using a Linux machine, but you can do it in whatever operating system you want. You have to download Hugo if you want to create a website. So you can go check out Hugo's website's installation page for your operating system instructions. And because of we going to use Tailwind, you will need an npm installed on your machine. So right now I'm using Hugo 112.3 version, but this workshop do not require a specific version. You can probably use it with any version you want. So also, this goes with npm as well. So, all right, I will spin up a new website. Hugo new command required for that, and I will name my site as my site for this case. It's like a Lightning generated our site as a folder with the name I gave it. It's called my site. If we go into that, we have some folders in it. So there are archetype, assets, contents, and such. So I will just quickly say what they are. And Hugo is a content-based site. So we have content folder to store our content in it. And we store our content as a markdown files. And they contain something called front matter for special parameters we can store. And we have layouts folder to store our layout specific HTML files, which is where we spend our most of the time. And we have static folder to store our static assets like image, JavaScript, CSS. Also, we have assets folder to store our static assets as well, but it's not being shown to end user when we deploy the site. We can pre-process them. I will not get to that in this workshop. We have data for our structured data, and we have, for this purpose, we have themes folder as well. And we're going to create our theme under that folder. So I will just do that. Hugo new theme, and I will call my theme as a my theme. And it's created a folder under themes folder. So I will open up my Tmux. Let's go into the themes folder and my theme. As you can see, it contains similar files like basic Hugo site contains, but different from that, we don't have content files because you don't want to store contents on your theme. Yeah, so layouts, static archetypes are the same as the site uses. So yeah, now we have to tell the Hugo, I want to use this theme. So we have to say that. And to say that, we have a configuration file Hugo gives us. By default, it comes with TOML, but you can use a YAML and JSON as well. But I will stick with the default. So in order to say the Hugo, I want to use my theme, we have to tell that theme equals and your theme name. But using your folder name is important because it will find it with your folder name. All right. I set it's the config, and now we can go to the installation of Tailwind. As I said earlier, this is not required, but to speed up process, I will be using Tailwind. If you're going to use CSS, you don't need to follow this process. So I will initialize npm in my theme folder in order to create an npm package. It's created that, and I will install some Tailwind related packages, dependencies. It don't take too much time. And right after that, when it's downloaded, I will initial Tailwind related config files. It will be post CSS config.js and Tailwind config.js. So we don't need to set up too much. We just need to say Tailwind to listen our content files. So just do that. I will find my Tailwind config, and as you can see, we have content fields. I will update it with this array here. So what it will do, it will listen HTML and JS files under content folder and layouts folder. So when we add classes, it will update the Tailwind CSS. All right, then we can move to our Tailwind CSS here. So we need to store that CSS Tailwind will generate. So to do that, inside our theme folder, I would like to create an assets folder. As I said earlier, assets are not directly shown to user, not like static files. So under assets folder, I would like to generate a CSS folder, and inside it, I will create a style CSS file, which will contain the Tailwind required imports. All right. After that, in order to our site to use Tailwind, we need to do some processes, and those processes require a command, but as a human beings, we can't remember all the commands. So I will just copy paste my scripts so we can just use them magically every time we need with npm commands. So we have build and watch. They basically doing the same, but watch has a watch tag. What it does, it looks for your style CSS that we created in assets folder and creates by using that creates an output file and sends it to your static CSS styles CSS file. Watch command is doing the same, but it will be constantly running on the background and checking is there any change. If something changed, I will update that. So all right, for this workshop, we will be using watch command. All right, now I forgot to say that. Okay, now we added required things for Tailwind. So let's try is our build command works. So it's that something. Let's check is it created our static CSS. So in our static CSS, yeah, it generated our Tailwind, which is great. Now we can use Tailwind in our Hugo site. But by default, Hugo don't know where this CSS come from. So we have to dive into layouts folder. So in layouts folder, we have some, we need some information at start. Hugo gives us a _default folder, which contains our default files like base of HTML, list HTML, and single HTML. Base of, as you might guess from the name, it's the base of our HTML files. So our every page will contain this structure, and you can see there's are something called partials. Partials are like components in if you are coming from front-end world. We have head partial, header partial, and footer partial. Hugo just directly gave us, and there's something called block. Blocks are slots like in Vue.js where we can put our content in it. Like I want to place some HTML under the main. That means we can create multiple blocks if we need for our use case. But for today, main will be enough. All right. And we have index HTML and 404 HTML. 404, as you might guess, it's a 404 page. And index.html is the page when we open our site, this page will show up to the user. And right now it is empty. And when I start the Hugo, inside my site folder, like that, and if I go to my browser, I will take it here. It says page not found because we currently have nothing in it. So I will just come up here and write these magical things here. And now we have content in it. So what we did here, as I said earlier, we have blocks. So we have blocks to put our content in it. So I just said to the Hugo, I want to use main block and put my content in it. So that's what it did. And if you're familiar with Tailwind, our Tailwind is not working yet. So because we didn't link it yet. I will head back to my partials folder. If you remember in the base of, we imported our partial head.html. Hugo did that. I will copy my code here, which includes my basic head codes like meta charts, viewport for responsive view, title, and link. This link, as you might imagine, pull up our style CSS from static folder. We didn't write static because when we build our Hugo site, it will just technically put those static files under the root folder of the build public directory. So we can just run by doing that, we can pull the style CSS. And if you're not familiar with Hugo, this can feel strange to you. This is a basic HTML title tag, and inside that, we are looking through Hugo configuration, so our site configuration, hugo.toml file. That's where this site comes from, and it's title parameter, and just placing it there. So if you remember, there's nothing writing now. Our title coming from hugo.toml, and our Tailwind CSS is coming here. So if you not trust me, we can try that by creating a div and trying some Tailwind specific classes. It's not going to work because we are not listening Tailwind on the background. I'm going to my theme folder and I will run npm run watch now, which will listen my CSS changes. And now it should become red. Yeah. There is some delay between the builds because that's Tailwind related, not Hugo related. Hugo does this job super fast. Okay, now we have Tailwind working on. So I want to move on to my design, and let's get back to design. In the design, we have some stuff that are repeating too much, like header and footer. Those are all the same on all pages. So, and to save some time, I just coded those before, and I will just copy paste them here. So I will go to my header HTML and place my HTML. This is just, there's nothing Hugo specific rather than the range. So those all others are just Tailwind CSS and HTML. So what you see here is the range. If you're familiar with the Golang, the range is used for the loops. So we are looping something. And if you remember from the head HTML, there is a site. So this is looking from the site configuration and looking the menus and the main menu. So it's basically looping main menu items and creating anchor tags for each of them and placing the URL here on the href attributes and the name on the anchor tag. So, but when we go to our site, we're not going to see our links because we didn't define them in our configuration. So just go there and define them. So I'll just place them here. Again, this uses TOML, so those brackets are TOML related. What we are basically doing, I want to create a main menu under the configuration file. You have to give it an identifier. It should be unique. No one should use it. And generally, we are using lower cases here. The name is what users see, what end user sees. The URL is the URL. When I click, it will redirect to the page. And different from that, you will see wait. Waits are used for ordering. You know, I want to get my services at the first, then contact, and then about. If you don't do that, it will be order them from the identifier of the names by alphabetically. So I don't want that order. That's why I edit waits. So if I save it and go back to site, you can just immediately see the services contact and about coming. So that's great. And my site is dark, but it's currently white. So let's add the colors. And to speed up, I will just define those colors in my Tailwind config, so I can just easily pick them up whenever I want. So I will just do that by copying it here. And yeah, I created white, gray, and dark blue colors here. So if I go to my base of HTML that we talked before, and inside the body, I will add a class called bg dark blue. it should add a dark blue to my page, but I can't see the text, so I will add text white. And now I can see the text coming on. And all the content on the page has a left and right spaces because of the container tag, but currently it's just on the left. So I want it to be containerized. So just that container and MX auto on our content block, and now it's centered. All right, cool. Now we have our header going on, and we can move on to the next part, which is hero partial. I called it as a hero because every page has that, and it has a big title and optional subtitle. So let's create that partial. That's going to be our first custom partial. I will just come up to partials folder and create a file called hero.html. You can name it whatever you want. And again, as I said, to speed up, I will just copy that code here. Yeah, that's a basic section, and there is some Hugo stuff going on. As I said, there's going to be title and subtitle. So what we are doing is there is a params. It's not using site now because every page has different titles, so we cannot use a generic title here. So what I did is I'm checking from params. Params are coming from content files. As I said earlier, we have front method in our markdown files, and in our front method we can define custom parameters like hero I defined here, and it also contains a sub variable called title, also on here as well subtitle. So when we add it to our index.html, hero.html, we will see nothing going on, right? Because we didn't define those front method parameters. And when I add them, that's not going to work as well because we have to give those rights to the partial itself. So by adding that at the end of the partial, we are sharing the context with the partial. So I'm adding that at the end. Let's go to our content folder in our main site. Right now, there's nothing in it. And in order to add front method, in order to add a markdown file for our homepage, we have to create something called underscore index.md file. You may say why you name it like that, because Hugo has a different content structure. We have single files and list files. So single files does not contain subfiles, which means they are maybe some kind of a roots. But list files can contain subfiles, and Hugo thinks our site as a one root page and then some subfiles. So that's why I choose my homepage as a list file, and that's the reason I name it like that. And now we have our content file. I can just create a front method, and front methods are created by these 3 dashes. And you open it up and you close it up. And at the bottom, you can just write whatever you want with Markdown. On the top, you can define your front method parameters. And I will define hero parameter with title. And what we're going to name it is welcome to example company. And I will cover it with these guys. We're going to have a subtitle, which is coming from there. And now if we refresh our site, we're going to see the text. But let's add a new site, a new content called about. All right. And now we have about. If we go to about, it says page not found. Okay, there are 2 reasons. Right now, because we are not on this root page, so it's not going to look at the index.html, right? It should look single or list. About page does not contain subpages, and it should look at the single HTML. So I will define main here and end it. We are ending them. If I refresh, it's not now giving a not found error. So just like the home page, I would like to add the partial hero here and give access to context. it's showing empty because we didn't add the required font matters. So let's add them. About us. Sorry, we have to name it hero and then as a sub parameter title. Yeah, for about we didn't edit subtitle, so it's going to stay like that. All right, so what if we gonna have a list page? So which we gonna have is services page, right? Because we're gonna have services under that. And this is going to need an index MD as well, because I want to list my services in a root page, right? So yeah, I just created that. And inside that, we will have our services like cloud computing. And I will give it a hero as well. And it's going to have a subtitle of services. And if we go to the services, it's showing not found because we didn't create the list right now, list HTML. But if I go to cloud computing, it shows the page. So let's fix that list HTML issue. It's going to be similar to single. And if I go to the services, it's now fixed. So now I want to list, I didn't create that page in the Figma. So I want to list my services here on the list page. So let's do that. We can access those by dot pages, as I remember. And the name, I should access that. Sorry, I'm doing something wrong here. I didn't practice there, so sorry for that. I'll head back to that because we don't have to waste time here. So let's go to our most used second partial, which is contact us. So a lot of websites going to need a contact form or some sort of a form. So I will create a partial called contact us.html and just paste my form here, which is here. Again, it's just good old HTML and Tailwind. And different from that, I added a parameter called context text because maybe some of our users want to define it customly. So we have that here, but I give it as an option. So like menus, we can define parameters under our hugo.toml file. So that's why I used params. So let's go define it. Like menus, we can just come up here and set params. And what we did name it? Contact us HTML. We name it as a contact us text. All right. And I will just pull what we gave here. Okay. And we didn't add the partial, so we don't know where to look. So let's add it to index HTML. Oops, it didn't copy it. Just like hero, we can just call it like that. Now, if we go to our homepage, we now have the contact us form here. So let's do the footer because footer is used as well. So yeah, again, I will copy my code here and it takes a little time. Yeah. Again, you see some not found images, so let's add them. I just can export them to. Let's go to projects. HugoConf. I will add those assets into not my site static folder. I will add it into my theme static folder and create a new folder called image Hugo logo SVG. It can give sometimes error. Hugo does that. We will fix it. And I will have that phone and email SVGs as well. Okay, I added them, so just restart Hugo. Errors fixed. It cannot find my email. Did I wrote it wrong here? Yeah. Now we have our mail coming, but there are no text like our design. There is some text, but our text is not appearing because I'm taking those from my config. So let's jump to Hugo.toml, and we're gonna use the programs as well. So what we use, we have slogan, which is probably your partner in innovation, as I remember. We have address, we have phone, and we have email. So with that, you can just give your users freedom to define their own values here. So just copy them. Now we have our values coming from the configuration file. That's cool. So as I said, the time is not super right. So for a fully featured site, I will try my best. What we can do, we can show our content, which is super important because without that, our site is not going to look right. Go to single.html, and in Hugo, as I said, let's jump to our about.md, right? So you want to write something here, which we have. You write it like that, and you want to get it right to your page. So in order to do that in Hugo, you can just do this dot content. It will get the content markdown. You write it and place it here, but it's not looking right and formatted. So just fix it quickly by jumping to styles and adding a row like content. And we can apply some quick styles like apply text large, bold, something like that. You get the idea. And you can apply text, like do some custom values like 18 pixel and give it some margin top, right? 10 pixel. You can apply those CSS values like that if you use Tailwind. And it's not going to get them because we didn't give it a wrapper to wrap the content. So come up here, give it a class called content, right? Now, after it's doing, oh, we get an error. Wow. Probably did something wrong.
It looks like a tailwind error.
Apply text large. Wow.
Does it need to be in quotes, maybe? I've forgotten how.
I don't know. As I remember, you didn't, but
okay.
let's try. No, oh, but maybe it's saying that to me. Text large. Oh, okay. Text large is not defined. Oh, yeah. Text large is not defined. He's right. You know, I'm not using Tailwind as my primary.
Yeah. I've also used the typography package, and then you can just give, I've forgotten the class, but it has like all the auto kind of nice text formatting.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, it's applied, so you can just fix it. Yeah, that's basically it. It's probably not in that tutorial, but you can just, you know, build your knowledge up to that, and you can build your own site. So thank you for watching. I tried my best to fit this workshop into time, and that's what's come out. And I will upload my code and design files into GitHub, and we'll share that into the chat. So thank you, everyone. And thank you, Mike, and thank you, the team, for giving me a chance to present my workshop.
Of course, and thank you so much, Birke. That was pretty incredible. One, for a live demo, like you were able to move so fast and show us so much. And two, I don't think anyone would have known it was your first time. I think you did an awesome job. I think Joost had the best comment. He said, "You're almost moving as fast as Hugo." Amazing. I love that.
Thank you.
All right, thanks again. Okay, we're heading over. We're going to get our next speaker ready, and we'll be there in a few minutes. See you soon. How cool was that? Live demo, moved really fast, showed us a lot about Hugo themes. That was very impressive. I think it was really cool to see, and hopefully that's a great resource for the Hugo community in creating a theme, integrating Tailwind, and doing it all in a very short amount of time. Like that could have been pre-recorded and it would still be impressive. The fact he did that live was amazing. Thank you all for the comments and kudos to the speakers. Like I think it's going to be really cool for the speakers to go back and just see the enthusiasm for the content that they've spent all this time creating. So we've got our next speaker coming up very soon. It's coming on lunchtime here. So I've got a food question for the chat. Right, it's Sunday brunch. What's your go-to? What are you thinking about for a meal? I'll give a few options. 1, pancakes. 2, waffles. 3, some sort of egg-related dish. Or 4, tell us about something else, something that is beyond that list. I'll go first. I'm not a sweet man, so I'd go for the savory eggs. I was actually allergic to eggs growing up, and then So I always avoided like not raw eggs, but like concentrated eggs. And then I went on a vacation to Thailand, and we're doing a hike through the jungle. And it was like an organized hike where they brought lunch for us, and it was like an egg dish, and I was starving, and I was like, all right, let's eat it slowly because I'm starving, and let's see if I'm still allergic to eggs. And turns out I'm not, and I really enjoyed it, and I've eaten a lot of eggs since. So let's go over to the chat. Chocolate chip pancakes. Damn. Jam stack of pancakes. Nice. What's your jam of choice? Is it raspberry or Jekyll? Or Hugo? It's brunch, so all of the above. Man, I didn't even consider that as an option, but that's a smart move. Pancakes or donuts? Or spelled do nuts. I actually saw a cafe with a sign that said do nuts, and I thought they'd just spelt it wrong. Is that like the American spelling, or yeah? What's do nuts? Is that something else? Egg plus bacon waffles. Not a brunch guy, to be honest, but all these suggestions sound wonderful. Yeah. What is the difference between pancakes and waffles too? Like, one thing, I've moved to the US how long ago now? Maybe 5 years ago. And so like waffles is a completely new concept to me. And like, I've tried to expose myself to a lot of American things and understand them. And so recently I had fried chicken on waffles. And that is something I just really do not understand at all. I understand them separately, but together, it just, I don't know. It's like the sweet waffle with like the fried chicken. I'm not sure. Yes, do nuts. I guess it's pronounced donuts, but I'm going to say do nuts. Is common American signage shorting of donuts. Interesting. Yeah, I wonder how that started. We cut letters out like color and color. Yeah, I actually like a lot of the American. I grew up with like British English, I guess. I'm from New Zealand, and through programming, like I've like switched. I mean, I was exposed to a lot of American spelling. That's kind of the natural thing in CSS and HTML and whatever, you learn it. And I've now, like, when I'll text things or write things, usually it will be US English. But do nuts is something I've not come across or like understand. Fried chickens on waffles, head explode. Yost, is that a good explode or a bad explode? Save space on signs. Yeah, are they paying like per letter on signs or something? Maybe we should abbreviate to just to DN, donuts. Do you call it the Queen's English? It's a good question. Like when you set up your like Linux or Mac OS or whatever, there is an option for New Zealand English or Australian English and British English and US English, whatever. I'm actually not sure what a difference between New Zealand English and British English would be, other than probably some words that we only use in New Zealand. Does anyone? I think should be a few Kiwis in the chat. What's something that would be in New Zealand English that isn't in British English? Would we call it the Queen's English though? I guess, like, I would know what that means, but usually I would think I would hear like British English. Yeah, what is the difference between New Zealand English and British English? Would we call it the Queen's English though? I guess, like, I would know what that means, but usually I would think I would hear like British English. Like, Bad. Yoast, bad. Yeah. What, Yoast, what's a breakfast food from Amsterdam? Or what's a breakfast food from your country? Open it to everyone. Um, Recently, I learned in Scandinavia. Someone will have to tell me the name of it, but it's a food that's just like a very small sandwich. I think it has the crust cut off. I can't remember, but it will be a special type of bread, then fish, and like a few vegetables, and it has a name and it's like a thing. I'm sure someone in chat can tell me what that is. Y'all need to get to Iowa State Fair, deep frying everything. What's the weirdest thing you've seen deep fried, Zach? I'm trying to think what I've had. I've deep fried, like, I've forgotten what they called it, but like it's an onion that's been like cut out like a flower. Um, that was interesting. It's pretty good, but it was a huge onion, and after you've had a little bit, it's a lot. I think we have to call it the King's English now. Yep, very true. Yeah, nah. Yeah, that is definitely a Kiwi saying. Um, Maybe someone can give a definition, but it's just it's it's basically filler from my well, that's how I interpret it. Yeah, nah. Biscuits and gravy, deep fried. Wow, I don't even know how that would work. I've had deep fried beer. Basically, you make batter into a pocket and put beer inside, and then you deep fry it. And yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. We eat bread and cheeses with a glass of milk. That sounds great. Feta cheese and flatbread. I'm guessing biscuits and gravy was a food that Zach's has for for brunch rather than deep frying. Deep fried butter. Interesting. Blooming. How do you say that? Bloomin' oven. Onion. I think that's what it was actually. Deep fried Snickers bar. Outback Steakhouse. Deep fried whole turkey. Wow. Interesting. Okay. That's made me very hungry, that chat, but I love it. We're going to move on to our next speaker. We have a workshop with Liz Miller, who is an experienced robotics engineer and the founder and CEO of Learn Robotics. Through her robotics career blueprint program, she guides engineers to specialize in roles in robotics sector, paving the way for 100 to 200K careers. So Liz is talking about portfolio power up, elevate your technical brand with Hugo. So she couldn't make it today, so she's pre-recorded her session. So excited to watch it. Let's do it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me. My name is Liz Miller. I'm the CEO of Learn Robotics. And today I'm going to be sharing with you my thoughts through the lens of both an engineer and somebody that has worked at Fortune 50 companies, formerly from Raytheon, how to use all of the technical projects that you do, as well as Hugo, to create a really elevated and professional portfolio. So we're going to kind of break this into a few different sections. I'm going to spend some time talking about the prep work for this portfolio, then getting all of like the technical plumbing done, and then kind of we'll wrap it up with like some time for you to actually take all of this information and implement it, because it's no good to just sit and watch a workshop and not actually apply anything that you've learned. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put together, I've got a document and I'm going to launch my screen share. And we're going to go through this together. I want this to be super interactive for you so that you can make the most out of your time. So let's go ahead and get that up here. And we are going to add this resource to a website. We're going to put it on learnrobotics.org/Hugo. So this particular workshop, I've been wanting to share with people for a long time. So currently I work with engineering professionals and I help them get $100,000 to $200,000 plus careers working in the robotics industry. And a lot of what we do is we take all of your technical competencies and we help you specialize. So we help you find the right role in the industry that helps you stand out, that helps you become a micro expert, but also doesn't require you to go back and relearn everything, right? So this workshop kind of aligns with a lot of the work that I do with clients, and I'm super excited to share this with you because there are kind of two big things that I always see with clients that they have challenges with that you can overcome by going through this process and going through the actual workshop and building this out. So if you've been wanting to create a technical portfolio and you've been wanting to leverage the power of Hugo, this is the workshop for you. And just a little bit about me, like I'd mentioned, I worked in Fortune 50 companies. I'm formerly from Raytheon. I am a robotics engineer by education, and I'm also the CEO of Learn Robotics. And today we're just going to be focusing on how do we take our technical skills. This is going to be catered more towards the technical professional or somebody that wants to become a technical professional and has a lot of project work. But maybe you feel like you have like all these photos and all these projects and all this code and all these GitHub repos, and you're just like, I don't know how to kind of take all this information and show somebody else that I know what I'm doing. So that is exactly what we're going to do. Towards the end, I'm going to come back to this little training that I put together, this little bonus training for you guys. We'll hit that towards the end, so stick around and I'll share more about what that looks like. But now we're just going to hop right into the actual workshop. I want to make sure that you have what you need to actually do this, right? Because when you start a project, oftentimes you don't realize what's involved. The whole process of getting Hugo set up and actually all the plumbing working is about 15 to 20 minutes. But it does require some prior knowledge using command line, using terminal, using markdown, understanding Hugo itself. So we're not really going to cover like how Hugo works. This workshop assumes that you've already worked with it, you've maybe dabbled with it, you kind of understand the structure of the templates and the themes and things like that. It must already be installed on your computer. Make sure you update it. So that's something that as I was prepping for this workshop, I had a copy of Hugo from like a few years ago. You want to make sure that your Hugo version is actually up to date because it could cause some errors with some of the newer themes. And then if you want to actually have your site live and you want to professionalize it, you're going to want to set up a Netlify account, and then you're obviously going to need a GitHub account and make sure that you can access both of those. And then some optional ideas that I have for you is setting up like a domain name. So like if you want to have like a vanity URL to use with your portfolio, you're going to want to either have that available, have the registrar information available so that you can access that. And then you're also going to want to make sure that if you don't have one, you can go to a site like GoDaddy and you can pick up a domain name. I would choose a name though that is professional in nature. And that's easy to say, easy to read. Just because if you're sharing it like on a LinkedIn or if you're sharing it on a resume, you're not going to want to be embarrassed by the name that you pick. And then I'm a huge fan of using Cloudflare for DNS. So if you're going to go through this route, I would just set Cloudflare up from the beginning. It takes like 2 seconds, and it's just a good, like from my experience working with websites and managing websites, Cloudflare does an excellent job. So I would just move DNS over to Cloudflare. And then if you want your portfolio to have any like special features, if you want to have analytics, if you want to put a Facebook pixel on there, if you need those features, you can also add those in too. We're not going to really cover the analytics piece, but just know that if that's something that you want to see who's visiting your portfolio, you want to be able to, I don't know why you would want to be able to advertise on your portfolio, but if that's something that you ever wanted to be able to take advantage of, either the data from the pixel or the advertising, then it's always good to set that stuff up at the beginning. So before we hop into the actual building of the portfolio, we want to spend some time planning the portfolio. And so what I mean by planning, and I've kind of put this together like the 3 Ps of technical portfolio building, is you want to kind of know, why are you doing this portfolio? A lot of times, and like I'm guilty of this too as a technical professional, a lot of times we're just like, oh, I want to show the world like this really cool thing that I made. But we don't really have like a theme or a reason or anything really, other than just like, I want to just make this available. And if you can think about like kind of the underlying tone for your portfolio, whether it's just for fun or if it's to enhance your career, you can craft the portfolio and the message of your portfolio around that underlying tone, so that the person looking at it, like if they're a hiring manager, if they're a company, if they're an HR department, if they're a recruiter, if they're, if they're more on the professional side of things, they'll pick it up because you've designed it in that way. So then you're also going to want to consider, are you going to want to have a blog? Are you going to want to be, publishing content? And if not, is it just, projects? Or are you just going to be highlighting work that you've done? Either it's software, maybe it's in the robotics industry, it could be software, it could be mechanics, it could be 3D printing, it could be a number of different system related projects. And so you want to kind of get an idea of like, what am I going to need for this portfolio? Because if you can identify like, this is a professional portfolio, we're going to be showcasing projects. I'm not going to be blogging right now, but I know that maybe in 6 months I want to be able to blog. Then you can find themes that match Hugo themes that match exactly what you're looking for. And you're not going to have to kind of reinvent the wheel, right? Because choosing a Hugo theme based on like how it looks cool or, the style of it is certainly important. But if it doesn't include some of these characteristics, then you're either going to have to build it yourself, or you're going to have to go back and choose a different theme down the road. And so what we want to do is kind of make this a long-term portfolio that you can just keep expanding on and not have to keep going back and, tweaking behind the scenes. So I'd mentioned a few minutes ago about positioning. So what is like the theme of your portfolio or that overall message that you want people to gain? And what I like to tell people is like, you want to be very consistent with this. So like, if you decide this is going to be your professional portfolio, try not to like put in like the hobby stuff or the just for fun stuff, or maybe stuff that you're using for another purpose. Just so that you have kind of a consistent message between your actual technical portfolio, your LinkedIn, and your resume. And that way you as a professional, you have a consistent message. So you're not sharing like, your personal portfolio with personal projects on, a professional platform. That way, when somebody's looking to hire you, if you're using your technical portfolio in that way, it has a more professional feel. So some of the things that I tell my clients to consider as they're going through this process is to figure out like, who are you? Some of these questions are actually hard to answer. Who are you? What do you do? Why do you do it? What is your professional brand? Like, what do you want people to associate you with? And then what is the goal of the portfolio itself? So like I had mentioned before. And I would spend some time really figuring this out now, because once you kind of have an idea or a vision, or you map this out, you can go and take all those ideas, and then you can go find the right Hugo theme, and you can start filling in a lot of the blanks. And then projects. So this is catered towards technical people. If you don't really have any technical projects, I would hold off on actually doing this and just prepare. So I would do step 1 and prepare for your technical portfolio. And then once you have kind of some projects, a few projects that you want to showcase, then perhaps I would, go forward with doing this. It doesn't really make sense to have a portfolio that is empty, that you don't plan on using. Unless you're just using this as a case study to learn how to use Hugo. I suppose you could use this workshop as practice, but we're not really going to get into the details of like, what is Hugo and why Hugo, and, you know, the nuances of using that versus, you know, maybe another type of content management system. All right, so I always tell people, as you are doing technical projects, it's a good idea to be videoing, like taking video. It's a good idea to take photos. It's a good idea to document everything that you do. And actually, like, one of my favorite ways to do that is if you're doing any sort of code, is to use Vimeo Record or like Loom. Those are two softwares that I know a lot of people are familiar with. So I'll make a note there. Vimeo Record, or you could use Loom, and just run your screen share, have your microphone on, and just, if you're coding, like, just have it recording while you're coding. You're gonna mess up, you're gonna make mistakes, you're gonna, you know, forget to do something, but you have footage. And then if you ever wanted to consolidate that footage down, you could. And then you also have kind of a time lapse of what you've done, why you've done it in your process to solve a problem. That's kind of a recommendation that I have. And that's something that I've been doing a lot lately, is just everything that I do gets recorded. And then if you're doing something like with a physical project, you're going to want to take photos, and you're going to want to be able to use those photos in the technical portfolio. I think some of the more interesting technical portfolios that I've seen have photos, they have videos. And the reason is, you can't put a photo and a video on your resume, but you can on a technical portfolio. And so if you want to add more context to the work that you've done, then it's just a good idea to have those available and not have to like scramble and take pictures for things that you've done months or years ago. Let's go back in. So this is the worksheet that I was sharing with you before. Like, obviously you're going to want to, like, I like to have everything all mapped out, because what you can do is you can take a plan. Once we have all the plumbing set up, then you're just going to take everything from the plan and make it look beautiful in the Hugo site. So personal information, pretty simple. Where are you currently working? You can put an email on there. I always tell clients, like, whatever you put online is going to be online. So if you don't want your email online, then don't put your email online. Same with these profiles. I would, obviously, you want to have, if this is a technical portfolio for a professional thing, then you're going to obviously want to, you know, use your best judgment with what you're sharing in your professional portfolio, and just keep that in mind. Phone numbers and addresses, I try not to use on this. You could put like a city, state, if you wanted people to know where you're located. I personally choose not to put my address out there. Sometimes I'll even redact the email and the phone number, and then I'll just have like a contact form. So if somebody needs to contact me, they can contact me that way. Personal choice here. We're going to come back to this power identity, because this is an activity that I do with my clients, and you can see that I've highlighted it with a star. It's so important. But I wanted to kind of give you an overview of the rest of these sections, because they're pretty straightforward. So we've got projects. So for every project that you want on your portfolio, I would just go through and kind of map this out. Like, what was the name of the project? Like, why did you do the project? When did you do it? What was your role if it was a team project? So if this was like, you know, our master's team, you know, you were doing this for graduate school, then you could kind of put all that in there. Any descriptions about this, and these descriptions, I would make them very action oriented versus, like, I'll give you an example, like, use Python to create an AI system for proofreading. Okay, that's great. You use Python. What I would recommend doing is, instead of focusing on the skill, focus on what the project was, what was the application, and then support the application with the skill. So you could focus on saying, like, developed novel AI proofreading tool using Python, leveraging whatever, you know, leveraging the thing. because most people don't really care about skills anymore. And I know some of you might disagree with me on this, but if you think about it, we've got like 7-year-olds that know Python. So Python, or the skill of programming, the skill of doing anything technical, is not as valuable as how do we use the skill. So what are we doing with the skill is more valuable than the skill. And so I would encourage you to think of it that way, because if you're just listing skills, so isn't everybody else. There's like, skills are becoming commoditized, which means everyone has them. They're easy to get to. You can literally learn anything anywhere with the internet. And so I would focus on, if the skill is the commodity, then what are we doing with it? I'll give you another analogy. So like, if you're somebody that is good at building things, and you're focused on listing out all the, you know how to use a hammer, you know how to use a drill, you know how to use power tools, great. Like, a lot of people know how to do that. But if you come in on your portfolio and you just said that you built an apartment complex, or you built a new luxury home like neighborhood, and you built 10 homes, and then you said that you used those skills to do that, that sounds more impressive. And so from a professional standpoint, I always like to lead with the outcome, lead with what we did, lead with the application, and then justify the application with the skill set that allowed us to do it. So that's just something that I've found good luck with myself, and that my clients have found really good luck with as well. So I'd recommend doing that. Challenges, solutions, pretty standard stuff. If you have your code up on GitHub, you could share that. This is a big one here. If you've gotten any like awards or feedback, or if this was a project that you did for potentially a company, or at work, if you got any feedback from anybody on your team or your boss, anybody that might be relevant, I would certainly include that, because those are things that kind of get lost in the weeds, and those are super important. So if you can kind of tell yourself, like, every time I'm doing a project, these are the things that I need, then it's gonna benefit you in the long run, because this is all cumulative, right? So the more and more you do this, the better it gets, the stronger your portfolio looks, the more you're going to want to share it with people. Skills and expertise, we already discussed on that. And then anything else that you think might be relevant, publications and talks. So I have a lot of people that I work with that have patents, and they have, advanced degrees. They've done like TED Talks, things like that. If you've done any of that, especially if you have video around it, like if you've done a presentation and you're giving a talk and it was recorded, I would try to grab those just so that you have them. Certifications and trainings, and then any like affiliations, professional associations, and things like that. And then finally, this last section is just like the colors, like what colors do you want your professional brand to be? What kind of font do you want to use? You can either, kind of go through and look at other websites. I like to use the Hugo theme directory to see kind of like what styles are out there, like what kind of resonates with me. And then like, obviously, like any special features or things that you want to add, custom code that you want to add, that's kind of beyond the scope of what we're covering in this workshop. But if you have the skill set to customize the theme to make it look exactly the way you want it, I would say the customization of the theme is secondary to the content and to the message that you're bringing to your portfolio if you're using it to advance your career. Because at the end of the day, most people aren't making the decision based on like what color your portfolio was. They're making the decision based on how well you can communicate the work that you've done. And so this worksheet's kind of designed to help you go through that. And then any other notes that you want to bring. So we're going to move now into the next section here. Hopefully this was straightforward. We've just to recap, we've gone through the plan. We've got our worksheet. We've mapped all of this out. We spent a few minutes mapping this out. I would encourage you to take the time to do this, because if you don't do it over here, you're going to do it over here. You're going to do it over here. And when you see the website built and live, you're going to wonder, oh, what did I do? Like, what projects could I make? And how do I know that? Because I started here and just trying to get all the plumbing done. And now I'm just like, okay, well, what am I going to put in this portfolio now that it's built? You want to start over here. This is where you want to start, because it doesn't make sense to build a portfolio if you don't have things to put in it. All right, so now we're going to move over to the second part of this workshop, where we're going to be setting up the portfolio piping. This is where we're going to get the portfolio up and running. And the reason why I like to do this first is because you don't want to go through, build everything locally, and then have trouble getting it to go live and pushing it to the internet. And so I personally have done that. I've literally built tons of Hugo sites, and then they're all working beautifully locally, but for whatever reason, there's an error, there's an issue, and I can't get it to go live. And then I end up having to redo all that work. So what I like to do is actually get all of this stuff set up first. And this is the process that I use. Make sure the example site looks good, make sure we can go live and update online, and then go back in, then do the customization, then take the worksheet that we just did and actually use it to create the portfolio. So we're going to go ahead and do that now. So we're going to create the repo. We're going to set up the project. We're going to import the theme. We're going to push to GitHub. We're going to connect and build a Netlify. If you have a domain name, this is where we'll connect it. And then if you want to add in your tracking and your pixels, you could do that. I'll kind of show you where I'd recommend setting that up. And then we obviously want to keep testing. This is something we're going to be testing throughout. We're going to be making sure that everything works every step of the way. And it should take 15 to 30 minutes, and hopefully we can get through this relatively quickly. And then we'll chat a little bit about customization, and then you'll be on your way, okay? So let's go ahead and get that set up. So the first thing we want to do is we want to set up a repo for this. So I'm going to just open up a terminal. I'm going to go to, I just have everything on the desktop in a Hugo folder. And then I'm just going to create the actual repo. We're going to be using a theme. So Hugo themes. And you can choose any of these themes that you like. Ideally, you choose the theme based on the structure of the theme. Yeah, you want to aesthetically, you want it to look good, as well as having the modules that you need so that you don't have to like create them. So like the goal of this workshop isn't to make a custom theme. The goal of this workshop is to leverage your experience to create a powerful, professional, technical portfolio. And so I've decided to use this Hugo Liftoff theme. This is what it looks like. And you can see it's got projects where you can kind of go in and you can share all your different projects. It comes up nice and clean. It's got a dark mode, which I think is pretty cool. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna build this. The nice thing about this theme is that they tell you exactly what you need, and you can just use Quick Start, or you can use the actual theme itself. So like if you've never used Hugo before, then you'll be able to go through this. I was just kind of comparing what he wrote with this versus what the standard Hugo methodology. So we're going to go ahead and we're just going to go ahead and set this up. So let's go ahead. I also want to go into GitHub and just make a new repository. I'm going to call this portfolio. And we'll just set that up so that we have it. All right, very good. Now let's go ahead and use the wiki. I'm a huge fan of just leveraging documentation to make our lives easier to set this up. So Hugo new site portfolio, CD portfolio, init, and then we're going to add in Liftoff. And then you want to make sure that you get all of the requirements. So it says copy over the contents of example site to your project root, or add theme equals Hugo Liftoff to your Hugo Toml. So let's try that. We'll go into open that up. And let's add in theme equals Hugo liftoff. Save that. Let's go ahead and start that development server and make sure we are running. We'll go here and see what we got. Okay, cool. So we've got that basic theme. Let's actually go ahead and do that copy over, because this is just a little basic configuration. So copy over contents of example site to project root, example content and config. So we're going to delete the existing Hugo Toml and content directory. So let's do that. So we just updated, this was the file we just updated. You can see it's in that portfolio folder. I'm just going to delete that. And then we're going to go and we're going to remove the content directory. So also you could do it this way, remove content, and that deletes that out. And then you're going to copy config and content within themes, Hugo liftoff, and example site into the root of your project. So you can either do it in terminal or you can just go find those two files. So example Hugo liftoff example site, and then you want to grab config and content, and we want to copy those into root, which would be here. And then what we want to do is, if you want to do custom CSS JavaScript, you can add them there. If you don't see a need for adding custom CSS, comment out the custom CSS and custom and param toml. Let's go into params, and it said to comment out those fields. Let's try that. I didn't like that. It didn't like those changes. So let's go ahead and test. Boom. Okay, cool. So now we are up and running. So we've got it built locally. What we need to do is we need to connect it to Netlify, which means we're going to use the GitHub auto build, or I think that's what it's called. And then we're gonna make that connection over. So let's go ahead and do that, and let's keep going. We need to create a git ignore. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to go into here, and we're going to go and create git ignore. And then we are going to look at git ignore, and we are going to open that with here. And if you don't know how to access that hidden file on Mac, it is just Shift Command period. So Shift Command period, hide it back. Then we're going to go and add this in. So we're going to do git status, git add, git commit. And then we've got to go grab our URL. So we're going to remote add. And then we're going to git push. And we should start seeing all that come through. Okay, very interesting. And then the nice thing is we've got, you can update the theme. So we've got all of that. And I think we are good to go. I want to just make sure we're not running locally. Close out of that. So now what I want to do is I'm going to go into Netlify. So this is Netlify. You got to create an account, sign up, and then you'll go in and you'll just add a new site. We're going to import from an existing project. We're going to deploy with GitHub. You'll log in with GitHub. I'm going to find that portfolio repo that I just made. Here it is. And this is what we're going to do. Hugo. I'm just going to use the default, and then if we need to change things, then we will. We probably will need to make some adjustments. And what it's going to do is it's going to give you like a random URL to use. And this will be our live site until we adjust the domain. But first things first, we want to make sure that we can get it built and deployed online without any issues. So we've got some style challenges here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back here. I'm going to open this up. We are going to go into these TOML files. We're going to make sure that we don't have anything here. I think we are good with that. Let's go into this Hugo file. Overrides, anything in config TOML. Okay, so we've got our base URL. Let's go ahead and update that. So I'm just going to go into site overview, domain settings. This domain here, we want to change. So let's go ahead and edit the site name. I'm going to call it Liz-portfolio. Let's call it portfolio Liz. Okay, we'll grab that name. We're going to use that inside of here. We've got language, all of that. Let's save that. We've got theme. Hugo liftoff. Okay, so all of that looks good. Let's go ahead and just update that. Update Hugo TOML. Let's see if that fixes it, because sometimes if things aren't exactly the way they need to be, then the site comes in weird. And a lot of the reason why I like setting this up and fixing all this now is because you don't want to have these errors when you've literally just spent like 2 hours making your portfolio. And then you can't get it to work, and then you're like, great, I just spent all that time and my portfolio can't even go live. So I want to, boom. Okay, very cool. So now we've got it working. Let's just make sure that we are good on the actual domain. We are. So we've got now the site, portfolioliz.netlify.app, and you'll be able to go there. Let me just grab this, go incognito, and just make sure everything's good to go. Okay, everything's good to go there. So this is literally all of step 2. Well, like 90% of step 2. We're going to go one step further, and we are going to do an actual custom domain. So if you already have purchased a domain name and you want to add it in, you're going to go into domain settings, and you're going to go into add a domain, and then you're going to add the domain in. So lizrobotics.com. We'll go ahead and we'll verify that. We're going to add it. And then what we need to do is we need to go into DNS. And I'm pretty sure I already added in the DNS for this. I use Cloudflare. You're going to want to go into whoever manages your DNS, and what it'll do is it'll tell you, you don't want to add it into Netlify. You just want to, it's going to give you either the A record or the C name, and you're just going to add that into your DNS. I'm not going to share that here because that's a little bit beyond the scope of this tutorial. I believe I've already done it. Maybe it'll work, maybe not. Yep. Okay, cool. So now we've got our website, our domain name. So if I wanted to share this portfolio, I could just use lizrobotics.com and you could find my portfolio there. So then let's go back to our little worksheet. What we've done is we've created the repo, we've set up the project, we've imported the theme, we've pushed to GitHub, we've connected and we've built a Netlify, and we've added the domain name. I'm not going to do any tracking or pixels, but you can find that inside of the, I believe it's layouts, maybe. Let's go into themes and see if we can find it. Layouts. So any of the, they're like partials. Yep. Any of the partials is where you're going to want to go. So you've got like your header. I think a lot of times they'll ask you to like put the code, the tracking code, either like in the header or the footer. And you can find where header, the footer, the body. So you can find where you need to place it here and just edit that correct file. And then you should have your Google Analytics or your Facebook Pixel or whatever other tracking you want to use. That's kind of the approach that I would do. So now we've got all of this working. We're going to spend a few minutes and just kind of go in and start editing some things. I'm just going to show you a very simple way to start changing this and making it look good. So we'll exit out of these ones that aren't needed. We're going to just go to this is our live site. And we're going to go ahead and just open up. This is what I like to do, is just open up the actual portfolio. And then we've got our content. We've got our index. I believe index has all of the, let's open it in Sublime. I'm really bummed that Atom is no longer supported. Let's go ahead and open this index file, see what we got here. Let's quit that. It's not going to open. So we've got heading here. We've got about. We've got projects. Okay, interesting. So I would imagine here's our headline, and so this is why it's super important to actually take some time to figure out like what you want to be saying here. So I had mentioned earlier in the training this section on power identity. So this is an activity that I do with my clients in the Robotics Career Blueprint. And what we do is we try to get really clear on what it is we do, because a lot of times people will come up to you and they'll ask you, like, what do you do? And I would say most people have no clue how to answer that. And like myself included, I'm oftentimes wondering like, oh, well, how do I answer that question? And so if you can kind of think of it in this particular way, I like to use analogies. The way I would kind of go about answering this question is I would use this template or an analogy of like, X, well, what we do is Y, and here's the example. So an example for myself, like if somebody asked me about my experience at Raytheon, like, what did you do at Raytheon, or what do you do? At the time, this is kind of the example that I would use. I would say something along the lines of like, those airplanes, or those new airplanes that Delta and other airlines have just purchased. Well, some of the newer Airbus models use the engines that I was part of testing and bringing to market. So for example, those new Airbus A320s, that model is set to use the engine our company makes. So it's like super easy to understand. Even a non-technical person can understand it because you're using an analogy that relates what you do to what you know and like why that matters. So you can kind of use this power identity and leverage this information to kind of start to build the message around your technical portfolio. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually kind of use this theme for my portfolio, and we're going to start editing some of this. So we just found where to edit it. It's in this index. Jumpstart your personal blog. So I'm just going to write former Raytheon engineer with working and you can kind of come up with some of these headlines. Another thing that I'll use quite a bit is ChatGPT. So I'll come up with some different phrasing. I'll really spend some time mapping this out. And then what I'll do is I'll use ChatGPT to come up with some different variants or some different phrases for how, like, how could I say this? How could I simplify this? A lot of times technical people were like too complicated for the average person to understand. And so we want to take a step back and explain what we do in a way that we don't have to sit here, with a dictionary and try to look up like, well, what does that actually mean? So what I might do for this portfolio, and this is just an example for editing, as I might just say like, welcome to my technical portfolio, where I show you all of my engineering projects. Okay. And then you can adjust this for SEO, and I definitely would. And engineer and entrepreneur. Okay. Okay, I'll do something like that. And then I might put on the CTA, which are these buttons. I might put, instead of about, I might view more. Maybe I would put, instead of projects, I might put portfolio or my work. And then we've got recent posts. We've got, maybe I'll change this to technical portfolio. And I mean, you can kind of name this whatever you want. I'm just showing you kind of like how you could go about making these edits. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and you could add the individual file. I'm just being lazy. And we have that get ignore, so that should be helpful. Update index. Okay, and so what we want to do is we just want to make sure that Netlify is seeing these pushes. So we should be seeing, okay, perfect. That it's just going to deploy this. Hopefully we found the right file. Ideally you check this locally, make sure you have the right file. I skipped that step. We've got this this index file. We shall see if that was the right one, and then we'll just go through this process. There we go. Okay, cool. So these buttons are actually tied to a button name, so we don't want to change the names of those. So that was about, and that was projects, I'm pretty sure. So we'll go back and fix that. And then what we need to do now is we need to figure out, okay, how do we adjust, like example site, how do we adjust, so here, let's go into this other index. So we've got about, like, hi, my name is Hugo. Customized links. I want to try to find like contact posts, projects, and you can kind of see inside of here, we've got all these different files. Where is, and it might be in the Hugo config file that we were playing with earlier. Like here's the menus. I want to go in and actually update that. So let's go in here. So we've got work. So you can see we've got this work one, and then we've got these sub menus. You want to kind of adjust that to what you're working with. So let's go ahead and make that quick change. So we've got top level, projects, writing. So maybe what I want to do is just have work be projects. Projects, and then we've got, maybe we get rid of this parent. So actually I might just get rid of this entirely and just have projects be the top level. There is no parent. And then we've got about, and then we've got explore, project type. I don't care about any of that. Tags, I don't care about any of that. So we'll delete all that. Subsection posts. I might just call this blog. And then we've got right that. I got content, contact. Let's do that as well. Let's just check this localhost and make sure, because I've got some kind of red stuff here going on. So let's check localhost to make sure we're good before we push it. Okay, so we got projects, about, contact, blog. So you can kind of see this process. I want to change the site name. So let's quickly do that. And then you can kind of see this coming together now. So now you're just going to take basically your worksheet, your power identity, your marketing, your messaging, your technical projects, all of your videos. You've got this skeleton of the portfolio. You've got a domain name that has this beautiful, clean looking professional appearance. And now it's just getting the content in there. So that's stuff that you can do certainly by yourself. I'm just going to see if we can fix the little header, just for style reasons. So let's go back to our, let's go back to this TOML file here and see if we can find the name of this. I would imagine sample site. Okay, so let's call this, instead of example site, let's call this Liz's portfolio, or let's call this Liz Miller. Let's check that. Okay, so now we've got it on locally, so we've fixed it. So I've got my name, I've got projects. We can go like in dark mode if we want. Ideally, we would adjust this photo. We'd adjust all of these icons. I believe it's in that file right there. So let's find like Twitter, social. Let's see. Doesn't have any of those URLs in here. It might be in the hero setting here. Default image, redirects. Yeah, so they've split it out. So what I would encourage you to do, the next step for updating content would be to just go into, let's go back to the wiki. And then you can go content and front matter, and it's going to tell you where the posts and projects are located, where the front matter is located, title, SEO, description, and you can do all of that. So the goal of today's workshop was to really get you thinking more about how can you position the work that you do, how can you take all of your technical skills, leverage the power of Hugo and getting set up in 15 to 20 minutes with a professional portfolio and like that process. Because honestly, I think of all the steps, this is the hardest part, is just getting it to go live. And then once you're live, you can just sit here and you can keep updating it. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to add everything that we just did. Update with personal info. And then you can spend some time. So it's literally as simple as this. You send the push over, and then probably within the next couple minutes or so, we're going to see that this website has been updated. So what I'd like to do is invite you to join me. I have a few spots open. We open periodically where I work directly with engineers who want to specialize in the robotics industry. I've put together a special 12-minute training on how we tailor elite robotics careers with $130,000 to $400,000 a year salaries. And if you have a strong mechanical, electrical, or software background and you want to get a specialty working in the robotics industry, either in robotics, automation, AI, companies like Raytheon, like Fortune 50 companies, like some of these, Series E startups, they're looking for highly competent people that want to get to the next level, that want to have a specialty. And so we provide training and professional development for engineers to get better at explaining what they do and then also monetizing that skill set. So if you are interested, I have put together some training for you. You can take it. It's 12 minutes. It walks you through exactly the process that we use with our clients. If you like the program, and I work directly with clients, part of the biggest challenge with a workshop like this is you can go ahead and you can do it, but you're not going to get feedback. You're not going to get advice. You're not going to get any sort of personalization. It's kind of up to you to figure out if what you're doing is going to put you closer to your goal or not. And so we provide that community and that support and the mentorship with myself and other robotics experts in the industry to help you, maximize your time and make more progress. So we have that open for you. You can check that out here. And then we also have our website here, learnrobotics.org/Hugo, where you can find this workbook, the recording, the tutorials, the links to everything that we used in this workshop. So that's all I have for you right now. We'll go ahead and we'll check this site, make sure it updated. You can see we're live now. I hope you have an awesome rest of your day. Please give this a whirl. If you enjoyed this presentation, you can find all of the step-by-step and the walkthrough and the resources on learnrobotics.org/Hugo. And I hope you have an awesome rest of your conference, and I'll be seeing you soon.
That's awesome. Thanks for that, Liz. I think the Hugo is such a powerful tool for personal portfolios. There's a bunch of themes out there that we can use to really quick start that. I think that was a great example of just how quickly you can get a portfolio up, and some good advice about how to structure it. You can put all these platforms together for free and really elevate your personal brand and just elevate your job prospects. So thanks for sharing on giving a bit of a walkthrough on how to do that. Okay, we've got our next talk coming up in 5 minutes. I want to carry on the chat from before about we were talking about food. It made me think about kind of cultural differences and like culture shock. I immigrated to the US. I need to actually work out how many years, 5 or 6 years ago, something like that. And there's a lot of things I kind of expected when that I would have like culture shock on, like accent and I don't know, different shops and some different customs to what I'm used to. It's the ones that are like surprising are the ones that you don't expect, or like where at least I really feel culture shock. So this is a good chance to like really figure out this like my experience in, or like something I'm curious to see what people say about this. So when I grew up washing dishes, let's say you're washing dishes without a dishwasher. You're doing old school, you're washing them by hand. So my question is, what is the steps you take to do that? So when I was growing up, you would have this thing called a plug and you'd put that in the sink hole. You would fill it up with water. Then you would put dishwashing soap in. Then you would scrub the dishes and put it on a drying rack. And then either you or maybe someone else would dry it and then put away. I don't know if this is a thing across the US or a Bay Area thing or a California thing, but I don't think I've seen a plug yet here. So how I've experienced it working is you put no plug. So you turn on the water and then you put soap on the dish directly and you scrub it and then you like rinse it under the water. I've come to like quite like it because then you don't have soapy dishes and you're not washing dishes in the last dish's food. But it was just something culturally that I just did not expect to find different, that my way of washing the dishes wasn't how it was done. No rinse. That's a good question. I don't think we did. So the water would be very dirty. And then it's a good question. How clean is a dish washed in dirty water? Probably not very clean. So yeah, that's my question to the chat. No dishwasher, how do you wash dishes? Let's see what we've got. No rinse. I agree, probably should be a rinse. Yoast, Dutch, no rinse. But Yoast, are you filling up the sink? Or are you going, we need names for these. Do you have a sink full of water, or do you have the tap just running the whole time? I used to put them in the sink, wait a while, then they would magically appear clean and put away in the cupboards. That's the best way. That's the best way. I'm used to the hybrid from Norway. 2 sinks next to each other, one with a plug, one for rinsing. And so what are you doing there? You fill up one of the sinks with soapy water, and there's the other one you're just running water off the tap. Is that how it works? It boosted your immune system, probably. Spanish, put them wet in the cupboard without a floor. Oh, I think I've seen that. I've seen like a drying rack it's like a cupboard directly above the sink. So then you can just put them there and then wait. I don't know if you then put them somewhere else. It's a good question. Love that Spanish system. We did something similar in the UK, small kitchen. Washing up bowl, no rinse. Yep. So, yeah, interesting. There's more ways than I would have known. I didn't realize how narrow-minded I was in my dishwashing. All right, we've got our next talk, which is John Famvan, who is an experienced civic technologist and operates a digital services consultancy, Kind Systems. His preferred brand of hammer is Ruby, mine too. But occasionally he writes CSS and modifies YAML config files. On weekends, he tries not to injure himself while climbing up rock cliffs and boulders with his daughters. I think they might be the 2 themes of today. We've got a Lego theme, and Berke was an avid caver. We've got like a rock theme. Battle of the themes. We'll see what wins out over the day. All right, John, over to you.
Hi, I'm here to talk to you about how at Open Laws, we use Hugo in order to improve accessibility to US law. I want to first talk to you about US law in general, the data behind it, and some of the business problems that are associated with it. Next, I want to talk about the technical challenges and some of our solutions to those. And finally, if you have a lot of data or content to publish like we do, hopefully our lessons learned will help you as well. A bit of introduction first. My name is John. I've worked for Fortune 500s, but I've spent most of my career at startups. A few years ago, some engineers and I started a technical consultancy named Kind. And now we still work for startups, but we also work in the US federal government. We work on big problems, impactful ones, and we solve things like trying to tell veterans about what benefits they have. We work on technical strategy at Medicare, we work on the first digital exhibition for the Smithsonian. But it was actually our work in legal tech where we discovered that laws were not as accessible as we would expect them to be in our country. The data is really hard to find, it's really hard to work with. A lot of the websites that the law was published on weren't even searchable, and a lot of the law data was in PDFs and formats that are really inaccessible to people. We formed a company called Open Laws with the intent that we wanted to be able to provide free access to the laws and regulations of this country, but really be able to help people find the laws that affect them on a day-to-day basis. And for folks that needed to build things like us, we really wanted to create a really good data set for people to use in order to build applications that use law data. A good example of it would be just the application of generative AI, where some AI is actually using data that is years old. So we want to be able to help with challenges like that, but really ultimately, we want to be able to make something that belongs to everyone, the law, accessible and findable and just more usable for everyone overall. So first, I want to give a simple primer to just law data in general. So I'm not trying to make you an attorney here, but it's helpful to have this context. In our country, there's the federal government, which has its own set of laws, as well as 53 different jurisdictions. So we have Washington, D.C., the 50 states, Puerto Rico, US Virgin Islands, and Guam. Now, if you're a child of the 80s like me, you've seen this guy before. It's a bill, and he eventually becomes a law. He becomes a statute. And so the US Congress passes laws, the president signs it, and then it becomes a statute for the country. Each individual state has its own legislature. They also pass statutes. There's the US Constitution, as well as each individual state constitution. And then there's the rules and regulations. These are laws that are made by agencies within each of the individual states or agencies in the executive branch at the US government level. And these are to implement statutes. There's also case law, which is judicial or court decisions that also have the power of law. And then more obscure are administrative laws. So these are precise technical rules that become procedures in order for the government to operate. They're a little bit harder to find, a little bit more obscure for most of people. So what's the problem here? As I said, the law is scattered across many, many different websites. There are companies that work in this data. However, there's only 2 companies, and these companies focus on legal research and primarily products for law firms and attorneys, so people that have the money to be able to pay for this. Because there's 50 states, there's not exactly a lot of collaboration between these states when they're working with law data. So we're never really going to get one centralized government source for laws. State governments and budgets are very limited. Law is still very much paper-based, so you see a lot of Word documents, PDFs, and actually physical paper as well. There's not a lot of innovation in this space. So as I said, there's only 2 companies in here, and the governments have limited state budgets. And then there's a lack of standards and APIs. There have been a lot of attempts at this, and they are seeing some success, which we're happy about, but that's primarily at the federal level. And so as a result, laws are really hard to access if you're just an average person and not an attorney that's paying for one of these tools. Even for professionals, human beings can access this data, but it's very difficult to pull this data into tools, which becomes a challenge if you work for a legal tech company or you just generally need to work with law data. So one kind of sad example of this, of all these things put together, is that Puerto Rico's statutes website returned to 404 for most of the pandemic. And that was really unfortunate for the folks that lived there. Companies and software don't operate in a vacuum. We have to be able to solve people's problems in order to survive as a startup. And so it's helpful to talk a little bit about our priorities as we design the software that I'm about to talk about. Our primary focus is to be able to iterate. We have to be able to figure out what's working for people, what's not working for people. We also need to automate things so that we can operate more efficiently than the large companies that we compete against. Our data needs to be top-notch. Our quality of the data has to be better than anything else that's out there. And as I said at the beginning, accessibility, readability, and the usability of the data is really the main challenge here. And so we're putting a lot of effort into that. Because we're a startup and we're offering a free product, hosting costs and bandwidth costs are actually top of mind. We're putting something out there that has 4 million pages, so even just getting spidered has actually a cost to us. And finally, we're a bread and butter engineering company, and so we wanted to really create a website that feels very, very responsive and search that helps you find the things that you need to find. That's one of the main core deficiencies that we really see in the market today. Our first technical challenge is that law data can't easily be represented relationally. It's actually hierarchical, meaning sections of laws contain other sections of laws, which contain more sections of laws. And then this hierarchy also differs for every law jurisdiction. In fact, it's often different across different agencies in the same state. Luckily for us, though, law data looks a lot like nested file folders. There's some additional benefits here too, because file systems are really good at certain things. Because Hugo relies on a file, we can store images and attachments and other files that go along with the laws. There's a couple other interesting characteristics about law data that are worth mentioning as well. Laws have start and end dates, so they're called effective dates or repeal dates. Also, laws are very read intensive in our case, and the laws actually change fairly slowly. The second technical challenge is that individual pieces of law data are unstructured. On the screen is an example of a law from a website. You can see that we've labeled a couple of things that are relevant to this law. So there's an identifier, and there's a name, and there's text. But it's just text. There are a couple of things that start to derive the law's meaning. So there's indentations, and there's bolded font and italicized font. But really, it's just a wall of text. Here's a second example. This time it's a PDF from Hawaii, from the mid-90s. You could actually see a literal rubber stamp in the middle of the document there with the date where the law became effective. In this case, this isn't really a document. This is actually, so we need to derive the structured data from this image. How we actually collect the data and parse the data is outside the scope of this talk, but once we actually are able to capture the structured data, Markdown does a really good job of storing the metadata on this file, the formatting obviously, but we also can use shortcodes and Hugo Markdown CSS attributes in order to style and actually add meaning to this data. So what you see on the screen now is standardized structured content that we create for all of the law sources that we have. On the top, you see front matter, just like you would see for any Hugo Markdown content. And then the bottom, you see valid Markdown. However, in our case, we make heavy use of a couple of things. Numbered and ordered lists. We also use shortcodes in order to add additional metadata into the document. CSS attributes via the Hugo Attributes extension in order to add additional meaning and additional display for our bullet points. And on the right, you can see what that same document looks like after Hugo renders it. And this final challenge is actually probably where our technical talk really begins. How does one publish over 4 million pieces of law and still maintain enough flexibility to change the product and not pay a fortune in hosting costs for a very large free website? As you may have caught earlier, laws have start and end dates. Laws actually change regularly, and that's perfectly normal. They're amended, they're repealed, and we have to capture all that workflow that happens in the real world. So, in the end, we have 4 million pieces of data. That's not even including all the different types of laws. And if we're not careful about how we architect and design the hosting and the search and the API, the hosting and bandwidth costs can be astronomical. And for users of Hugo, we're typically used to maybe seconds or minutes for a very large Hugo site. For 4 million pages, we're talking about hours for a particular build. So reviewing what we know, there's 130 laws that change independently. The laws are composed of hierarchical data. That means each law can be divided into a subtree of content. We have a problem that we describe as embarrassingly parallel. In case you're wondering, I left you a Wikipedia link to it. There are multiple opportunities to do things simultaneously and horizontally scale the build process, so it's sort of like a MapReduce for a Hugo build. We can also take advantage of two other opportunities. JavaScript and CSS can be pre-compiled as an initial step, and then we pass in those files into subsequent builds. And then sitemaps can be merged together using sitemap index files, so you can combine all the sitemaps from each individual build. As hardened consultants who are very used to working with either shoestring startup budgets or government constraints, we use technologies that were pretty boring, ones that were proven and productive and that our team already knew, so we didn't try to go for anything shiny here. Lastly, we focused on repeatable processes. So we started with a manual hacky version, like a bash script, and then eventually we built a CLI tool. We start with manual builds, and then we built an asynchronous job server, and then we created UI and CLI tools for the human beings involved. Before contrast to what typically you would see for a Hugo site deployment. So at the top, you have GitHub Pages, fairly straightforward, GitHub Repo, GitHub Actions, GitHub Pages. Towards the bottom, you start getting a little fancy. You have a CMS, you might have a GitHub repo, or some sort of data store, and then you have CI, CD, and then a deployment to either a Netlify or S3 and CloudFront if you're building more of your own pieces. We didn't take this lightly when we started building our own infrastructure. We knew that we were heading down a road with a lot of complexity, but we really felt that getting the additional parallelization and being able to build in a more reasonable time frame was really important to us. Here's a look at OpenLaw's parallel build process. We have our data collection process on the left. We have a whole farm of law spiders that also run in parallel, and they store the data to a Postgres database. Now you'll notice that I said that it was actually pretty difficult to store law data in a relational database, but we actually do that. And we also use an L-tree Postgres extension module that allows us to store the hierarchical data in a way that we're pretty happy with. We have a law management system, just like a CMS. We have a LMS in this case. And then our slight innovation here is we've actually taken the Goldmark Go module, also added the Hugo attributes extension from the Hugo project, and created a Ruby wrapper so that we can get really accurate common mark previews, meaning we can get real-time previews of the markdown and how that will look in HTML within our law management system in real time. We have a CLI tool that's used in two places. It's used once to trigger the whole build process, but it's also used inside the Docker container in order to trigger the Hugo build using the Hugo binary. After collecting a new set of law data, we then generate markdown from the Postgres database. We use an R2 bucket with Cloudflare. So R2 is the equivalent of S3, but on Cloudflare. The main advantage is that it doesn't have egress fees, so it's a pretty big cost savings to us. We use Fly.io, a cloud provider, in order to spin up ephemeral build machines using their API. And so we'll take a Docker container, spin up a pretty beefy build server, attach a NVMe SSD storage to it, and then download any of the newer code that we need, as well as the markdown files that we need in order to do a build. And we'll store that to a markdown cache on the Docker container. We'll use our CLI tool in order to run the Hugo build, and that will output the HTML as well as a sitemap, which we output to a public folder, and then sync that back to another R2 bucket. Each time this Docker container runs, it's only operating on one subtree of content. So you can see down there, it actually takes a folder from the markdown cache, and then it symlinks it into a subfolder in the Hugo/content folder. And so we have a couple of places where we can parallelize things. We can either run multiple build servers against multiple laws at the same time, or we can run multiple build machines against and kind of sequentially go through all the subfolders that we need to build content for. In order to bring everything back together again, we use data JSON files that Hugo takes to build all the top-level index files in order to reference all these subfolders of content. We pull in the minified CSS, the JavaScript, the gzip sitemaps, and then we generate the sitemap index file that references all those gzip files. We pull those into R2 buckets, into a static asset bucket, as well as a HTML fragment bucket for the loss. And then we get a little bit fancy here. We use Cloudflare Edge functions in order to style some of our sites. The reason we do this is because we need white label versions of the site for customers, but also because we don't want to rebuild all 4 million pages whenever we make a small change to the site. So if we wanted to update the header or the footer, we don't want to have to rebuild 4 million pages. And so Cloudflare provides a really affordable way in order to customize and personalize each individual page, and we take advantage of that. Diving in deeper into what happens on the build machine or our Docker container, we run our CLI tool there, and it takes a couple of parameters. It takes what law we want to build against, what subtree of data that we want to build against, and then a couple of familiar Hugo parameters, base URL and Hugo theme. But it also asks for a JavaScript and CSS file name. So we build these initially when we start building the law, and we pass them into all subsequent builds. And so in the Hugo layout, you can see that it's expecting an environmental variable for the JavaScript and the CSS file name, and then that's configured via the CLI tool. We want to use all the available cores on this Docker container, so our CLI tool detects the number of cores and then sets it accordingly. And then, of course, here's the Hugo production command. So you can see the shell command getting passed in here with the minify flag, and then all the familiar flags that you could pass into a Hugo build. So I acknowledge that this approach has a lot of complexities to it, and it's definitely not the right approach for most people. But I wanted to call out, if you have a lot of content to publish, if your content is nicely subdivided into subtrees of content, if you have enough team members and can handle the complexity and it's worth it in order to get the additional speed, then this might be the right approach for you. So I wanted to call that out. Finally, reviewing some of the things that we've learned along the way. Definitely look for things that are embarrassingly parallel in your own domain, and pay attention to what content changes and how frequently it changes. Also, be careful with layout changes that are global, so navs and marketing elements, for example. You can compile CSS and JavaScript once and pass it into each parallel build, and same thing with sitemaps. And just outgrowing GitHub pages or Netlify or Vercel could mean that you have to rebuild a whole lot of functionality. Next, Hugo is really, really fast, but when you have millions of pages, that's still a lot of time. Make sure that you are monitoring your bottlenecks while you're building and make full use of all the cores that you have on the build machine. 16 core VMs are pretty expensive if you run them all the time, but if you only run them when you build, that actually can save you a decent amount of money. And actually, Apple Silicon is actually a really good way to build. So having maybe an older machine that has 10 cores is actually a pretty good way of building your site. And then all the typical best practices when it comes to software still apply here. You should make sure that your build jobs are restartable and they're idempotent. And you should make sure that you have enough automated testing and uptime monitoring in order to validate that your content is building properly, especially when you have millions of pages and it's impossible to test manually. OpenLaws is very much a work in progress. We'd love to see if Hugo could also take over portions of our JSON API that are backed by Rails today, and also increasing the number of pages we generate when we start to cover historical law pages. If you have any questions, please reach out to me. My Mastodon email address are below. If you need law data, we'd love to chat with you. Please check us out at openlaws.us and tell us about what you want to build. If you have a better approach, we'd love to hear it. We're all here learning together at this conference, and we welcome any new ideas. A special thanks to the Hugo team, the Cloud Cannon team, and of course our OpenLaws team. I'd also like to extend a special thank you to Patrick Cartledge at UK Government Digital Service and the team at the Victoria and Albert Museum. They wrote a blog post about how they built a site with 1.2 million pages covering the museum's collection. That really inspired us. Thanks for attending, and we'll see you out there.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, John. Fascinating. Just the scale, and it was really cool getting to see insights into how the data storage works and how the build is stitched together. Yeah, really fascinating. I might have missed this, but what is the build time on one of the sections of the site? Yeah, I didn't do the math. So I'm keen to get an idea. That's probably the largest scale Hugo site I've heard of. Yeah, I'm really curious what that would be. I agree that there's so much opportunity for government with Hugo and static site generators in general. Like as you said, there's all the benefits of the static site, security, reliable, very fast for the end user. Those are all important to a government, to any government or any citizen using a government site. It would be a government's worst nightmare for a site to get hacked, and the chances of that happening with a static site are greatly reduced. But also the Git element of it, where you have the accountability of knowing every change and having a history of every change that went on the website, and also having the ability to open up contribution, where you can have citizens or just the general public, I guess, create pull requests and contribute to a government website. Like that's pretty amazing and cool. I'd love to see a lot more of that, and it's really cool to see projects like this really paving the way and showing that it can be done. John said sub 1 hour for the build time. Yeah, that's basically an average Jekyll site. Yeah, it's interesting. It'll be cool to see, one, if incremental makes a change, and two, all the caching stuff that Bep's been talking about and working on, what kind of difference that makes. And I wonder what the theoretical lower bound for build time on a 4 million page website is. At some point, just the operating system accessing the files is going to be the limiting factor. But I guess you can get around that with very smart caching and fast SSDs and 100 cores, whatever. Nice. So we've got our next talk starting in a minute. So let me ask a fun question, and we'll get back to it next time we have a chance to talk to each other. If Hugo was an acronym, what would it mean? Right, next we have a double lineup. Grayson Campbell is Papercut's digital marketing lead and has recently taken on the task of consolidating Papercut's legacy sites to Hugo. Alicia Jo Nolan is a software engineer at CloudCannon, where she works on improving website functionality. Today, they're talking about enhancing website search, a practical journey with Papercut, Algolia, and, of course, Hugo. Over to you guys.
Hey, my name's Grayson. I'm from Papercut Software. Look, my role is the digital lead for Papercut, and my team looks after most of the marketing technologies that we use to make Papercut commercially successful. I'm here again. I'm really pleased to be welcomed back to present at HugoConf for a second year in a row. This year, I'll be presenting about building enterprise-grade search experiences using Hugo and other technologies. So, we are Papercut. We make software that makes printers better in so many ways. Software that helps with printer driver deployment, enable users to self-enroll, Stop printouts being seen by unwanted eyes with secure release features such as Tap ID to print, allow you to charge your users to print. If you happen to be a solo techie in a business, as I've been many times before, and you're managing IT environments, check out papercut.com so you can forget about your printers. So I really need to start at the beginning. Papercut has had serious print applications in market since 1999. We have 4 major products and some smaller free applications we offer to you, the sysadmins. These major applications all have varying levels of complexity and different levels of engagement with website content. Papercut MF is our most popular application, and its users make up most of the visitors to papercut.com. This has led to a large website of over 4,000 pages, made up of product manuals, knowledge base items, and known issues. We've heard complaints for a long period of time about how difficult it is to find some answers to common questions because often content is duplicated across multiple locations, but referencing different products or industries. To me, this has always been a problem with how search engines work, with a focus on relevance of keywords and volumes of traffic to that location. For us, this meant users not using Papercut MF generally had a poor experience using search. We've also had a mixed experience using our on-site search. Early days, we used Google Custom Search. I'm not sure if any of you remember this, but it relied on scraping your website, and deep websites, sometimes it would lose interest digging further than a couple layers. Later we moved to a Swift-type solution, a SaaS managed version of Elasticsearch. This solution really has many of the same problems as Google Custom Search. It was built on PHP, so naturally we wanted to move away from it. Finally, we'd lost confidence in the service provider. A little while ago, they forgot to renew their SSL certificate and we had a 2-day outage. So for us, it was time to look to the future. So before I move into how we picked our solution, I want to talk about what this isn't. I'm managing a massive website with a diverse customer base. Often with search applications, you need to consider your unique needs. Large websites or e-commerce need the ability to organize in topics and be able to finally configure searches to focus on commercial outcomes. If you're running a blog or a small simple website, this is not the approach for you. I'll do a little plug here. I would strongly recommend checking out open source solutions like PageFind, which is managed by Liam at CloudCannon if you're looking to service smaller needs. I was looking for a couple things when looking for a new service provider. A simple to use API solution with documentation that most engineers can easily pick up. Future-proof solution that already had machine learning and semantic search in its development path. SaaS hosted, I have no interest in managing servers internally. The ability to filter by product type. A back-end panel which could be provided to our support and service staff to adjust search results as required, and the ability to supply new content programmatically rather than rely on a web scraper. So let's talk about our solution of choice. We chose to partner with Algolia because it met all of our requirements that I just talked about. The way we've set this up is papercut.com is made up of multiple micro repositories. We use this to reduce build times and tailor to the needs of our unique content. We use the build processes of these micro repositories to push to the Algolia API changes to content which build an index at Algolia. Then we've built an isolated Hugo environment for search which uses Algolia's native APIs to request search results and add filters as needed. From here, I'm going to hand over to Alicia Nolan from CloudCannon, who's going to give you a technical demo of the final solution. Take it from here, Alicia.
Thank you, Grayson. As Grayson mentioned, my name is Alicia and I'm a web developer at CloudCannon. Apologies for having no video and probably average audio. I'm currently on holiday in Bali, so my setup isn't ideal. Today, I'm going to talk about the technicalities of using Hugo, JavaScript, CloudCannon, and Algolia to make a search interface for Papercut. So getting into that, the first thing to do is to get your site's page data into Algolia. Hugo makes organizing that data easy. You can use a layout like the one I have open here to loop over the pages in the site and get any information for them. And it stores them into a JSON file like this one here. And Hugo generates this on build. Then you have to get your data into Algolia. I do that through this JavaScript file and also a CloudCannon post build, which calls the script after your Hugo build's finished. When you call the script from here, it passes through two parameters. The first one being the JSON data file that's generated by Hugo, and the second one being an output file that stores the object IDs and the time from the last indexing. And then back in this file, it compares the object IDs that are in the site now to the ones that are in that last indexing file, sees which ones have been deleted, don't exist anymore, deletes them from Algolia. Similar with the update, it looks at the Git history of the files and that last indexing file, figures out which ones have updated, updates them in Algolia. Any that haven't had changes are just ignored. And then the last step of this is to overwrite that last indexing file with the new information of objects and time. Papercut also didn't want all of the pages to be indexed for the search, and that was really easy with this approach and the microsite architecture that they have. The layout is generated for all of the microsites, but if you don't want the site to be indexed, you just don't add the script call in the post build. And then looking at the Algolia interface, you can see that all of those pages have their data in here, and that's before you've even started setting up your search interface. So that makes testing really easy for that part. For building the search interface, Algolia does have a pre-built UI. However, most of those weren't what we were looking for, so we went more down the custom implementation route. But we did use autocomplete, which is provided by Algolia. And then even when you're using their pre-built components, you can still change up the styles to match your own design system. So the layout file for the search page is here. Mainly this sets up the filters, does some logic around those, and sets up any containers that are needed by Algolia, but mostly just the filters in here. So moving on to the logic behind the search interface, the entry point is this search JavaScript file, which gets any page elements that are needed. It renders the autocomplete search bar and the query suggestions plugin onto the page. Both of these are provided by Algolia, just with some custom rendering. Then there's a bunch of event listeners watching for any changes in the page, whether that's on load or something that the user inputs. And then whenever there is a change, this search query update function is run, which passes the search parameters like the query, the filter data, which page the user is on, and passes those to the Algolia search helper. And then whenever a result is returned to the helper, it knows that and it calls render hits and render pagination to render those onto the page. Moving into the results script, you can see that it loops over the results from the objects that Algolia returns, manipulates them for how we want, custom CSS classes, making things more human readable, that kind of thing, and then it puts those onto the page. It also has some logic around the merchandising cards that are shown on the right-hand side of the search results. The merchandising cards are done using Algolia, using the promote results, puts them at the top, and then adds some custom JSON data to define how they should look, and this file takes those properties and renders them onto the page as well. The pagination is similar. It takes the data from the objects that Algolia returns and puts them down with the custom CSS and structure that we want so that the pagination matches the styles that are in other places on the site. Papercut also wanted to be able to see some analytics, such as the click-through rate for search results. So this file here handles that. It watches for search result clicks and then sends the information about the result to the Algolia Insights API. Papercut can then view these analytics in their Algolia dashboard. This shows what the search term was, how many people are searching for it, and if they click through to a result from that search term. Papercut can then use this to see where the results were by this average click position, and then they can move results up, change the order so that people are more successful with their searches. So that's an overview of the technical side of implementing Algolia for Papercut search. Thanks for listening. I'm now going to hand back to Grayson to wrap things up.
Thanks, Alicia. So there you have it. This is how Papercut's built an enterprise search experience on Hugo, powered by Algolia. I hope you've enjoyed the presentation today and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Oh yeah, that definitely wins the top prize for best backing track. And really interesting just seeing an architecture that was similar to what John just showcased before. How search works over like a split site. Yeah, really cool and cool seeing how Algolia, just how powerful that platform is. All right, we've got our next talk coming up in a few minutes. I'll just quickly go over the acronyms we came up with. We've got some great ones. High-speed unified graphics and text output. That's good. Hey you, get over here. Have unlimited good output. That's great. Help us grow okra. I'm a big fan of okra, so that could be a bit of a pivot for the Hugo community. We all start gardens and it turns into an okra community. More okra. Here you go. That's recursive. Hugo uses Go. And Bryce says that might be close to the original reason. Yeah, it makes sense. Hyper utility for generating output. Harmonious universe of generating outputs. How you generate output. That's good. Let's go on David's comment. So Hugo uses Go. Let's say Bep announces tomorrow. I would be very surprised if this happens, but he says, I'm over Go. I'm going to rewrite Hugo in another language. And I'm going to take a community vote on what language that is. What language gets your vote? Let's hear it. All right, let's roll into our next talk. So Kendra Little, who is a database performance tuning expert who never intended to build her own website. Now Kendra is a huge fan of static websites. She believes that tech professionals of all types should use them in their work. So Kendra's talking about from blog to small business with Hugo. Right, Kendra.
Welcome to From Blog to Small Business with Hugo. I'm Kendra Little. I'm a person who has worked in the tech industry for about 20 years now, but I've never been a web developer. I'm a person who I've been fascinated with how databases work for a very long time. I've always loved learning more about databases, keeping them running, tuning them, helping people use them better. So I've worked in a variety of different types of industries over the years. And I started a blog a good while ago. I originally started the blog just as a place to record things I had learned, both for my own future reference when there were things I could write about publicly, as well as to share with other people who might have the same questions. And I originally started with WordPress because the barrier to entry was super duper low. I think I started first with, something that was hosted for free, and then I got my own domain. And over the years, I used a variety of hosts. I didn't really want to run it myself, so I used a variety of hosts. And in 2021, I looked around and I found things were not going so well. Because at this point, I was working a full-time job as a developer advocate. And I kept the blog up, but I wasn't spending a lot of time on it. I was using a relatively inexpensive host because I wasn't making any money off of that site. And the performance was abysmal. I'd get messages from folks saying, hey, I want to get to this post on your site, but it's not loading. Or even just, hey, it looks like your site is down entirely. And there wasn't really much control I had over this. I couldn't figure out, is it the stuff I have with my free courses? I had free courses on the site with courses and lessons that, I had embedded YouTube videos and links to GitHub. I didn't know if it was some of the plugins that were making it slow, if it was all on the host end. And it was very, very difficult to figure out. And so I thought about just, maybe I should just get rid of this blog. Like, I've been doing it for a while, but is it worth it? Now, getting those messages from friends did help, because I realized, hey, this, the content I've built is really useful to people still. A lot of this is evergreen stuff that's still really useful. And friends in the community said, hey, have you looked at just switching to a static site? Instead of using WordPress, there are ways that you can build and manage your site, and all of the content is pre-generated. Your site is pre-built before it is shipped up into the internet. So when someone loads a page, it's much, much simpler than going and doing complicated things to figure out what should be on that page. It's just like, hey, here's the page. And so I didn't know much about this at all. I started reading about it and experimenting. And at first I was a little nervous because I don't just have blog posts and images. I do have, I want people to be able to have things like a course with lessons that are in order that people can walk through. Now, a good friend of mine, Chrissy Lemaire, she's a wonderful person. She had been working through things like this. And she said, her advice to me was, when you'll be tempted maybe to say, hey, maybe I don't have to migrate all my content. Maybe there's a way I can still manage the content in WordPress and then feed it into a process with the static site generator. And maybe I don't have to change everything. Maybe I don't have to convert all of my content up front. And she said, hey, in your situation, I don't think I would look at that. She said, I think it can do what you need. And it can. It turns out with Hugo, I could do everything I needed to do. And have it render very, very fast. But she said, go ahead. It'll take you a little bit of time to convert your content, but I would go ahead and do that. And it did take some time. I think I spent most of a long weekend converting a lot of my content, figuring out how to make things work. But it was actually really pretty fun. And at the end, what I got was not only a free site. I blog at littlekendra.com is kind of the blog I've been keeping for all the years. Not only did it fix all of my problems with that site, but I got a lot out of this experience that's been very valuable for other parts of my career. So one thing it gave me was just a way to use GitHub on a regular basis and get really, really comfortable with GitHub. Now, I've worked in tech for a long time, but I don't always commit code. Usually there's reasons for me to read code, but not always reasons for me to commit code or do pull requests all the time. But this got me really comfortable with not only, hey, okay, I need to set up a new branch, do some work here, look at a preview, and then go ahead and publish. Not only did it get me used to that, but it also got me used to troubleshooting, like, oh, what using GitHub, how can I tell what this code used to be? How can I use git blame? There's just so many tools that now are not scary to me and that are sort of fun and interesting and normal because I just work with them a lot. And this is a very common, using version control and being comfortable with it is a very common kind of experience in language and software development. And I feel like it's really been fabulous for me to have just a way that I do that all the time that's fun and generates content. Now, a lot of people are starting to use this for generating their content too, using static sites. There's a documentation job that I got at a very large company, and the way they manage and publish all of their documentation is through a static site generator. So the workflow for managing the content was exactly what I had already used on my own blog with Hugo. It immediately felt comfortable, which was amazing. At another smaller company that I worked with, they were doing a project to renovate their content management system to use a static site. Now, one of the most important things I think I got from, and that I continue to get from working with Hugo to manage my now multiple sites, I have 2 sites now using Hugo, is empathy for web developers. Now, it's not that I didn't have any empathy for web developers before. I've worked with web devs a lot over the years. And there's a lot to know when you have to create and manage websites. But I find that just working with something a bit, like just getting a glimpse of what a job is really like, it goes a long way to helping me realize all the things I don't know, right? It gives me a glimpse of the things I don't know. And I've also found working with my sites to be really interesting when it comes to new AI tooling. I've working with database code and asking questions of GitHub Copilot is actually a really different experience than working with like CSS and asking Copilot questions. I think it's a lot better at the CSS at this point, but it is really, it's given me, kind of multiple surface areas where I can experiment with new AI things and learn about them, which I think has been very, very positive. It's gotten me kind of out of my little database pigeonhole in a way that I'm very grateful that I've had the chance to do that. Right now, I'm starting up a small business. And of course, I'm working my own. I don't want to invest a bunch of money in building my website. I found that building a new site for my LLC and defining my products on it, defining my offerings, and doing experiments with it has been very low cost. And also it's really helped me clarify thinking about the products and services I want, because I can kind of really, really think about and iterate on things while actually working on the site at the same time. I'm not saying this is a product management best practice. I'm just saying that for me, a lot of my best thinking is while I'm learning and outlining things, right? So it comes naturally that while working on and kind of building out a site for things, it helps me kind of think through, refine my thinking, really hone in on what are the experiments I want to do. The place that I've gotten to is an interesting one, because as a database person, I used to really feel like, oh, anytime I can use a database, that's fantastic. I want to learn about it and tune it, and I love databases. So if a database is involved, that's great. Now I have a different perspective. I very much feel now like I love working with databases, but I don't love having other people's personal data, right? I don't want to be responsible for data that is risky or that could lead to, harm for another person. I don't want to worry about if I don't have to manage data that could be, exploited or infiltrated. If I can use a third-party service who is a bigger company who has more robust procedures already established for managing all that data, if I can do that to get what I need done, oh, I'm all about that, right? I have a Calendly widget so people can book meetings with me, for instance, as a plugin on my static site. I love Calendly managing a lot of that data for me. Love that. I want that world for me. So I really, really enjoy combining the benefits of a static site with reliable third-party service integrations for managing any data that I need. It makes life much simpler for me, much easier to manage. Thanks for joining me for this talk. I hope you enjoy HugoConf.
Great work, Kendra. I think that talk really highlights a lot of reasons for people getting into Hugo and just why it's such a powerful tool, not just for big use cases, but just personal blogs and just learning web development in general. I think it can't be overstated how much it will help you learn web development. Like if you're building your first WordPress site and you're just starting out, you'll probably get a theme, you'll get some plugins, you'll add some content, maybe you'll tinker a little bit, but there's so much complexity there. It's hard to really learn and understand web development fundamentals. Like the CSS file is going to be very complicated because it's going to be a very large site. Trying to get into the HTML, it's going to be in it's just a complex workflow split across a whole bunch of files. Whereas getting into, let's say, Hugo site, much lower barrier to like learning about how everything works and fits together. And through that, the learning's faster, and you can like really level up your skills, and just to your point, not worry about a whole bunch of issues that comes with a more dynamic system. So I think that talk is powerful, and a lot of people coming into their community are coming with that mindset. All right. So before the break, we were weighing up if Hugo decided to change language, which it is absolutely not going to do. This is just a fun hypothetical. We had a few answers. Where are we? Probably Rust was the main language. What's everyone's reasoning for that? I would assume probably build performance and speed. What would be the pro and con of switching to Rust? Keen to hear it. And then we had WebAssembly. So keen to hear your thinking behind that one, Yost. Yeah, love that perspective from a database enthusiast, for sure. Like, again, I think Hugo's is such a good entry point into web development. All right, we've got our next talk coming up in a few minutes. Liam talking about page find and a big 1.0 release. So I know he's been working really hard towards that 1.0 release, and is keen to like share all the new magic with you. Liam first presented, announced and released page find this time last year. So it's come a long way in the past year. So let me do the official introduction. So Liam Bigelow, he's a senior software engineer at CloudKinnon, where he leads the development of CloudKinnon's open source software projects, such as the Component Browser and Playground Bookshop, and Page Find Static Search, launched at last year's HugoConf. Called it. He's talking about static search on Hugo, the journey to Page Find 1.0. Right, Liam, show us the magic.
Hello, I'm Liam, part of engineering here at CloudKinnon, and it's good to be back at HugoConf. Last year at HugoConf, we announced PageFind, the open source search library that we built for static websites. Thanks to all the attendees and the wider Lean Web community, we had a great reception to this new entry in the search landscape. Since that release, we've been hard at work improving PageFind, and I'm excited to share that last week we launched PageFind's 1.0 release, which is a huge milestone for us in this project. Today, I'm here to talk through what we've built and learned in the past year, culminating in this stable 1.0 status for PageFind. I'll also cover some future plans on the areas we want to improve further and directions we want to take PageFind going forward. First, for those unfamiliar with PageFind, it's time for a very quick demo. Our starting point is a fresh copy of the new Dynamics fantastic Ananke theme. For this demo, we're just going to add a search input on the homepage using PageFind's default UI library. Following the documentation, our first step is to add PageFind's assets and an element within which to place our search UI. For now, I'll just insert those onto the homepage layout. You'll notice that these reference URLs on your site. PageFind will create these required files for you when it runs. With our search UI placed on the page, let's build our Hugo site. And now that we have our HTML files in our public directory, we're going to run PageFind. PageFind itself is a native binary, and you can download releases from GitHub. Alternatively, PageFind distributes its binaries via an npm package that lets us run PageFind without a separate install step. Using the latter, we'll run npx pagefind --site public. For most setups, this is all you'll need to configure, which is telling PageFind where our static HTML files are. Running that command, we see that PageFind indexed our site, and it has created the files we referenced earlier inside our public directory. With that, we're done, and we just need to host our static site. I'll use the built-in Python web server to help show that there isn't any magic going on here. And now we see in our browser a search on the homepage that's working. And that's time on the speedrun of PageFind. We now have a fully functional search with room to customize if we need it. And most importantly, it's both fast and very low bandwidth. Filtering our network requests here, we can see that we initialize PageFind and search for a phrase in under 100 kilobytes of bandwidth. This is a small site, so that isn't too exciting, but it becomes much more impressive as your site scales. For a more real-world example, let's check out godot.pagefind.app, which is PageFind's sample index over Godot's substantially larger static documentation site. Here, I can search for shader and get results in 162 kilobytes over the network, including PageFind's dependencies. These two aspects, extremely simple setup and the smallest bandwidth hit possible, are PageFind's core tenets, and anything we build going forward must play within these rules. With that in mind, we're going to pick up where HugoConf left off last year, at PageFind's 0.4.1 release, and quickly cover the big milestones since then. As we go, I'll touch on how these new features live up to the core tenets of PageFind. One use case we needed to support early on was searching across sites. The CloudCannon marketing and documentation sites are separate Git repos with different build steps, which means they never exist on disk at the same time to index into PageFind. To solve this, we built PageFind a multi-site feature. This allows you to bridge indexes and domains at search time, loading more than one index in the browser and combining the search results. If you use the search on CloudCannon's marketing site, you'll see this in action, with results for blog posts and documentation interspersed. Looking back at our goals, on the setup front, this multi-site feature requires zero configuration at indexing time and is just one extra line when using a PageFind library. For bandwidth, we'll need to take a look under the hood and get a refresher on PageFind's index structure. This is what a simple PageFind index looks like on disk. At the root level, we have PageFind's core dependencies, then we have a folder of search index files, and finally a folder of result fragments. When you initialize PageFind, these top-level files are loaded. When you run a search query, one or sometimes more index chunks are loaded to find the relevant data, and then finally, result fragments are loaded only when a search result actually comes into view. For multi-site, we can share almost all of the core dependencies, loading them from the site the visitor is searching from. Querying for data, we will need to double up on that index chunk as it loads, as we'll need to pull one from each site. Then finally, displaying results is effectively the same, since a fixed page of results will only load that many fragment files. On balance, multi-site tends to add around 30 to 40 kilobytes to the average PageFind request. Importantly, this network cost is entirely opt-in. If you don't need to search across multiple sites, nothing changes. Another feature we needed almost immediately was support for multilingual websites. As a small segue into the wider world of CloudCannon's open source tooling, we use our translation app Rosie to build a lot of websites. And while the initial version of PageFind could search these sites to some degree, we missed the special language handling for stemming words, and returning results across all languages wasn't particularly helpful. That need is what led to PageFind's multilingual support. One of the lovely aspects of correctly formed HTML documents is that your HTML element should have a language attribute that describes the page. Since PageFind ingests this HTML, we can read this attribute and split the processing into separate index chunks for each language. Looking at the configuration, we find nothing required again. PageFind fully supports multilingual sites out of the box. In fact, pulling up our Ananke demo from earlier, if we swap over to the French version of the site, we'll find an already translated PageFind UI. Searching here, we only see results for the French pages of the site, and we even have dedicated language support for matching root words with each other. On the networking front, multilingual actually helps reduce PageFind's bandwidth usage. As it now only searches the language of the active page, we only need to search one subset of the index from any given page on the site. Additionally, PageFind produces a dedicated WebAssembly file for each language on a site, which avoids loading language-specific algorithms that aren't required for the language you're searching. In between those big milestones, we were busy improving the default UI library, expanding platform support, and rounding out many smaller features and configuration options. An enormous thank you goes out to everyone who was involved in submitting issues and contributing some features and fixes along the way. So, with that, we've arrived at PageFind's 1.0 milestone. This is something we started work on earlier this year, wrapping up the feedback and requests we heard the most from the community using PageFind, both where it shined and where it needed to improve. On the good side, the biggest positive signal we constantly heard was that PageFind was still super simple to set up and just works really well out of the box. And the biggest area we knew we needed to improve on was returning the best search results and getting closer to feature parity with some of the alternatives people wanted to migrate from. First, and largest on our list, was relevancy. PageFind's initial goals were entirely around getting that network payload as small as possible, not necessarily having the smartest search algorithms. Now that we've firmly achieved that initial goal, we have the time and space to really level up the quality of the search itself, and 1.0 is a giant step in that direction. Feature number 1 for relevancy is content weighting. This is a new feature that allows you to tag elements in your HTML with a custom weight that will make the containing text more or less important when ranking your search results. In the eye of giving PageFind the best out-of-the-box experience as possible, all H1 through 6 heading tags are weighted above your body text by default. This immediately gives a very strong preference for pages that contain your search query in their headings, which is a very good signal that the page is relevant. This new weighting feature also works great for de-ranking content. If you're indexing a technical documentation site and you find that code snippets are overrepresented in your search results, you can wrap your code blocks in a data PageFind weight attribute with a score below 1, which will make the body text much more favorable for PageFind to return. Feature number 2 for relevancy is better indexing for compound words and code. In PageFind's 0.x releases, all punctuation was stripped when indexing. This would cause a word like data PageFind body to be indexed simply as a single data PageFind body word, preventing it from coming up when a user searches for body or PageFind. With 1.0, this word will now be indexed as data PageFind body still, but also data PageFind and body all at the same location. This also works for changes in casing, so PageFind UI will now return results for UI on its own. What's even better is that with the addition of PageFind's weighting system, these compound words are automatically weighted below the word they make up. If the data PageFind body word was within a code block tagged with a weight of 1.5, then data, PageFind, and body would each be indexed at that location with a weight of 0.5. This helps keep whole words relevant while surfacing compound words where it makes sense. In sum, weighting in compound words had a very marginal impact on the index weight. And since we chunk the indexes based on a target file size, if anything, they cause a few more index chunks to be created, rather than an increase in total bandwidth. To help illustrate that, I've revived the MDN demo that I showed last year, but this year it's good enough to share. You can find this at mdn.pagefind.app. Loading this using a 0.x release of PageFind, we can see that a search for SVG takes around 200 kilobytes of bandwidth to resolve. Now, on 1.0, with all of our new features, searching for SVG takes still around 200 kilobytes. These numbers do change based on how PageFind splits up the index, but this shows that we're very much in the same ballpark for bandwidth usage. Next, in service of relevancy, are improvement to PageFind's ranking calculations. These now integrate with weighting and compound words, and will also return partial results if there would otherwise be none, which gives us the start of some typo tolerance. Additionally, for ranking, PageFind now takes how common the word is over the entire site into account. So a word will have very little impact on rankings if it's on every page of the site. When a user searches our MDN sample for the body element, we don't want to just surface the page with the most references to the, or even element, because we can tell ahead of time that body is the most unique word in this query, specifically for the site we're looking at. The best part of changing these ranking algorithms is that with the features built so far, the data was already there. Nothing needed to change apart from building and testing the code to make it happen. The final piece of the puzzle for surfacing relevant results was reworking the way PageFind calculates excerpts to be smarter. This calculation now also takes weighting into account, so excerpts are more likely to include heading text than a code sample by default. All of this comes together to a release that greatly improved how relevant PageFind search results feel. A demo is always worth 1,000 words, so we'll take a look at that MDN demo again. Here is a version indexed before the latest relevancy rework. Searching for SVG, we can see that the listing pages dominate these results due to the presence of methods containing the SVG term and the sheer number of results clumped together. Now we see the site indexed after the 1.0 release. With the same search term, we get substantially better results that prioritize headings and give us good excerpts. Looking at this page, you'll likely notice another new feature, and that's sub-results. This was probably the most heavily requested feature from users looking to migrate to PageFind. Especially for documentation sites with long pages, being able to jump directly to the relevant section is vital to a great search experience. Another good example of this is PageFind's own documentation. Previously, if you searched for root selector, you'd get a result for the configuration page as a whole. Now, with 1.0, you get a specific sub-result for each matching heading, and these jump you right to the relevant section. Keeping in tune with the theme so far, sub-results require no configuration when indexing your site. As it parses a page, PageFind keeps track of all elements with ID attributes and surfaces these alongside each result fragment. Each of these anchors only needs to reference a location in the main content and its ID, so they don't add much bandwidth overhead. Additionally, they're stored in the very final result fragments, so only a few are ever loaded at a time. This data isn't needed while performing the actual search. Something we had requests for, but were less clear on how to support, was indexing non-HTML content. PageFind is entirely structured around parsing HTML files into a search index, so until now, we haven't had any clear answer to this use case. With 1.0, we're releasing PageFind's Node.js indexing API. This is an alternative to running the binary CLI and instead takes the form of a library that can be imported to any Node script or program and used to programmatically build your search index. At its simplest, you can import it and run it on a directory and then write that directory to disk. This is functionally equivalent to running PageFind's binary directly. Where this gets really interesting is by combining this step with custom data. The index exposes two other methods that are each interesting ways to index content. First, we can pipe in custom HTML. Perhaps we have HTML in memory that we want to index without first writing it to the file system. If that doesn't suit, we can skip HTML parsing altogether and add custom records directly to our index. This would allow you to build a script that parses PDFs or image metadata, JSON files, really anything that you could extract text from, and insert it into PageFind's index. From there, you get all the benefits of PageFind's front-end search performance on whatever dataset you have. This feature is very open-ended, so I'm particularly excited to hear from anyone who builds something interesting with this feature. Feel free to open a discussion on PageFind's GitHub repo if you've had a play with it. And that's a wrap on the big headlines of 1.0. There are many more improvements and fixes included, so check the release notes on GitHub if you're interested in more. But before I go, I'd like to touch on what the future of PageFind looks like. And a lot of that comes down to everyone listening. So much of this 1.0 release has been shaped by feedback from the community, so I encourage anyone with ideas to open issues on PageFind's GitHub. If there's a way to build it while staying true to PageFind's core values, it'll likely be picked up as a feature. In terms of roadmap that is known, the first big item on the list is to refine and release PageFind's modular UI. This UI functions as building blocks rather than an entire unit, which allows you to construct your search UI out of modules that all talk to each other. This also means you can dip your toes into using PageFind's underlying search APIs by, for example, using a set of official modules and also building a custom filtering or custom results module that better suits your site and your data. Additionally, we always have more we want to do on search relevancy and search performance for even larger websites. If you find cases where search results could be better, or sites where search isn't as snappy as you'd like, we always love to get new test cases through PageFind's GitHub issues. That's everything from me for today. If you're interested in PageFind, check out the website and documentation at pagefind.app. There, you'll also find our guide for migrating any existing sites to the 1.0 release. And as always, reach out if you have any questions, either through GitHub or feel free to find me on any social platforms and spin up a conversation there. Thanks.
Yeah, incredible. I think the fact that you can do that on a purely static site with open source software, it's something that at least I would have assumed wasn't possible until I saw PageFind. Yeah, it's cool to see it like continue to evolve and get more powerful and really be used like throughout the industry and be like a go-to tool. So it's going to be cool to see that continue to evolve. Thank you so much for that, Liam. Okay, we're a few minutes away from our next talk. I just want to give a quick plug for the HugoConf socials. So you can follow us on HugoConf on the platform formerly known as Twitter and on Mastodon. And yeah, we're on the Fostodon server on Mastodon. So follow us there if you want to find out about all things Hugo and information about the next conference. We're planning, we did this last year, we did it this year, we're planning to do it again next year. It's always a lot of fun and just amazing seeing all the content and community come out for it. Yeah, so HugoConf wouldn't have been possible without HugoConf wouldn't have been possible without our sponsors. So we've got a quick word from Papercut. Papercut printing software superpowers your printers and multifunctional devices so they work a whole lot better. So here's a word from our sponsor.
Printers are better with Papercut. Here's why. Rainbows are fine, but how finer would they be with a unicorn? That's what printers are like with Papercut. They become more secure, save on printing costs. They're better for the environment, but they can be even more incredible. Quite simply, your printers are better with Papercut.
All right, back at it. Thank you, Papercut. So Liam just kind of went over and I feel like has really expanded what a static site is actually capable of. When Jamstack was originally termed, it was a term that was pretty synonymous with static. Static back in, I think Jamstack was coined 2016. And for a lot of people who aren't heads down in static site generators, static's like this word with a lot of baggage. Like a lot of people immediately think of a website from the 90s. They think about that design aesthetic. They think about old technology, and we've got new fancy bells and whistles. So why would we use a static site now? And that's really what Jamstack was about initially. And then over the years, the term expanded as we hit a lot of edge cases with a purely static website. Like maybe the build time was getting too much, but if you use Hugo, that build time, I've heard of like hundreds of thousands of pages being built in like seconds. Maybe you need some dynamic functionality for e-commerce or, just doing fancy things. And that's perfectly fine using serverless functions or dynamic rendering to do those things. But it is a trade-off. Like you're giving up a lot of the things that are good and amazing about static websites. So what I'm interested to talk about is where do you see the line for Jamstack? Where does Jamstack start and where does it end? And what have you seen, let's say over the past decade or however long you've been using static sites, that has really shifted, you're thinking about what's possible with a Jamstack site or a static site, a statically generated site. I'll give two just to kick things off. Moving, my first experience with Hugo kind of blew my mind because of the build speed. And, when I was coming from a Jekyll world, and I had in my mind a limitation of, okay, once you get up to maybe tens of thousands of pages, doing a build that's going to take hours or a lot of minutes or hours just isn't feasible. If every time you want to make an update, if you have to wait a long time for that build to happen, it's just beyond everything. This is not a fun environment to develop on. And then when I came to Hugo, suddenly it feels very instant, and that number of pages on a site gets pushed way out of what's feasible with a purely static website. And we heard from John and Alicia before about how you can split up one logical website into smaller subsites and then piece it together at build time to help reduce that build time and burden. Kind of, I guess, is that sharding? It makes a lot of sense to, you're kind of trading off some complexity for a more manageable build time. We just heard from Liam, where before PageFind, I had done some purely static search. What was the library called? Can't remember. JS something. But basically, it was a purely front-end search library in JavaScript. And how it would work is you would have, I would have a big JSON file of all the content I wanted to search. And then on page load, you would load that into whatever this library's called, index. And then you could have purely front-end search. And it was nice, particularly for a smaller site. But the trade-off is at a certain scale, you had to make decisions about what went into that index. Like if you have 100 pages, do you want 100 pages of content to go into the index to get searched? And so you're compromising the search in order to have it purely front end and remain in the static world. And that's really the beauty of PageFind, is you don't need to make that compromise. You can search an entire website, have it purely on the front end, not rely on any third parties, and have it static. Magic. So what are some technologies that have kind of blown your mind and expanded that static world for you? Let's have a look. Precisely why Cloudflare came back to Hugo for its documentation site. Luna.js. Thank you, Bryce. That's it. That's the search library I was talking about. Yeah, Cloudflare is a very interesting use case where they were using Hugo for their documentation. Then they switched to Gatsby and reactifying everything and fancy bells and whistles, and have recently moved back to Hugo. And they have a blog post talking about that transition. And a lot of it was that build speed from memory. It'd be interesting, like internally, to hear what the reasoning was to go to Gatsby in the first place, and then what pushed them to get off it. But build time, like I think Gatsby's pretty notorious for having very slow build times. I mean, particularly compared to Hugo. Yeah, so very interesting use case. All right, what else we've got? I see where edge functions could be helpful for some use cases, but haven't hit them myself since I'm not dealing with 4 million pages. Yeah, it's always that trade-off of with a lot of other frameworks that shall not be named here. If you want a 4 million page site, maybe you render 100 of them statically, and then the rest, the other 3,900,000 blah 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 on demand. And there are different techniques for doing that. Either it can be purely dynamic, or the first time a customer loads it, it's dynamic, and then it gets cached and it's basically static. And various trade-offs for doing that. But all of them have like a trade-off to a purely static site. Like there's no guarantee that first render will work, even though it just has to do it once. That it could fail and then a customer has a bad experience. It's not going to be as fast as just serving a purely static site. Yeah. Microservices. Yeah. I think that's the beauty of building around Jamstack as well, and is a nice kind of perk of serverless functions, is you don't need the behemoth application that serves the website and serves the content and has an API and has all the dynamic functionality. You can have a core which is static and then add on the dynamic functionality that you need as it's needed. Alpine.js. Yeah, in the past year, I learned and really got into Tailwind, and then through that found Alpine.js, which is a JavaScript library which is inspired by Tailwind's like verbose classes. So if you haven't used it, it's very interesting, and I think for simple websites, it's you feel very fast and efficient using it. Just adding some classes and not writing JavaScript, but having JavaScript, it's pretty cool. Nice, cool. All right, we're ready for our next speaker. So next up is Kristen Olaf, who works at Trimble as a front-end web developer and maintains several Hugo-built websites across different teams, including marketing sites, a design system, a developer documentation portal. He is involved with many open source projects on GitHub as a maintainer of HTML5 boilerplate, HTML hint, and has regularly contributed to the Hugo documentation site. So Kristen's talking about using Markdown render hooks with Hugo. Let's get it lined up. Here we go.
Hello Hugo people, hope you're enjoying the Hugo conference so far. I'm excited to join you today to give a quick talk about Markdown render hooks in Hugo. But before we get started, a quick few words about me. I am from the UK and I'm now living and working remotely from Osaka in Japan, and I work for Trimble Technology as a front-end web developer. The company is headquartered in the US, but we have offices all around the world. Outside of my full-time job, I love open software and contribute to many projects. I'm a maintainer on HTML5 boilerplate. I'm a maintainer on HTML hint. In fact, we publish a Visual Studio Code extension, which is really cool and useful for working with Hugo because it links your HTML templates in real time as you work on them. So check that out. And I am a maintainer on the Hugo documentation site, and I'm a regular contributor to Bootstrap as well. Yeah, I love these 4 projects and I work on them a lot every day. Okay, so Markdown render hooks. What are they? Well, they allow you to override how Markdown is rendered to HTML using custom templates. I'll give you a demo of that now. So let's jump into VS Code. Okay, so for this part we're switching to split screen mode, so I can show you the code in VS Code on the left and how it renders on the right in our web browser. So I've set up a simple website to demonstrate render hooks. Render hooks are available as headings, images, links and code blocks. So let's get started with headings to start with. Nice and easy one, and quite a simple one. By default, Markdown is rendered to HTML using the Goldmark renderer, and it works pretty much as expected. One useful thing it does is it adds IDs to each heading, and that's useful because if we inspect the code here, let's break this over a bit, you can have the direct links to the sections, which is useful if you're inspecting the code and you can see what the IDs are, but a normal user wouldn't be able to see that. So what we can do with render hooks, we have a render hook here pre-created, but it's currently disabled. I've added the underscore at the beginning, as you can see here. So yeah, headings, let's remove that leading underscore so it's enabled. And you can see now it's got this hashbang at the end of the link. So a user can click on that and they get the URL in the top there. So they can quickly copy and paste that and share it with a colleague or whatever. Yeah, it works on all of these now. You could style these with CSS to have it perhaps invisible to begin with, and it becomes visible when you hover over. So lots of options you can do with that. Okay, then next up, let's take a look at images. Images are displayed, if we do inspect element here, it shows you the image source, obviously, an optional alt text, which you should always include, and an optional title. So if you take a look at this here, Markdown, so it renders this as this. So that's pretty good, but there's lots of things not included. It's good to include the height and width of the image because it will render faster. And perhaps you'll want to include additional properties as well. Say, for example, you had lots of images on a page. Well, if you had like 100 cats, then if all of these images are different and loaded from a server, it would take quite a while to render. So it'd be good to lazy load them. So what we can do with render hooks, if we take a look at the code here of pre-prepared, it's disabled at the moment with the underscore again. So let's quickly talk through this. This beginning part here checks that it's using a Hugo version which is compatible with render hooks. And then we have the image source. the alt text, and then these two useful attributes here, decoding async and loading lazy, means they're decoded off the main thread, which can improve performance, and they're laser loaded too. Then the with title only shows the title if it's included one in the markdown text. And in this useful part here, it gets the image's height and width by reading the image properties from the static directory. So I've got the kitten image here. So let's go ahead and enable this again by removing the leading underscore. And the image is going to update now. And now you can see it has the async decoding, lazy loading, and because this is loaded from an external server, it doesn't have the height and width. But if we go back to the image locally hosted one, you can see it now adds the height and width. So this is a really useful render, and I recommend everyone to use something along these lines. Okay, then next up, links. Let's take a look at those. So in Markdown, if you have a link to an internal site or an external site, they're rendered the same way, which isn't probably always going to be the best way for it to work on your site. Users often expect external sites to have some sort of icon next to them. With render hooks, you can do this. So let's take a look at our example here. If the link URL begins with HTTP, then it can add a target underscore blank to it, and then after the link text, it can display this SVG here we have of an external link icon. So let's go ahead and enable this again, remove the underscore, and here we go, a nice icon next to the example.com link. And if you click on that, opens in a new link. But then if you click on the internal link, it doesn't open in a new window. So this is a useful shortcode, render hook to use. Okay then, so finally let's take a look at code blocks. Code block render hooks are the newest addition to Hugo. Here we have one. So this example code block here, let's enable it by removing the leading underscore. As you can see, this is just a render dash code block, so this will apply to all code fenced code blocks on your site, but you can also specify a per language render hook by adding the language afterwards, as here's one for Python, for example. So in this example here, the first thing it does is check that you have a compatible version of Hugo, which is useful to do. The minimum Hugo version for render hooks was 0.93, and then it renders the code block here. It adds a useful ID. So let's say, for example, on your page you had 100 different code blocks. By specifying a unique ID, it can enable the user to link to each one automatically, which I think is a good thing. But there's so much more you could do. You could add a copy to clipboard link button, and maybe an open in CodePen or open in StackBlitz functionality. I've got an example here of a shortcode I created for code blocks, and I'm currently in the process of converting it to a render hook, so I'm going to share the link to the code for that in the video description. I should quickly show you a demo of how the shortcode works. So here's the code block here, and it automatically renders how it looks in HTML as well. And then you can copy the code to clipboard and open the code in CodePen to see how it looks, and you can update the text, and it'll update the preview in real time. So I think this is a cool functionality to add as a render hook too. So that's render hooks. Yeah, we've covered all of the main ones: headings, images, links, code blocks. It'd be good to see support added for more render hooks though. Let's take a look here. I opened an issue to request support to be added for tables. I think this would be really useful. If you want to see this added too, make sure you give the issue a thumbs up. Also, there's an open pull request for list items to be added as a render hook. I'd like to see this added too, so if you do too, make sure you give that a thumbs up or even review PR. Okay, so that's the talk over. There's one last thing I wanted to mention though, and that is I wanted to say a big thank you to David, Mike, and the Hugo Conference team for putting on this event. Really appreciate it. It was great to be a part of, and a big thank you to the Hugo community, everyone who uses Hugo, everyone who's contributed to the code, and everyone who's chatting on the discourse channel. Thank you to everyone. Okay, peace. Bye.
Thank you so much, Kristen. Earlier we were talking about best hidden gem features of Hugo, and I feel like this is a great one. If you're trying to add that tiny external link button without render hooks, either you have to use a markdown library that supports maybe some sort of class or something that you can hook into, and then you have to remember to add the class to every external link. Probably not going to happen over like a large documentation site. Someone will definitely forget. Or maybe you do it with some sort of JavaScript. At render time. Also trade-off, not an amazing solution. This is ideal where you can guarantee every external link will have that button. Every image will have a width and height. It's ideal. And we've done something similar on our marketing site where you could rewrite like an image URL to be served from like ImageX or Cloudinary or like another provider, and then add attributes to resize it. So now someone non-technical can add an image straight from their DLSR that's 100 megapixels and 100 gig photo, which happens. And ImageX will resize that down to a nice JPEG or WebP or AVIF, and make it a fraction of the right size. Keen to hear from the chat, like what other render hooks. Kristen mentioned a table, which that makes a lot of sense, especially for documentation. Tables are used a lot, and it'd be cool to kind of enforce some like styles and maybe like accessibility attributes on it. Like what other elements would you want to see render hooks on, and to keep that markdown nice and beautiful and clean, and a lot of the like styling kind of and consistency and maybe some accessibility stuff just out of the markdown, and that logic lives in externally. So we've got table issue ASAP. I've wanted them forever. Tables. Maybe that's it. Yeah, I'm trying to think what else. Like links, images, a list. I don't know what you'd... Yeah, table does seem like the next big one. Maybe video. Yeah, but code blocks is a big one too. And it was cool seeing how he extended the code block to have the copy width and the code pen as well. Like super powerful. Just saves button clicks from a developer reading it, which makes a developer more likely to try it out and mess around with the API. Super cool. Right. Next, we have Vishaka Savra, who is a self-taught front-end developer from a non-engineering background. She has embarked on an exciting journey to bring captivating web experiences to life. Her hands-on experience with Hugo has allowed her to appreciate the power of static site generators in creating lightning-fast websites. Through dedicated self-learning, Vishaka has honed her skills in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, TypeScript, Tailwind, Bootstrap, Node.js, enabling her to seamlessly bridge the gap between design and functionality. So she's talking about how to turn a Hugo website into a progressive web app for better user engagement. Let's do it.
Hello there, welcome to HugoConf. I am Vishaka Savra and a self-taught front-end developer. Today I'm so excited to share my talk with Hugo's community. Thank you for joining me, and now let's start with our talk on how to convert a Hugo website into a progressive web app. So, let's get started. Here is a quick overview of what we will be discussing today. Our first topic of the day is progressive web apps or PWAs. Next up, we will take a closer look at Hugo, a powerful static site generator that's gaining popularity among developers. Then we will select a Hugo theme for our progressive web app conversion. Lastly, I'll show you how to transform your Hugo website into a progressive web app. So, let's get into it. What are PWAs? PWAs or progressive web apps are a type of web application that combines the best of both web and mobile apps. Progressive web apps are web applications that are built using standard web technologies such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. This allows developers to create PWAs using familiar web development tools and languages. PWAs use these technologies to provide an app-like experience in the browser, making them accessible on a wide range of devices and platforms without the need for platform-specific development tools or languages. PWAs are designed to work seamlessly on any platform or devices with a modern web browser such as your desktop computers, smartphones, and tablets. PWAs are responsive. They load quickly and work seamlessly offline by caching data. They deliver an app-like feel with smooth performance and can be installed on home screens like any other native apps and ensure data security through HTTPS. Now, let's take a closer look at Hugo. What is Hugo? Hugo is a static site generator written in the Go programming language. It is one of the most popular static site generator and is known for its speed, flexibility, and ease of use. A static site generator is a tool that takes your content and templates and converts them into static HTML pages. This means that the pages are pre-rendered and served to user directly without the need for a server-side application to process them. This makes static site very fast and efficient. Hugo supports a wide range of features such as Markdown, image processing, multilingual support, multiple themes, asset management, and many more. Now, what makes Hugo the best candidate for progressive web apps? When considering Hugo for PWA conversion, its speed and simplicity become key features. PWAs require fast loading times, responsive design, and efficient use of web resources, all of which aligns with Hugo's strength. Since Hugo generates static HTML files, the resulting websites are incredibly fast to load. This speed is essential for progressive web apps, as it ensures a smooth and quick user experience even on slow and unreliable networks. Hugo simplicity also plays an important role in PWA development. Creating a PWA involves implementing features like Service Worker for offline capabilities and Manifest file for installation on the home screen, which we will discuss later on. Now that we are familiar with Hugo, let's select a suitable Hugo theme for our project. Let's head over to the gohugo.io website and navigate to the themes section. Within the themes section, you will find this theme called Selinger-theme. To get a feel of this theme, you can explore its live demonstration by clicking on Demo. As you scroll down the page, you will come across the Quick Start section. In the prerequisite section, you will find the following requirements. You should have Hugo, Git, and NPM installed on your local machine. Now, for installing the theme, you should add this theme as a submodule to your new Hugo site. Then create a new hugo.toml file in the root directory and add the content in it from the hugo.toml file present in the example folder. Then we have to install the required dependencies in the root as well as in the themes folder. So for now, let's just copy this line. Open the terminal and let's start by creating a new Hugo site. To create a new Hugo site, you have to run the command Hugo new site, then followed by your Hugo site name. In my case, it's going to be Hugo-PWA. And now let's navigate to this folder. Then let's initialize an empty Git repository by running the command git init. After that, let's add the Selenga theme as a submodule. The line that we copied from the Hugo website earlier, let's paste it over here and then let's enter. So now you will see here that it has done cloning, and now to open this folder in our VS Code, let's run the command code followed by period. Now the next thing we have to do is copy over the hugo.toml file present in the example folder into the hugo.toml file present in our root directory. So let's copy all of its content and let's close this, and in the hugo.toml file let's paste the content that we copied from the hugo.toml file present in the example folder. And let's just uncomment this, okay, and let's save the file. Additionally, you will need to copy all of the content present in this example site folder, this content folder, into the root directory. So what we will do is we will delete this content folder present into the root, and then let's copy this content present in the example site folder and paste it into the root directory. So now these files are all copied, alright. Once that's done, it's time to install the dependencies both into the root and into the theme folder. So let's just copy this for now. Open the terminal and paste these commands, okay? And let's click on enter. And it will start installing all the packages it needs. So now it has done installing all the packages it needs into the themes folder. The next thing we will do is copy all of these commands and then paste it, and let's click on enter. And now it's installing all of the npm packages into our root directory. After all of it's done, at last let's run the command hugo server, which will start serving the website on the local host 1313. Let's control plus click on it, and there you have your website running. Amazing, right? And when you scroll here, you will see the content that we have copied from the content folder present in the example site, and this is also working. Light and dark themes, system default, okay, and here we have the post. So when we click on it, it's working fine as well. Pretty amazing. So once this Hugo website is set up, now the next step is to convert this Hugo site into a progressive web app. So to achieve this transformation of turning the Hugo site into a progressive web app, there are two crucial elements to keep in mind. First one is manifest.json file. The manifest.json file is another key aspect of progressive web app. It is a JSON file that contains metadata about your web application, such as its name, icons, and display preferences. Configuring this file properly ensures that your web app can be installed on user devices like a native app. Then we have service worker file, sw.js. This service worker file is a fundamental component of progressive web app. It's a JavaScript file that runs in the background and handles tasks like caching, offline functionality, and push notification. We will create and configure this file to enhance your website performance and user experience. Then we have to register the service worker file. After creating the service worker file, we will need to register it into our website's code. This step is crucial as it will enable the service worker file to run in the background, providing us the progressive web app features. And then what we will do is we will test the progressive web app into our dev tools. let's get back to our code. Our next step is to create two essential files which we talked about, manifest.json file and the sw.js file, the service worker file. So let's over to this static folder present in the root directory and let's create the two file sw.js, that will be a service worker file, and let's create the manifest.json file. And also let's create an image folder in this and let's name it for now img, which will contain all the icons that we want. File name and short name defines the name of the progressive web app. Name defines how the application will be listed. Short name is the name accompanying the icon on the home screen. Description is a brief description of what your PWA does or represents. Icons define an array of images. These specify a collection of icons that represent your app on different devices and contexts. To include icons of various sizes, you can use this fantastic PWA Builder image generator. Here, what you need to do is start by selecting a logo you have designed for your progressive web app and then download it. This tool will generate a folder containing all the required images. Choose the icons of various sizes from this folder and paste them into the image folder located within the static directory of our project. So let's copy all of these images and let's paste it into our image folder. Now once you have pasted the icons in the image folder of your project, the next step is to include them into the manifest file. Each icon is defined by its source, the image file path name, then the size, which is dimension in pixels, then type, the image format, and then the purpose. So just like this, include as many images as you can. So these are all the icons sizes which I am using. Okay. Next we will have the start URL, which will define the URL where your PWA should start when launched. Display determines how your app should be displayed. So standalone here means it should appear as a standalone application, not in the browser window. Instead of standalone, you can also use full screen, minimal UI, or browser. Then orientation defines or specifies the default orientation for the web application. Portrait means it starts in a portrait mode. Background color sets the background color displayed when the PWA is loading. Theme color is the default theme color for the application. On Android, this is also used to color the status bar. So once we are done with manifest.json file, let's save this file. Before we move forward with including this manifest.json file to the HTML file, let's head over to the browser where the website is running on localhost 1313. Right-click anywhere on this page and then let's select Inspect. To launch the browser DevTools. Within the Developer Tools, navigate to the Application tab. There you will find a section for the manifest file, service worker file, and storage. And now as you will see that it says no manifest file has been detected even for the service worker, and storage is also at 0, and in cache you will see nothing. Okay, so let's include this manifest file in HTML. Head back to the code and here you will have this layout folder which is empty for now. And when you open this themes folder, you will have this layout folder in here. Let's just copy this and delete this layout folder which is present in the root directory. And then the folder you copied from this theme folder, paste it into the root directory. So let's open this partial folder, and in this you will find this head.html file, and here you will have all these meta tags. So below this, add these 2 lines of code. Theme color meta tag will allow us to define the color that will be used for the browser's UI when the progressive web app is launched. Okay, you can replace it with any color code you prefer. Then the next, we are linking the manifest file, which is very important for our progressive web app. It links to our manifest file, which contains metadata about our web application. When user visits the website, their browser can discover this manifest file and use it to prompt them to install your progressive web app on their device's home screen. Before moving any further, make sure that you save this HTML file. Now let's verify if the manifest.json file is functioning correctly. And now when you head over to the localhost 1313, and before even refreshing, my manifest file is already here, but if you cannot see it, what you have to do is you have to refresh the file once again. And here you will see, or you will find the details such as the name, short name, description, and icons have all been retrieved from the manifest.json file we just created. Pretty amazing, right? And in service worker, you will see that we do not have any service worker as of now, but you got this manifest file and it is coming from this manifest.json file which we created in our code. Okay. So now that our manifest is working properly and it is linked and it is functioning, let's proceed to create this service worker file. Okay. So let's close this files for now and close this also. And in the sw.js file, let's start by importing the workbox library, specifically the service worker script from a content delivery network. You can visit that documentation on this link and grab the code for importing the script from here. After that, we will use destructuring assignments to extract specific functions or objects from the workbox library. Register route is a destructuring assignment that extracts the register route function from the workbox routing module and assigns it to a variable within the same name, register route. Precache and route is another destructuring assignment that extracts the precache and route function from the workbox.precaching module and assigns it to a variable with the same name, precache and routing. This register route function registers the routes for caching specific types of files such as CSS and JS. Using the stale file revalidate strategy, it defines a cache name, assets, and specifies caching behavior, including the maximum number of entries and cache lifetime, that is max age seconds. And now the second register route function is similar to the first one. This code register routes for caching images files such as PNG, JPG, GIF using the cache first strategy. It also defines a cache name, images, and caching behavior. Then this function precache and route precaches and routes specific URLs such as index.html and 404.html in this case. Precaching involves storing these URLs as their revisions in the cache, ensuring they are available offline. So basically, this service worker file is used to cache CSS, JS, and image files with specified strategy and cache settings. Additionally, it precaches specific URLs to improve the online performance and reliability for our progressive web app. Let's save this file, and now moving on forward, our next task is to register this service worker file. To do this, open this layout folder, and in this default folder you will find this base of HTML file. And when you scroll down below this script, you have to add one more script here. So just copy all of this code which I have written over here. This script will handle the registration of our service worker. This code will check if the browser supports the service worker, and if it does, registers a service worker for our PWA. It then logs a message to the console to indicate whether the registration was successful or if there was any error. This will ensure that the PWA is working correctly even offline and provide a better user experience. So let's save this file also. And now to verify the functionality of our service worker file, let's open the browser where our website is running. And you will see here that it has already started loading even before I have refreshed it. Okay. So what you have to do is just navigate back to this application tab, and in this you will find this service worker section. and you will see that it has been activated and it is running. To stop it, you can stop it from here. This confirms that a service worker file has been successfully registered and is operational. And when you go to the console, you will see that it is pre-caching 2 files and it is responding to our URL. And you will see this message which says that registration is succeeded. Okay. So scrolling down, you will see this cache storage. You will find a workbox cache which displays the 2 files we cached, index.html and 404.html. Additionally, under the assets, you will find the cached CSS file. And then for the images, there is this one icon pre-cached. Okay. Now what we will do is we will conduct a lighthouse test. So click on this arrow and there you will find this lighthouse tab. So here what we will do is click on this analyze page report. And in the matter of moments, the test will generate a report. So you will see that finally we have this report available for our review. But one thing which I am noticing here is that we did not got the write check on this PWA icon. So I don't know why we didn't got this write check, because we did everything. Like we created a manifest file, we created a service worker file, and for the performance, accessibility and best practices and SEO, you will see that we have good numbers. So yeah, so what we will do is we will click on this and you can see that we have this all green here. Okay, so here we have this. So this is why we didn't got that green check mark on that PWA, because in this manifest file we don't have an icon with the purpose maskable. So what we will do is we will head back to our code and let's open up our manifest.json file. What we will do is we will copy this lines of code and we will paste them over here, and in the purpose any, let's say maskable. Okay, we should have at least one icon with the purpose maskable. It is the requirement of the progressive web app. And now when we have saved this file, let's open the browser again, and what we will do is we will empty the cache and we will hard reload it. So let's close this for now and let's analyze this page load again. And now I hope we get that green check mark on that PWA. So it's generating, and let's wait for a matter of moment. And there we finally have this green check mark over here on the PWA. Let's click on it and you will see that this now is green. So now everything is perfect. So that's pretty much it. So let's check again our service worker file. It's running and it is activated. The manifest file is also running, and here you will see that we have 2 icons, because one icon was with purpose any and one icon was with purpose maskable. And here you can use as many icons you can. And then in cache storage we have these 2 files. All right, in asset we have this 1 file, and image we have this 144 dimension 1 icon. So this is pretty much it. So that wraps up our talk. Thank you for joining me in this talk, and I hope you learned something new today. If you have any doubts or queries, please do not hesitate to reach me out on the links given here. Thank you for your time and engagement.
Thanks, Vishaka. That was awesome. I haven't done a lot with progressive web apps, but you broke that down really nicely. And yeah, it just looks like, from what you showed there, like a really great way to preload and control the cache of website assets. So thank you so much for sharing. Okay, we've got our next talk coming up in 5 minutes. So before we were talking about Cloudflare and converting, initially their docs were in Hugo, then they converted to Gatsby, and then they converted back to Hugo. So let's have a look at the blog post. We were just talking about it before. So yeah, this is the blog post on the move back to Hugo. And it's just interesting reading the why we're excited. After all the changes were in place, we ended up with a near identical replica of the developer documentation site. However, upon closer inspection, a number of major improvements have been made. Our application now has fewer moving parts for development and deployment, which makes it significantly easier to understand and onboard other contributors and team members. Our developer flow is a lot snappier and fully replicated the production behavior. This hugely increased our iteration speed and confidence. Our application was now built as an HTML first static website, as I believe docs should be. Even though it was always a content site, we're now shipping 90% less JavaScript bytes, which means that our visitors' browsers are doing a lot less work to view the same content. The last point speaks to our web page's performance, which has real world implications. These days, websites with faster page loads times are preferred over competitor sites with slower response times. This is true for human and bot users alike. In fact, this is so true that Google now takes page speed into consideration when ranking search results and offers tools like Webmasters and Lighthouse to help owners track and improve their scores. Below you can see the before and after. Not great performance and SEO before, and then they actually went down in accessibility. I wonder what happened there. But that first contentful paint is what's that, about half? 50% cut. That's crazy. Time to interaction. That's a 700% increase, give or take. Blocking time, half a second of just nothing. Then largest contentful paint 6.4 seconds to 1.9. Those differences are just insane. And it's I just wonder in that case, what were they getting from Gatsby and React that justified that move in the first place? Because it just seems like the trade-off's insane. And they're saying now we're shipping 90% less JavaScript and the functionality is identical. So what was all the JavaScript doing? I feel like a lot of the industry and movement from the static site generators that shall not be named have just made React a default tool, and then all problems are solved through a React lens. I think it should be the opposite. I think websites should start off as a purely static website, and then evaluate, okay, this needs JavaScript, so I'm going to add on JavaScript just for this piece. Or this needs dynamic functionality, so I'm going to add something, maybe an API, maybe serverless, whatever, just for that piece. And it's all additive, rather than starting at the top, super complex, and then trying to figure out the performance and how you can actually, maybe you really want to use React. Okay, that's cool. But now you have to figure out how you're going to get these Lighthouse scores down to something reasonable. I think the initial Jamstack movement really had a lot of that, where web performance was a top concern. And now we're doing a lot of rendering React on the server side, and it just feels like we've really lost what was so good about, and what is so good about static websites. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but it's cool to see a company recognize that and embrace it, and embrace Hugo, embrace static, and embrace the premise of what Jamstack was. Okay, next talk. Another pillar of the Hugo and static site generator community, Brian Klein, who's been working for the Good Docs project for the last 3 years and building sites with Hugo for the last 8 years. He's also been working remotely for Thunderhead from an island in the Pacific Northwest for the last 11 years. Now you got a timeline of Brian's life. He's talking about use of the Good Docs project content templates as archetypes in Hugo. All right, Brian, let's keen to hear. Let's do it.
Hi, everybody. This is Brian Klein, and today I'd like to talk to you a bit about the use of the Good Docs project content templates as archetypes in Hugo. My day job is with Thunderhead Engineering, where we develop engineering software for life safety, and I'm also a volunteer member of the Good Docs project on the project steering committee, and I'm speaking to you with that hat on today and how we can use the Good Docs project templates as part of your documentation. So why do we want to do that? We really want to maximize efficiency of information transfer. We're trying to shorten the distance between I need to get specific information out and get it into the head of somebody else. So we don't want to reinvent the wheel with that and start from scratch every time for every new content type. We'll go ahead and stand on the shoulders of giants and take advantage of all of the good information and experience of everybody who's been a member of the Good Docs project and all of the feedback that we've received from people who use the templates as part of their projects. So how we're going to do that, we're going to be using the Good Docs project templates as Hugo site archetypes, and we're going to be editing those through Gitpod, and I'll even mention Front Matter CMS and how that's a nice option for editing your content. What we will be doing with that, we're creating a bash command to pull the Good Docs project templates from GitLab. We're going to turn those into archetypes. We'll use another command to make new content from those archetypes, and you'll see that in action here in a moment. Who we're looking at targeting this talk and the templates to are software developers, technical writers, project owners. Hopefully that's you. You'll find use in this. You see a couple of URLs here where we have the Good Docs project itself, and then just an example site that I have put together a while ago and keep adding useful bits to as I come across new ideas or new things to help out with Hugo. There's a whole bunch of references here that I'll be making to different tools and technology and things. So here's a little reference slide just to look up any of that at your own leisure. Let's go ahead and see that in action and I'll jump right in. And where I want to start is with the Good Docs project templates itself. There is a public project here on GitLab. You can see the URL here at the top. And in that project, I'm in the main branch here, there are regular releases of the state of the templates over time. And so we just did a 1.0 release, 1.1 is coming up soon. I'll be working with the main branch today. And primarily I'll be working with that because there was some housekeeping done to update some of the file names and make them more consistent from template to template. That makes the scripting and everything that I'm showing today much easier to use. As an example, if you go to any one of these folders, typically you'll see two files at least, a guide.tutorial and template.tutorial. So the guide file is always giving you information about the template itself, what kind of information goes in it, how to use it, all of that. It goes into a lot of detail and background. And then the template file is the actual structure, the markdown file and the structure of the content that you want to use for your new content. So we really want these templates, right? The template dash, that's what we're looking for our archetypes. The guides are great for background and information. I recommend you go read those and you can get those on the site. But the templates is the useful bit for us today. So let's switch over here to my starter project. It's also on GitLab. You can see the URL here. And I'm just working in the main branch. I'm using a tool called Gitpod. Gitpod sets up ephemeral workspaces that are basically configured to run all the operations, use whatever image or workspace environment that you need. It can open up ports, do live serving. It's a really nice tool for having specific configurations for lots of different projects and be able to just launch those workspaces without having to install anything locally or mess with anything like that. One other thing is I'm using the Gitpod browser extension, and that adds helpful little buttons to make sure that you can launch the environment from the proper context. So in this case, I'm in main branch. If I click Gitpod, it actually launches the Gitpod environment and runs through the script here. Go get the templates and create archetypes and everything. Right here is the first step, so that subsequent steps will use that information and make that information available. So you can see get the templates, run Tailwind in watch mode, and then run Hugo dev server and run that live and make sure the live reload works and everything else. This information here, port 1313, that's the default port for Hugo, as most people know. And when that port opens, I want it to go ahead and just open up a new browser tab, which we see right over here. So that opened up automatically. All that happens when you launch the workspace. All of that happens in different terminals. I'm also using a tool called Front Matter. I'll just reference that quickly. It's an extension for VS Code, and it lets you work with your media assets, snippets, data files, create your tags and taxonomies, and even your content. So you can click in here, and it'll go ahead and give you UI. You can build UI for your Front Matter page sections here and be able to edit those and jump in and do all of that visually without having to remember all the different fields and everything in the Front Matter variables. What's nice about Front Matter is it also has the ability for you to create content from archetypes in the file system. And so if we take a look up here, these are the Hugo archetypes. I can also create Front Matter templates to create new content through the UI, which is pretty helpful. I'm not going to use that today. I'm going to get rid of Front Matter for now, but it is an option that you can do to make that easy for managing your content. So we'll notice here in the archetypes folder that there's lots of these template dash files, and then one called templates dash front matter. This is the only file that I check into my repository. The other ones I basically generate dynamically when I spin up the environment. I go ahead and pull all the latest versions of the templates from main and fill those in here with the archetypes folder. So let's go ahead and take a look at how to do that. If I go to the docs path here, I put some information in here about how you can do this yourself. So the first thing to take a look at here is this long series of commands in bash and the command line. So using a URL like this, you can pull an archive of a particular branch or release, tag, etc. from GitLab and pull that down. In this case, it's targz file. I then use the tar command to extract that. And this transform function, I'm basically saying, go through all subfolders and everything of the archive and transform that all up to put it all in the root of this output folder, which is archetypes. And I'm only looking for files that end with MD. So I'm not getting anything else except markdown files in this case in any of the subdirectories. The next step then is to go through that folder and find any file that's not named template, then a wildcard.md. So it has to start with the word, with the string template, can have anything in between, and then end with MD, and delete anything that doesn't match that pattern, that is not that name. Now I want to go through every template dash. For each one of those, I do this little set operation that essentially cats my templates front matter that I have in that file and inserts that at the top of every single file, just puts it right in front above everything else in the template. And then at the end, it removes the archive. That command generates all of these files, and it's very fast. In fact, here's the command. If I hit it, it's done. It goes and gets those, it updates and everything. If we take a look at like the tutorial, for example, you can see now that it has that front matter from my templates front matter here, and it's been inserted at the top. One thing to note are that the templates usually start with an H1 called title. In most static site web markdown files, the title variable in the actual front matter is what's used for the H1 typically in your layouts and your designs, and not a H1 level heading. And you can delete that from the top of the template. And then now we're starting with overview. And you can see here's the content. This is the rest of it all the way down. Now I want to actually create the content. I'll go ahead and copy this command. I've given some information here about how this works, but we'll come back in here and to bash, and I'll paste this. And what I'm basically saying is Hugo new. So that tells Hugo to make new content. In the docs folder, I want a file called this is how you do something.md. I want to use the template tutorial kind, that's the K, and that's going to look in archetypes and pull whatever you've named that here. It'll look up the name and use that archetype for your new content. And this is how you do something with these hyphens. You'll notice here in the templates that there's actually a replace.name function. And this will get rid of all the dashes in the file name, replace it with spaces, and then title case it, and then use that as the actual title text when the template is used to create the new file. So if I come in here now and I hit enter, the content is now created. And if we take a look here, let me minimize some of the stuff. We have into content, docs, we have a new file here. This is how you do something. And you can see that it was title cased and put there. So now we just start editing, and I can come over here now and see this is how you do something. I have Hugo running in a state where it automatically navigates to whatever page changes. So because we created this page new, it automatically loaded it. Then I can say in this cool tutorial, and if I save, you can see the word cool come in. So now as I'm editing, I'm seeing live updates as I save of exactly what the page will look like on the finished website. If you have any suggestions on templates, you'll notice something here at the bottom of every template where it'll say there are more here and feedback form is here. Notice there's and template equals tutorial. This is a little code for us so that when you open up the feedback form, it'll automatically know which tutorial you're giving feedback on, and then you can give any of the information here and submit that to us. That gets triaged and then used to improve the template. All right, with that, I think that covers it. If you have any other questions, please let me know, and I hope you have a great day. Take care.
Thanks for sharing that, Brian. I think archetypes is a feature that I'm not aware of on other static site generators. And yeah, when I discovered that one, it really blew my mind about just creating consistency across a website and new content. Otherwise you kind of have to have these processes and documentation that you just kind of hope people follow and will probably mess up at some point. Yeah, thanks again for sharing. Okay, we've got our next talk coming up in a few minutes. Yeah, let's talk about the name Hugo. So I just brought up Hugo on Wikipedia, and here's what we've got. Hugo is a surname. The English version is Hugh. The Italian version is Ugo or Hugo. And then on the Wikipedia page, we have a name day. And like in the Czech Republic, it's April 1st. In Germany, it's April 29th. Does anyone know what a name day is? I have no idea what that would mean. Is it the day that you celebrate all the Hugos? Is it like Hugo's birthday? Do we know Hugo's birthday? Then we have a whole bunch of notable people, notable Hugos. So who's your favorite Hugo from history? Let's have a look at the chat. Thank you to Descript for helping me trim 4 minutes off my original raw recording. For those that haven't used Descript, that's from Brian, by the way. Descript is a app for editing and I guess creating video, and it has really cool smart features that you can say, cut out all my ums and ahs, or like optimize my voice or improve my voice and just make it sound better. And it'll let's say you record like a 10-minute video, maybe you're like doing a demo or something like that. It'll transcribe all the text that you say in the video, and then you can just edit that text. So you could say, you might have a paragraph that's, you kind of go off on a tangent and you're like, I don't want that. You can just delete the text and it will edit and just cut that part of the video out. Or it also, this was in beta last time I checked, if you want to say a word that you didn't say in the recording, you can type it, and using the rest of your voice in the video, it will try and say that word in your voice. So it's pretty cool, and just really speeds up editing a video for sure. For Hugo, it might be 13th of January the following year, port 1313. That's good. Overdub, that's what the feature's called. Nice, thanks Brian. Victor Hugo Appreciation Gang, nice. Fast paced and clear, nice presentation. Nice. All right, let's roll into our next talk. Another pillar of the Hugo community. It's a community event, and it's cool, really awesome seeing these prominent people show out. So we've got Regis Philibert, who is a web developer from Montreal. He worked with WordPress for years until he got tired of it and successfully transitioned to static. On that, in the chat, who came from WordPress or Drupal or equivalent kind of heavyweight CMS? Like, I feel like that's kind of the story of how people discover static site generators and Hugo, myself included. He's been involved in the Hugo community since 2017, and while curious about its competitors, Hugo remains his first choice. When he's not building websites with Hugo for the new dynamic, he writes or talks about it. So Regis is going to introduce Huge, a Hugo framework. Over to you.
Hello, my name is Regis Philibert. I work at the New Dynamic, where we create a lot of Hugo websites. And over the years, we realized there was a lot of redundant stuff that we had to do every time we created a website. Namely, setting up your asset pipelines, your CSS, your Tailwind, and your JavaScript, your GSX, or whatever, all the compilation. The media transformation as well, the self-hosted fonts. So we wanted to speed up that process. And for that, we created a framework called Huge. Huge takes a lot of the most recent features of Hugo, like the asset pipelines, the media transformation, and put them back into where we think they belong, which is declaration files, configuration files. That's what we love about Hugo, the fact that it's declarative. A lot of stuff happens in your configuration files, and then the templates take care of the rest. So Huge does that. You create a few JavaScript files, you declare them in your configuration files, you tell Huge how to process them, how to compile them, how to minify or fingerprint them, and then in the templates, it's a very basic partial. So today I want to take you through Huge and its core concept, namely JavaScript, CSS, also self-hosted fonts, and the fact that you can also use environment variables with it, like your own little .m, but for Hugo. Let's go. The first thing I want to tell you about is the Huge wiki, which lives at the repos of Huge at github.com/thenewdynamic/huge/wiki. And there, every features of Huge are heavily detailed with all of the setup, all that you can do, the configuration files, what the output is, and all the list of the parameters, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I strongly advise you to go back to it to check out each of its features in detail after this talk. Thank you. So as you can see, we have a very basic Hugo project. That's the front end. There's nothing there yet. I mean, there's no style, there's no JavaScript, nothing, just HTML. It's a very simple project, very basic, a few partials, and a config YAML file, which for now has really nothing. So the first thing you want to do is really make sure that your Hugo project is a Hugo module in itself, so that it's going to be able to import other Hugo module. And the way to do that is to use the Hugo mod init function, and then the parameter would be your repo. It's all right if it doesn't exist yet. You can put anything for now. Classics will do. And now you can see that it's been initialized because you have this very simple Go mod file that just registers the Go version and you know, the repo, etc. Now back to your config.yaml file. What you want to do is add module and then imports. And then one of those imports, actually the only one we'll need for now, is github.com/thenewdynamic, which I for capital letters because they're important, and Huge. And now I can run a quick Hugo so that it's going to build the site, download all of the modules that are dependent of Huge. And you can see now I've got a GoSum file, which means it has registered all of those things. Huge is importing its own little modules, so that's why you see several stuff there. And now we have Huge installed. Before moving forward, there's one more thing you need to do in order for Huge to work, is that we're going to have to mount its configuration files into your own project. There's no way for Huge to instruct Hugo to do that by itself because it's an imported module. So you as a project owner will have to do this. So you can just add mounts to your module config, and we're going to register several. So the thing we want for Huge is this one. So source is Huge config, and the target will be assets Huge config. To make sure that it works proper, we're going to also import assets, the main directory. All right, so now that we're ready to use Huge, we're going to have to start and add our first configuration file. We're going to start with the styles. You can see I've got those assets files here, and I want to, being able to register them. If I was using Hugo, you would have to go resources, is get SCSS, main, SCSS, etc., apply the various transformations, fingerprinting, minifying, depending on your environment, etc. With Huge, it's going to be much more easier than that. It's just going to be a configuration file where we register our styles before we call them. So the first file we want to create is going to be at the root, and it's huge config, and then styles dot YAML, and in there the loan parameter for that will be an array of styles that we register. There's going to be several parameters for each style, but the most critical one is the name. We're going to call this one main, and that's the ID by which we'll reference it whenever we need to load it on the site. And then the path, obviously, so Huge knows where to find it. It's relative to your assets directory. So here it's scss/main.scss. Now that I've done that, I can go back into my template file here, and there is an available partials. You're going to find this partials is for many features of Huge. It's called tags because it prints the tags that you need for that particular feature, declaration, or whatever. So here it's inside Huge styles, which is the module, the feature, whatever you want to call it, and tags. And then, of course, now is the ID of the style we want to print the tag of. Here it's main. So if I start doing this, now all of a sudden, boom, I get my beautiful site here with my SS, CSS, whatever. And here you can see that it works. If I change the color of the text for the whole body, you can see that it works nicely. Everything is red now. Okay, now let's look at the file that has been imported by Huge. It is here, CSS men.css. Now we could apply a bit of more stuff. Let's start with fingerprinting because it's easy to check. Fingerprint will add a hash to the name of your file. It's a basic Hugo pipes transformation. So fingerprint, if you set it to always, it means it will always fingerprint it. Now, Hugo doesn't necessarily watch the Huge configuration files. So you're going to have to restart the server. Obviously, you're not going to edit your styles configuration too often during the project, but here it is. And now if I restart, I can check that my file has been fingerprinted. Here it is. The other thing you can do is set your style to be internal, which means it will be inline, wrapped in a style tag. So you just use internal. You set it to true. And now if I restart the server, we're going to see that it is here inside a little style tag. And again, it's a great way to explore the minify parameter. We'll set it to always, just like we've done with fingerprinting. And now if I restart the page, you can see that our style has been minified. So we've set those to always, but it can also be, it should actually be usually an environment. So production, staging, you name it. And it can be an array of environments so that it will be, active in production, but also on staging. And, you can have that for both. It's usually how it plays. There is on the Huge wiki a reminder of what an environment is in Hugo. So I invite you to read through this in the environment section. We'll get back to this later to make sure you know what your staging, production, and all of your environments are. Now, we've only loaded one style, main, but let's say we want to load two. For example, we would have a critical style and then we want to be in line, and then we want a regular style. That will be loaded afterwards. So I'm going to remove the base from here, and it might break the site a bit, but it's temporary. And I'm going to create a critical.scss file that will import the base. And now I will add my new style. So its name will be critical. Its path will be scss/vertical.scss, and it's an internal one, true. All good. And now in my base off, instead of just using a string as main, I will be able to use a slice. As you know, a slice in Hugo is just an array. So here we are going to be loading critical and then we'll call it main. And when I save, oh, my style is back to normal. And if I look inside of the head, you can see I've got my base up here, and then below it, I have my min.css. So everything is loaded inside of my site. Okay, so you have your style set. It's all working fine, but you probably want a little bit more out of this than just Sass. There's a few transformations that you can add to any style, and there will be referenced underneath the use key for the parameter. Now, the transformation available to you are post CSS, obviously, but also post process, which is used to transform your style after Hugo has built, generally for purging CSS, etc., etc. What we want to look into, though, is more common thing, which is Tailwind. Tailwind has its own transformation, which will know how to apply different transformations that Tailwind needs. So if you have a Tailwind config file at the root, and if you have a post CSS config file at the root, and if you have npm installed Tailwind, obviously, if you only apply Tailwind to your style, then you should have Tailwind available to you in the browser. So let's take a look. Now, if I do head, if I open my new tab, yeah, so all of this is Tailwind, so I can see that Tailwind has been loaded. And now you can use, you can freely use Tailwind anywhere from your code. So if I go to the base off, for example, and I want to update the site title, text red 500, and now I can see that my text has been updated using a Tailwind, basic stuff. So what it's great is that you can actually use Sass and Tailwind if that's your thing. I mean, it's often useful. I could even go into my assets and use the apply thing from Tailwind. So let's go to collection, and I want to apply a background on the little cards with the emojis. So let's say apply BG green 200. And if I save and wait a bit, because Tailwind takes a while, yep, I have my background nice and smooth. So that's the general idea, that you can easily use Tailwind with Hugo. Now, be aware that I've been using Tailwind 2 for this demo. You can definitely use Tailwind 3 now with the new, with the latest version of Hugo, but you need to check out the doc because there's a few steps to add to your configuration file for this. Now let's cover the scripts module of Huge. It's very similar to styles. So let's jump right in. So first I want to show you what I've got. Underneath the assets directory, I've got a script. It's very basic. It's going to be loading on a few emojis in order to animate this part over there at the top with this little thingy, paintbrush thingy. So I first need to register that script, just like I registered my style. So we go to Huge. Now we need to create a new file called scripts.demo. Just like style, it takes one thing for now. It's an array of scripts that we register. It will take a name. Again, let's call it main, and it'll take a path. The path is scripts/main.js. And I should probably restart. I will go into my base off where I had my little main script here, and now just same thing except it's Huge scripts tags, and I want my main script to be added to the project. And if I save, I bet now we're going to be able to see, yep, that little thing is animated at the top. It's really nice. Scripts, just like styles, have a set of things which are similar to styles. So you have fingerprinting, you have minification, you got all that jazz. But you also have other stuff that are very useful, like params. So if, for example, you want to pass down params to your script that comes from Hugo, for example, here the configuration file. Let's say I've got my my emojis here, but I want to add them to the params, like this. So it's going to be an array of emojis. I saved you my keyboard struggles. And now what I need to do to my main is import like this. So you import everything from the params that are being sent down by Hugo and Huge from params. That's not a huge feature, by the way. That's just Hugo, but here we are easing up the adding of those params through the scripts. And now my emojis will be available from params. So I want to grab the emojis from params. And now this thing, emojis, will just work exactly. Yep, obviously, because that's underneath emojis. I need to register with key. Params is not enough. So that's emojis inside of params. And now if I restore the proper one, yeah, this kind of starts. That's nice, but what you'll usually want is something a little bit more dynamic. I mean, going from having your emojis in your JavaScript file to having your emojis to your params is not really ideal. What you really want is Hugo to fetch them themselves, for example. So let's create that use case. Let's say we want to grab the Dumbo emojis and pass them down to our script. Now, you don't have any way to do this simply from your params file. You're going to have to add this through the template. And Huge lets you do that. So let's remove those for now. And now go back to the template, the base of. So here first, I'm going to have to grab those. So site get page, Dumbo, and I think this is characters. Okay, so site Dumbo with params characters, range on the name. Okay, so let's say emojis are a slice, append to emojis. Actually, let's range this, and we'll append the name to the list of, oh, not the name, we'll append emoji to the list of those. And now we have an array of emojis. I mean, I think if I want. Yeah, I can see my list of Dumbo emojis. So what Huge lets you do is that instead of just recording a slice or a string, you can have an object, so a map that is invoked with the dictionary function. Here you go. So the only thing you need is to register the ID again. So the name has to be referenced. The name is main, and then you can set your set of parameters. Here we want params. And again, it's a dict. I'm not going to do the same mistake. Emojis is emojis. Now, what Huge will do is that it will find this script that is registered here. It will grab the first information that he has from the YAML file. So if we add our fingerprinting or minifying, etc., it would still use that. But then it would override it with whatever we pass down here, meaning adding the params to it. And now if I load my script, I should be able to see up there, yes, the emojis from Dumbo are, used in the script. Pretty straightforward, right? Getting back to the wiki quickly for scripts, because there's some stuff we didn't cover. There's a lot of stuff like the loading strategy that you can customize, the cross-origin attribute, you can customize it as well. And of course, anything that Hugo will apply to scripts like the target, the shims, the externals, the inject, anything, you can add it to your configuration file. We only covered params, unfortunately, but the rest you can check it out by yourself. All right, so now about the fonts. This is Huge, also helps you do, if you want to customize the font for your header, for example, by adding self-hosted fonts and everything you need to do that, which is the preloads, but also the font face with all of your sources, etc., etc. The easiest way to do it is with Huge. You just need a couple of files, your font files inside of your assets directory, and then yet another YAML file inside of your Huge config directory. This one is called fonts. And I already added one font. The family is Jost. Now, it's going to be, you don't need to add font family, font weight, whatever in front of it. Huge is smart enough to know what to do with that. And it also needs to point to a file. You're going to notice it's a base name. It's not, there's no extension in there because Hugo will go through all of the files with that base name and, pick every extension and generate the proper source and format for it. I'll add a little bit more fonts hurriedly to it. Okay. I'm going to double check that my header has the proper font here. Yes, font family is Jost. And then the only thing I need to do to my base off is load the fonts. And I created a head partial, so it cleans it up. I got all of my previous stuff here. Now partial, huge, font, tags. And I don't need anything here, so I'll just call it fonts. And now, as we'll be able to see, my font has been loaded. And now if we inspect to double check what huge has been printed for us, we can see I've got all of my preloaded font files and I've got my font face with all of the proper types and formats and everything. So that's pretty neat. You should definitely check out the wiki for fonts because there's a lot of stuff I didn't cover. But yeah. So now let's talk about environment. Huge allows you with its env module to get a lot of stuff from the environment. Again, you should definitely read this to know what the environment is or what it's not. And now we're going to try and using some of these functions. So the first one is huge and get. I'm going to add it to the title so that we can see it right from the window below. So if I use partial huge and get, now I'm going to see the environment, which is development. That's because I'm running Hugo server. If we're using the build, it would be production, or if you had set it yourself through Hugo and it would be different, obviously. I can show you, for example, if I say Hugo and is staging and then Hugo serve, then I'm going to see staging inside instead of my title. That's pretty neat. So that's one function. There's many others that you should check in the wiki that helps you do that. So you can get the environment to compare it, for example, but you can also ask Hugo env is, and then Hugo env is production, or is it staging? You can ask also if it's not something. And finally, you can use getVar. GetVar is more interesting because it allows you to get custom variables that you've set yourself. So for example, let's say that we start again with Hugo and Hugo, let's say call it Hugo name is Regis, and I do Hugo serve. Now, of course, I need to refresh. It's still say development because that's not what I asked. Now I'm going to ask it to get var, and the name of the variable is Hugo name. And now I get to see my environment variable, Hugo name, which is Regis. Now it's not always very easy to get those locally. On Netlify, you've got them set up somewhere. It's all fine and dandy. But when you're a local environment, you can't use a .env file with Hugo like you can in JavaScript. So Huge also helps you with that. Now, you can add an env file to Huge, call it YAML, and then we'll call it somewhere else. Hugo city is San Francisco. Okay. And now for my bezoff, I can use the getVar function. I call it Hugo city. And let me restart. Refresh. And now here I get San Francisco in my little window over there. Because I was able to get that var. Now, the only thing you got to do is make sure you git ignore this thing. You add it to git ignore the env.yaml file from huge config, and you have like this kind of like your own little .env, but for Hugo, and that can be pretty useful. Actually, there's a little exercise we can do in conjunction with scripts and env with the getVar thingy. So, for example, let's say we have a data API we want to add to our script. Let's call it API key. Sounds good. And now if I go to my head I can add an attribute to the tag of my script with attributes. Let's call it data key, and then partial huge and get bar. The name of my bar, here it is. Let's save and inspect. I've got my data key set here. It's yeah, great. All right. Sadly, we were not able to cover everything, but I still want to tell you about media, which you can go to the wiki to check out. It's a very simple API that allows you with a simple partial to transform an image and then invoke its rel permalink or permalink and, have Hugo generated for you. It also works with Imagix. So if you have an Imagix account, you can set up a domain, set up some defaults, and then use the exact same partial, and the transformation will match whatever Imagix transformation API that is. So that's pretty cool. It also does SEO brilliantly, which means with zero configuration, it's going to try and guess from your title, your image, whatever, what your value should be for your SEO meta tags. But you also have some configuration you can do, again, with a YAML file to make sure that everything is taken into account. And you can use your own little partial huge SEO data to just override that logic with whatever you have. And if the wiki URL is a bit hard to remember this one, huge.dev, which is a simple landing page whose sole purpose is to get you to the wiki. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of HugoConf.
I love that. Regis, thank you so much. That huge just seems like a fantastic default and like starting point for a Hugo site. It takes all those bits that everyone Googles to try and figure out and just kind of makes it completely seamless and optimal for a Hugo site. Thanks for sharing. Again, like great starting point. And Regis works for the new dynamic. For those, I think most of this community is probably familiar with the new dynamic, but for those that aren't, this is a digital agency that was very, very early in the static site generator space and are really experts in Hugo. So if you have any Hugo development needs, they're a really knowledgeable team who would be happy to help with that. All right, we've got 5 minutes for our next talk. I want to talk about. Recently, I went to the supermarket, and I saw they already have like Christmas decorations and like I don't know things you can buy, and it's what's the date today? September 21st. That feels very early for Christmas. I feel like the next, at least in the US, it usually like runs on what's the next like big event that shops can sell you a bunch of stuff, and the next one is Halloween, I believe. So we're already seeing a lot of Halloween stuff, but I feel like Christmas is just. We don't need 4 months of Christmas. So I want to ask, like, when's appropriate to start advertising Christmas, and then how long, or like equivalent holiday, Hanukkah, or whatever else you celebrate, and then how long afterwards can you celebrate it as well? Can you say Merry Christmas the day after? Can you say it a week after? Can you say it a month after? We're asking the hard questions here on HugoConf. I have a 2-year-old daughter whose favorite song at the moment is Jingle Bells. I don't know where that came from, but I'm already in the Christmas spirit. All right. How much long do we have? We've got, I think, let's see here. 2 more talks. And then we're going to get David on the stream, and we're going to do a recap of the day. So let's get into the next talk. So we've got another double headliner, Rachel Oberti, who's product engineer at Papercut Software, and Sanjay Jaya Prakash, who is UX UI designer, also at Papercut. So they're talking about collaborative web building, Papercut's experience with Hugo, Cloud Canon, and Bookshop. Let's take it away.
Hello everyone, I'm Sanjay, the website UX designer here at Papercut Software.
And hi, I'm Rachel, the Papercut website developer, and we're both part of the digital optimization team.
The website is Papercut's most important marketing tool, and it's our job to make the best or most effective use of everything on there. However, it is a big website, and there are lots of teams across the business who understandably want to utilize it. That's where Hugo and Cloud Canon come in.
Moving towards a static site generator like Hugo was an easy choice. Apart from the obvious reasons like improving performance and security, we also wanted to remove the work bottlenecks, especially for minor website changes. There's plenty of software engineers around here, but I'm the only website dev within Papercut. So if I was tasked with correcting typos or updating content or refreshing images, I wouldn't have any time left to work on optimization. We wanted a way to empower our company-wide colleagues to take ownership and update content themselves, which is why Cloud Canon was such an obvious choice.
Cloud Canon allows developers to have full control over their code, while editors benefit from intuitive and powerful content management workflows. Rachel and I work together to design and build components that are not only optimized for performance and UX, but are set up in a way where our colleagues can easily edit the website content and use the drag and drop feature to build a page. And I go through all the normal UX processes like research and analysis, wireframing, user testing, etc. Plus, I also help with the component refinement for internal use, which we'll get to later.
Currently, we're migrating as many sections of the website as we can to the Jamstack. Our website sections are separately hosted in their own repository on GitHub, and we utilize a common component repository to feed them all. This takes care of consistency like colors and typography, and means if there's an update or a need to refactor, we only have to do it in one place, and it automatically pushes out to the change everywhere it's used. We loosely follow atomic design, so our components are housed in a generic, simple, or section folder, and we have variables defined for design elements and stick to the grid layout for drag and drop usability. We particularly love the Hugo setup with open source Bookshop package, allowing each component to have its own HTML and CSS file, a very neat and compact way of working. The components themselves require the most work because after developing the component to Jay's design, I also need to configure the component for Cloud Canon, meaning I choose what or how or to what degree I want the user to be able to manipulate the component. The more experience we get, the more we know which user inputs need to be configured. For example, a checkbox for removing the top padding or using a drop-down to control the background color.
So this is where I come back in to close the loop. Once the component is at its final stages, I drop it into what we call the component playground, so I can test all the user editable functions. I ensure every part is configured correctly, review naming and descriptions, such as user control tweaks, and test overall usability. For example, I would ask Rachel to change the background color drop-down control to use the names of the colors rather than the hex codes. To maintain our uptake across the business, we need it to be easy and straightforward for non-technical colleagues to customize the component and plug in the content. It's a basic solution, but we've dropped all the components on the page so users know what's available to them.
There's always lots of refactoring tasks that come up because we continually aim to repurpose components or make them more robust, but I prefer that than spending my day churning through content update tasks. Everybody wins in this scenario. Teams get to take control of the website sections with quick and easy changes. Developers like me get to code. The business has less work bottlenecking, and the website stays fresh for the customer. And all of this happens super fast and automatically with the Hugo rebuilds.
We've been able to scale this up to a functioning practice, and as a UX designer, I love being able to ensure that the experience is great for both my colleagues and our customers.
I hope we've shown you how we've scaled up with Hugo and how it's positively impacted our workflow here at Papercut. Thanks for listening and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Damn, that Papercut production value, it's beautiful. Yeah, we need some of those beats for HugoConf. Yeah, really cool seeing that use case at scale and that workflow between designer, developer, and content team. That's really what Cloud Kinnon's trying to optimize is, as it was said in the talk, developers focused on developer tasks, content writers focused on content tasks, designers focused on design tasks, and everyone can just do what they're best at. So really cool to see that. All right, we're down to our last talk. Very exciting. This has been, an awesome day. I've really enjoyed watching all this awesome content, interacting with everyone on chat, and just learning a lot in general. Thank you so much to everyone for contributing and being a part of this, and especially big shout out to the organizers. So we have David, Olivia, Jamie, and Delaney, who are the team who organized HugoConf this year, and they did an incredible job. All of what you've seen today is thanks to them. So thank you so much to that crew, and a lot of them are based in New Zealand, and the conference, I think in their time zone, kicked off at 4 a.m. So they'll be feeling it right now, and really appreciate the effort that you guys have put into this. Right, let's get on to our last talk. So we have Hemantika Mitra, who works as a developer advocate at AppWrite. She's a community builder and product of the community herself. She believes that technology is for everyone and is heavily involved in learning, sharing, and building with the community. So she's going to be talking about building your portfolio with Hugo. And Hemantika spoke at HugoConf last year, so another returning speaker. Right, over to you.
Hi everybody, this is Hemantika. I am very excited to be here presenting at Hugo Conference for second time in a row. I hope all of you are having as much fun as me listening to those amazing talks and trying my hands out with Hugo. In my talk, we will be seeing how you can build yourself a portfolio site with Hugo. It's going to be a very short and crisp talk as I walk you through the different steps of building a portfolio for yourself. Moving forward, let's see what we have in today's agenda. The first one is introduction, where you will get introduced to me. Next, we'll talk about why you should use Hugo. If you are still not convinced after the multiple sessions, I'll tell you why it's a great option for your portfolio. Third, I will show you a demo about how you can build yourself a portfolio step by step, and you should see how easy it is. So that's me here. That's me on the right side of my slide as well. Hi, I'm Hemantika Mitra. If you want to know more about me, go to your terminal, type npx space hello-hemantika, that you'll get a bio about me. But other than that, I am somebody who comes from India, and I am also a developer advocate at AppWrite. So you'll often find me fidgeting with code, sometimes communities, and also content. So whether be it blogs or video content, I am not great at it, but I love making those. Other than that, you'll also find me on social media by the name Hemantika everywhere. I am either writing about tech or life. Sometimes you'll also find me writing different takes on my newsletter, but other than that, that's me who will be here with you for the next 15 to 20 minutes and showing you to build a portfolio for yourself. Moving forward, let's discuss in brief what are we building today. I guess I have mentioned it twice or thrice already, but to just give you a little more brief about that, we are building a developer portfolio using Hugo and GitHub pages, basically to show how you can host it using your GitHub pages. Because my portfolio is hosted using GitHub pages, you can use any hosting platform of your choice to do that. It's basically very simple to do it. Next, here are some prerequisites. First is an ID of your choice. Next is to have Hugo pre-installed. Even if it's not pre-installed, I'll show you how it's done. It's just one single command. But be notified that my machine is a Mac, and if you're on Windows or a different machine, the command will be different. But don't worry, the Hugo documentation has it all covered, so it's nothing very difficult for you. Next, a GitHub account. So like I mentioned, we will be hosting using GitHub pages, which is why you need a GitHub account. Moving forward, here is my 3 big reasons why you can choose Hugo. And the first one is speed and performance. Well, it's a static site, so you just need to go ahead and type the name of your portfolio and it will show up for you lightning fast speed. So it definitely provides a good user experience. Next, the ease of deployment. You'll see when I do that using GitHub pages, but other than that, it's pretty simple to do it with any hosting service basically. Next, customization is also a great bonus of Hugo. You can make or customize it as much as you want. It's super easy and a lot of fun. And the flexibility is also there, so it totally depends on you as to how you want to represent your portfolio. So you have the entire ownership on doing that. Other than that, why I really like Hugo is because the learning curve isn't very high. You can just get started with the documentation and know how easy it is. If you don't believe me, in the next few minutes I'll show you how it's actually done, because I will be following the Hugo documentation and step by step, and you'll see how you can do that very easily in a few minutes. So these are my top reasons to choose Hugo. And if you're ready, I think it's time to put your coding gloves on and do some code. But before that, I would like to show you my portfolio which I built using Hugo. It's a pretty simple and minimal one. I like it that way. My homepage gives you a brief about me, my social media profiles, my newsletter links. Then, since I'm a developer advocate, I also have a list of my talks, some articles, and then finally a contact page where you can set up a coffee chat with me. Don't worry if you are not able to note down the portfolio link right now. It's hemantika.com, but I do have a QR code towards the end of my talk which you can go ahead, scan, and connect with me. But I think that's all for now, and we can straight away go to your ID of choice. You'll just now see which one is my favorite, and ta-da, that's VS Code. So I'm here on my terminal. It's right there, it's opened up for me. And what I want to do is to show you the installation command. I already have Hugo installed, but I'll just show you how it's done on a Mac. You just need to, if you have the homebrew package, you just need to type brew install Hugo, and well, oh, it says that the directory is not there. Sorry, I have to go to my messy messy desktop I meant, and maybe we can open a new folder and name it as HugoConf 2. Then I'll go to my VS Code and I'll open my folder, which is basically, it's there in development, and it's called HugoConf 2. Yep, it's right there. Great, so I'll open my terminal here, and now I'll write brew install Hugo, and I hope that works. Yes, it's downloading for me. If it has any updates, it will show, but for my particular case, it has no new updates, so we are all ready to go. Now, going back, I will be using the quick start documentation of Hugo for this particular example. You just need to Google quick start Hugo, and this is the page that you will get. We have already installed Hugo. I already have Git on my machine. If you don't have, it's highly recommended that you do. Next, what I'll do is I'll copy this command, which is basically creating a new site, and for this particular example we will be using quick start. Going back, yes, I'll paste it here, and well, the new directory, the quick start directory, is created. Now we need to do a cd quick start git init. Oops. So I'll do cd quick start, and then initialize an empty repository. If you already have a repository, you can just code directly there and you don't need to initialize anything or an empty repository. But for this particular case, since we are following the quick start tutorial step by step, I'll be doing exactly as it is shown here. Next, what we need to do is we need to add a theme. In this example, you have a theme called Ananke, but you can go ahead and choose any themes that you want. For example, I have one open here which is called Paper Mod. You can go to themes.gohugo.io and there are multiple themes available. You can choose any one that you like and there is no boundary on that. So since we are following the quick start tutorial, we'll just go ahead with what's there in it already, and that's the Ananke theme. So I'll go ahead and I'll paste the command. It is adding the theme for me, and you see that it has added the theme. The next step that we need to do is in this 2ml file we need to add another line. Basically, we need to tell Hugo that the theme that you have now is Ananke. You can either do that manually or you can choose the echo command, and you can do that as well. So we do this, paste, and you have it. Next is we need to set up the servers. So we do Hugo server and you see it's rendered in my local host. So this is how it's done. That's it. That's how simple it is to have your first site rendered. The next steps that we have is to basically add some content to it. So what we'll do is we'll go back to our documentation, and if you want a more detailed explanation of what each of these commands do, you can scroll down to the bottom of the, like basically where I'm in right now of the tutorial or the documentation, and read what it does. And well, the next step is to add some content. So I'll go ahead and copy this. Sorry, I'm going back to my own code of the portfolio, but yes, this is the one that we are building. So I'll go right here, I will paste the command, and you'll see that under content I have my first markdown file created. So if you are using Hugo for the first time, it is to let you know that Hugo uses the markdown convention. So if you are new and have absolutely no clue about what to do with Hugo, it's advisable that you know some of the markdown conventions. It's not difficult at all. It's pretty easy. You don't even need to remember it. The more practice you have, the easier it gets for you. But for now, let's maybe add a heading and call it introduction. Oops, and sorry. And then I can say that, hi, this is a demo in Hugo Conference. And then let's add a line breaker and then paste. And since it's not my draft, I would want to make that as false. And that's pretty much it. Now I want to check it again in my local host and see if the changes have been made. So write the command Hugo server -d and to paste. I already have it open there. You can either click on that link or you can refresh it, and you see that it's there. So it's there under recent post. My first post is the title of it. If you want, you can change this one here. So let's change it and see how that looks. This is a test, and yes, you can see that it has been changed. So you can either click here or you can go back and click on read more to see the changes. So like I mentioned, that you need to know some amount of markdown conventions. So this one was written as headline 2, which is why I had put those 2 hashtags, and then I added a line break, which is why you see the 3 dashes. So that's pretty much it. That's all that you need to have some content on your portfolio. Now, like I mentioned, that Hugo is very flexible and highly customizable, so you can basically add anything and everything that you want. For example, in this portfolio, which is mine by the way, Here the articles are something that I'm adding manually, but if you are somebody who is very active on different blogging sites like dev.to, Hashnode or Medium, you can play with the APIs, get those connected to Hugo and have it being done for you automatically so that you don't have to do it manually. So the customization and the flexibility is something that you can do, but the next step that I'll show you is how you convert this markdown files into HTML files so that finally when you're hosting it, it is pushed as HTML files and not just markdown files. So I'll stop it for now, and the only thing that you need to do is just write Hugo, as simple as that. So here when you see that everything that I have committed so far has been converted into the HTML files, and they are now ready to be pushed. So if you have a repository or if you are using some other hosting platforms, you know how to do that. Now I'll show you my code, which is basically my actual which is my actual portfolio. So you see that I have some content under articles, under talks. Let me just show you how we can add a new talk. So I'll go here and I'll copy the contents for my talk 5. I'll go ahead and add a new file under talk and call it talk6.md, and then I will, not here. Too bad that I don't know if there is a shortcut way to delete all of this, but I think I'll just be pressing the delete key until it's all deleted. Thanks for having patience with me. Great, just give me a second. And and that's done. Now we'll go back to the talk6md file, and just for the example purpose I'm copying and pasting the same command, and then we will check how it looks on localhost. So I'll do here, and I see since I added a new talk, so it's basically, it will be my same talk that will be added. Let's see which talk this is. It is how I started my dev career. So you should have 2 of those. Let's see how I started me. Yes, as you can see here that since I basically copied my 2 content from talk 5 to talk 6, so which is why I have the same content posted here. For you it will be different content. So if you are satisfied with what you see on your local host, what you need to do is you need to go back to the code and just write Hugo, and then it will be converting the markdown into HTML, and finally all you need to do is just push it, and that's all. Once you push it to your master branch or any other branch that you are preferring, it will be done. But for this particular example, I will discard all the files because I don't need to push it. It was just for example. Cool. So just to give you a brief, this is what my repository is. Please ignore the readme file. I didn't add a lot of content. But for you to use GitHub pages, what you need to do is you need to have a repository using your username.github.io, and then you can go to settings and then add some settings like which one do you want to have as a default branch. Like I mentioned, that if you want to have main or master, sorry, I was using the previous names. So if you are using the main branch as your default branch, then that's it. If you want to use the dev branch or any other branch, then just mention that here. And then if you are somebody who is buying a different domain, like I did here, I bought myself a .com domain. So you need to go to your domain provider, add the CNAME, area codes and all of it, and just mention it here. And pretty much that's it. There is nothing else that's left to do. So that's how easily you can use Hugo to build yourself a portfolio site, and nothing extra is needed. I hope what you found here was simple, and I did help you getting over the procrastination of creating yourself a portfolio. So that is it for me. I hope you enjoyed a lot. And if you want to get connected with me, so that is the QR code which you can scan to get to my portfolio, which is hemantika.com. So that also has my social media profiles. By the way, I'm Hemantika everywhere, so I'm just a Google search away. Not bragging about it, but if there is anything that I can do to help with your portfolios, or if you're building a portfolio, especially after this talk, just tweet at me or send a DM or send your post. I would love to share them and see them. That would make me happy. Great, that's all for me. I hope you enjoyed this short talk and also the demo that I showed. So that's me. Bye bye. See you soon.
Thanks, Homantika. Again, like an awesome demo of setting up a simple website from a template. That's one of Hugo's superpowers, is that theme library, and just how easy it is to take something like that, drop in content, deploy it somewhere. Absolute magic. So with that brings us to the last talk of HugoConf. It's been incredible seeing the Hugo community come together again. On the line, I've got David Large, who's one of the organizers. He's the man himself. And we're just going to do a bit of a recap on the day. So, hi, David.
Hi, Mike, and hello, everyone. Thanks again for everyone who took part. This has just been incredible. As you said, Mike, it was a 3:30, 4 a.m. start for those of us in New Zealand. And I was saying earlier that there are two things I'll get up early for, and one is my children, and the other is talking about static sites. So it's good fun.
That's amazing. Yeah, let's go through the day. So what were the highlights for you?
Wow. Just in order, no particular order. Hearing from Joe Mooring, I mean, I've watched his discourse chats and his help and his really precise test cases on the discourse, and that's been really inspiring to see. But to hear him talk and talk about how he feels about open source and the perspective that he would, I guess, like people to take to open source, we have this enlightened self-interest. It really kind of opened up another angle into the man behind the comments and the testing. So that was pretty special. I loved also hearing or watching Berke Chubuk fly through that process of making a Hugo theme from scratch. It was a really fun thing to watch. I don't often watch live coding on Twitch or anything like that, but this was really niche and perfect for me to sit back and enjoy. And I could see myself doing it, following through, pausing his video and doing something similar.
Very impressive.
It was just,
yeah.
And watching the chat really respond to, first of all, props for his flavor of Linux, but then his IDE and just how quick he is, how much he knows about Hugo and theming, really shone. So that was good fun. A few other things that stood out. I think we'll go through everything in a few minutes, but I really love seeing Hugo's large use cases. So Papercut as a really nice example of an enterprise with multiple sites and a lot of work I know has gone into that site from the team. But that was really fun to see. Of course, their production value is beautiful. And the theme tune, very fun. And then Open Laws. Yeah. And Open Laws from John Famban and team behind that, with millions of pieces of content. It really helps, I think, to kind of underscore the importance of open source tools like Hugo and other associated tools they use. A really good cause, fantastic resource for people and lawyers and educators, and just a great mission behind it. So they were the big things that really stood out to me. I'm also really proud that we had a slight change in focus this year and searching for talks that helped beginners to Hugo, to help introduce Hugo to more people. So seeing a lot of focus on portfolios, I think, is really good, because it's such a great place to start with Hugo or any new tool. And that's been really fun. And finally, Hymantika's bio via NPX. What a great idea.
Yeah, genius. I love it. Yeah, early on with Joe, we had the theme of Lego and Lego bricks, and kind of that being a precursor to like problem solving, getting into tech, and then finding your way to Hugo. Like we saw that theme play out over the day, completely unplanned and pretty cool to see the theme create itself.
Right. It does tend to emerge. Like we do search for patterns in these things, but yeah.
Yeah, it was one of the questions in the application. What do you think about Lego?
Yeah, we should build that into the form next time, I think. Cool. I mean, let's go through some of the talks. If we look through in order, I mean, obviously Joe was fantastic to hear from. To join us live as well was really nice. To find out actually that he uses PageFind, which we talked about as well. He uses that on his own site. That was a lovely link there. So just going through in order, George Phillips from Cloud Cannon presenting static shape. That's a very exciting tool.
Yeah, I think once that really gets kind of optimized and locked down, it's going to really change how people view static site generators and make that migration path go pretty close to zero. Like we're talking about tens or hundreds or maybe even millions of dollars migrating some of these heavyweight sites off their CMS platforms like WordPress or Drupal or Adobe. So it just becomes like a question of costs preventing that migration, even if they're really bought into the idea of static websites. So having that tool and having it free and available to everyone, and what's that going to do? We have no idea, but it's very exciting.
It is. I mean, just the fact that any agency can come and say, look, we can charge you 10% of what it would have cost us to migrate. That's going to be incredible. Just as a selling tool for agencies in the Jamstack space. And, open source, freely available, add an issue. I'd love to see how the community opens issues and discussions on that.
Like there's just so many paths, like George mentioned, a bunch of paths we can go down and what we can automate and pull into Hugo, like seeing the community contribute to that, where you have, you end up with a website that's possibly more optimized and better than it was on the other platform. I mean, it will be because it's static, but maybe there are other optimizations that get done as part of that process. It'd be cool seeing that community involvement.
And I think that the strength of that tool is that it will be driven, it has to be driven by community because, the Hugo community knows Hugo better. So the more they request, the more they work on it, it will focus on Hugo or it will focus on Astro or even to any of these SSGs or SSG capable tools. So yeah, it's really beautiful to see. Moving on to Hugo Bricks from Joost van der Schie. I love this. I saw this. He posted a version of it a few months ago, I think, and I looked at it and thought this looks really a fun use of shortcodes. And it's following that WordPress model, the Gutenberg, the blocks, and he's promising it will soon be more similar to wpstackable.com. I think it's just such a great way to use shortcodes.
It is. Like if you throw a typical theme where you just kind of are thrown into a page of HTML, you basically have to be a developer to be able to contribute and edit that. And even then, it's probably pretty rigid in what it can do. So that's really the genius of splitting it up into these blocks, is now someone not so technical can come in, rearrange the blocks, change them, and the developer can just focus on building blocks rather than figuring out the content and how that all fits together. It really gives the best of both worlds and allows each person to focus on what they do best.
Yeah, speaking as someone who works on pages with a component system, I don't want to have to deal with the whole page. Like I want to focus on a block at a time, and it's a great way to do that. So kudos to Joost. That's a really just another really exciting project. Lovely to see.
Yeah.
Next
up, we got Elio Struff with Manage Your Hugo Website with External Content and Assets. This is a really cool talk. digging into the front matter CMS and just showing, how powerful Git-based content management can be. Very cool project.
Yeah, and Elio presented Front Matter at last year's HugoConf as well, and it's nice to see how the tool is growing and is getting good feedback from people. I mean, it's a VS Code extension, and it works really well for that local CMS model.
Yeah, very cool.
Absolutely. I mentioned Berke Chubuk earlier. Let's shout him out again. I had watched. He proposed this talk. And said I can make a theme in 45 minutes. He came in at 30 minutes, right?
Probably.
I had seen a 45-minute video of him doing something similar on YouTube, and he published this about a year ago. And he said he wanted to do it again, and I thought, this is going to be good.
Yeah.
And it really was.
Yeah. As we all know, like live demoing tech products is one of the hardest things you do. You're almost guaranteed something's not going to work or break, and the speed he moved at, and very impressive.
And the number of avoiding errors, but then if something didn't work, he was very quick to explain why, and it was as though he had planned it. So beautiful to watch. And moving on to portfolios, I mentioned this focus on portfolios. Liz Miller's workshop on elevating a technical brand. There's some great advice in there on how to present yourself if you're seeking work, or if you just want to represent the work you've done to date. And of course, Hugo is a natural tool to iterate on your portfolio.
Yeah. I feel like this is how a lot of people get started with Hugo. Take a Hugo theme, update the content, ideally take Liz's advice and do the plan first, then deploy it to free hosting provider, and then you've got your portfolio that you've complete control over, and just really makes you stand out in the job market.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting that the focus potentially for Hugo as a tool is shifting more away from, wanting to shift more away from as a blog solution to a full site solution. And so thinking about your work as a portfolio instead of a blog as a collection of thoughts or a digital garden, I think is a really nice shift. So that aligned really well with Liz's talk.
Yep. We got John Famvan talking about improving access to 4 million US laws with Hugo. I always love seeing edge case kind of use cases and pushing a tool to its logical, I don't want to say conclusion, but to its edge. And this was exactly that. Like when you're getting into splitting up a site into multiple like sub-sites, pulling in content from a Postgres database, creating your own build server, and because none of the pre-built ones are going to be able to handle 4 million pages. Like, it's really cool seeing how that works, and it's really encouraging and inspiring to see how far you can push Hugo.
It really is. I hadn't really heard of a Hugo build taking as long as their one does. They have very good reasons for it to take that long. But just imagine any other build tool other than Hugo. Plus, I mean, 11T comes close, very close. But any other build tool, it would be, I don't know, days. You could go and make a meal.
Try to do that on Gatsby. It might take a year. Probably would.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And just this concept, I mentioned it in chat, of having version control on your law and your statute and seeing in a machine readable and human readable-ish format how laws change. What a great idea.
Yeah, super cool. Yeah, great use case of Hugo and Git.
Yep. Yeah, I love seeing content diffs. We've talked about this off camera, but early focus for me was manuscript history and just being able to see what a writer has done over time. Applying that to law or something where you can, there's a strong need to track precedent and track things that have happened. It's really, really inspirational.
Yeah, I mean, particularly for the public, they can see every change and see who made it and maybe a little bit of why it was made, and just have full context on what how these really important laws are moving.
That's right. Yeah. John's what should be probably a rallying cry is diff the law, I think.
Love it.
Let us see. Yep, really cool. Onto Papercut. I mentioned this as a great example of a large use case, big site, a lot of things to manage, and hearing about how, as much as I love PageFind, Algolia was the right choice for them in that case. PageFind could have worked, but you know. So they have 4,000 pages, and a lot of challenges involved. And one good thing, one of many good things about the Papercut team and the CloudCannon team working with Papercut is that constant desire to make the users' lives better. It's not always about the devs; it's about people using the site. And Papercut has a lot of people relying on them to have good information management.
That's it. Yeah, and again, like an interesting overview of fairly complex architecture where you've got a whole lot of logically separate sites but presented as one cohesive site, and how you build a search index for that with Algolia. Very, very interesting.
Yep, wonderful stuff. Kendra's talk was great as well. Kendra Little from Blog to Small Business with Hugo. Just again talking about this, I love her joy of, as a database nerd or as a database person, enjoying not having a database, not having to host, not having to manage, and having that kind of control and security and peace of mind over her data.
That's
again another aspect of Hugo.
I think it's another theme of today is the amount of people who came from WordPress or equivalent heavy verbose CMS and discovered Hugo, which really highlights the parts they did like about working with said CMS and completely eliminates all the bits they didn't like. I feel like that's how most people discover Hugo and static site generators.
Yeah. And it bodes really well for the community, the wider Jamstack community, I think, of the maturing tools around the static site generators like Hugo. Things like, PageFind's an obvious example, but things that add expected functionality to a static site so that the user never has to question why they can't have this. A developer doesn't find the right option to add in, and it's such a flexible stack.
Yeah, it's it. It's the beauty of it.
That's right.
Then we had Liam talking about static search on Hugo, talking about PageFind 1.0. So it's Liam first announced PageFind at HugoConf last year, and now we're at PageFind 1.0. So it was really cool seeing that roadmap of all the amazing features that have been added to get there, and a little glimpse into the future of what's going to be possible.
Yeah, it was beautiful. I've been, we've all been at CloudCannon watching along as Liam and other people contribute to PageFind. But watching the commit history in the last couple of months, especially, has been really exciting. It always is pretty exciting seeing these features getting discussed. People wondering why they can't do something, and then Liam pops in the next day and says, "Actually, I think we can make that happen."
That's it. It's really, we were talking about this before, but it's one of those tools that it's something you wouldn't think is possible on a static site, especially at the scale that PageFind can search. And PageFind does it by dropping in with very minimal configuration. Just magic piece of software, and it's free and open source.
Right. And it will only get better, and it will only pick up features from other players in the industry as well. So, with the constraints of bandwidth and size, which are wonderful constraints to start with, I think you can only be creative when you have certain constraints. So I think it's like a spectator sport, just watching these things develop. I really enjoy it.
Yeah.
Similarly, I think Christian Olaf looking at using Markdown render hooks with Hugo. What a cool use of render hooks. And getting, granted, it works with Goldmark, only with Goldmark, but it just opens up a lot of options, I think.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like without render hooks, you're kind of at the whim of what that Markdown renderer supports, and maybe you have to drop into HTML a lot, which kind of defeats the purpose of using Markdown in the first place. So they're really interesting. Well, the use cases Christian had, like I feel like most sites that are using Markdown, it's probably applicable to. Like they just seem like they should almost be defaults. They're so they're so like powerful.
Yeah, I find it interesting seeing so many tips and tricks, and like I mean, I'm running a Hugo newsletter and have been since the last HugoConf, and so the number of methods to just slightly improve a workflow that get suggested and worked on. This is one that I think everyone should do. This is a beautiful thing. Similarly, I think Vishaka Savra turning a website into a PWA to increase engagement. That was a really nice stepped transition from creating a site and then adding extra functionality to it. It's not something that I have encountered before. I haven't felt the need to do this, but I think for anyone searching for methods of increasing engagement, of trying to handle a cache a bit better, what a great resource.
Yeah, it's so easy too, especially how she broke it down. Yeah, it was awesome.
Exactly. It was all very logical, and I feel like the best conferences, you come out of things saying you're a bit more energized and you think, oh, maybe I could do this. This is something new that I hadn't thought about. Maybe I could, and I follow the steps, and it's wonderful recipe.
Yeah. We had Brian Klein from the Docs project going over archetypes. And archetypes are one of those features in Hugo that once they're introduced, it's hard to imagine a world without them. Just their consistency and power they create when you're creating new content on a Hugo site. And Brian did a great job of breaking down just why they're so powerful and how to use them.
Yeah, and it's something that I hadn't considered, but then triaging responses so that the docs team, they can see which tutorial people were coming from, triage that, work out what's essential, and maybe work out who's going to be the expert to respond. A really good idea, building the functionality into that content ahead of time, and just reducing the handling on requests or tickets that come through. Yeah, which again is not something necessarily with a purely static site.
Yeah,
but architecture.
That's it.
And next up, Regis Philibert, huge a Hugo framework. I mentioned in chat I'd seen this before. I think a lot of us are aware of it, and I'd watched. I think I'd watched him do a 5-minute video on this earlier. It seemed much more approachable today to me personally. Maybe this is me coming back after 6 months and thinking about it again. But some pretty impressive features on configuration.
That's it. Just the defaults. Like you're going to want to do this stuff on probably 99% of Hugo sites. So like just making the configuration super simple, and doing a lot of the legwork automatically is just a great starting point.
Yeah, being able to configure that asset pipeline, I think is really, really cool. And like he says, you focus on what matters. You focus on the HTML, the JavaScript, the CSS. That's what you come to a website framework builder to do.
Yeah.
You don't need to want to configure everything from the get-go. You want to come back later. And yeah, really, really nice handling of local environment variables as well.
Yeah.
Or self-hosted fonts.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot that goes into self-hosted font, a lot of steps you need to remember. And now you can just add a couple of lines of config and boom.
That's the way it should be.
Yeah.
It's great. And again, it's this lowering that barrier to entry to the static tooling that we love.
Yeah.
And letting more people to it. And I think a lot of our speakers have done that today, which has been fantastic to see.
Big time. Then we had the double headliner, Rachel and Sanjay from Papercut. talking about their collaborative web building, Papercut's experience with Hugo, Cloud Cannon, and Bookshop. It was really cool just getting to see them, just how their roles are split up over a Hugo site and how they can really just each specialize in their own job without stepping on each other's toes.
Yeah, I was really interested to hear Rachel talk about being the only focusing web designer on the team.
Yeah.
I mean, she's managing stuff, and they have a team of people feeding content into that. But being the point person, it's a huge job.
Mm-hmm.
I find that balance of workflow really interesting. That they can pass it back and forth. Sanjay can come and can create a design. Rachel implement. Sanjay can feed back in later. And that their system is flexible enough to allow for that workflow is really cool.
That's it. It's magic workflow. And just having, I mean, we see this a lot that, when you set up a static website and you get it set up in a really nice way and workflow for your team, it doesn't require a lot of people to keep these sites updated, maintained, and online. Like you think of the equivalent of X heavyweight framework, you need like infrastructure people to scale and make sure like the site stays online. You need specialists that know how all the theming and stuff works. You need training on the content side. You need someone who can, maybe a database expert, and each of these different parts have their own challenges. Like with a Hugo site and the stack that Papercut's using, you can just eliminate a lot of those complexities and tools and just which allows you to just have one person kind of maintain all of this infrastructure.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to see a breakdown of staffing requirements for different tech stacks.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be a fascinating study to do, and just sort of see where a push towards static, towards Jamstack, and the line that Hugo pushes, to see what that would do in terms of saving money and being more efficient with resources.
Big time.
I mean, they're efficient tools, they build faster, they use less compute time, but in terms of people and people's hours as well.
Yeah, it's cost and then benefit to the customer as well. The site's going to be faster, it's going to be cheaper to serve, the infrastructure costs are going to be a lot less. Just wins all round, really.
Yep, fantastic. And then finally, Haimantika Mitra on building your portfolio with Hugo. Again, portfolio focus. Haimantika presented last year at HugoConf, and she was working with that prior at that stage too. That I think was her first conference. I may be incorrect on that, but over the last year and a bit, I've been following what she's been doing, and it's been amazing seeing her grow as a developer advocate and reach more people, speak at live conferences, do conferences like HugoConf. And it's a really nice, again, to come to end with her, and just think again about that. How do you represent your work? What is the best way to show your work?
And another just great breakdown on how easy that is. Like if you're just starting to learn web development, you could do that. Set up a few systems, change out some content, tweak some of the HTML and CSS. You've got your own portfolio website.
Right, and I loved her tips too on optimizing performance, responsiveness, SEO, all the things that clients, customers really care about. You can do that, best practices for your own site, and that's a really good way to learn those best practices.
Big time.
Find.
Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah, I want to give another shout out to the sponsors. So HugoConf is brought to you by Cloud Cannon, the Git-based CMS for Hugo. Happy editors, happy developers. And this year is also sponsored by Papercut and Open Graph Image. So we saw a lot from Papercut today. It's the whole, and their whole stack runs on Hugo, and their print management software helps organizations all over the world save trees, time, and a whole lot of stress. Then Open Graph Image lets you increase engagement and conversion with dynamic Open Graph images, letting you generate and customize visual content tailored to your audience's preferences and interests. Today wouldn't have been possible without these sponsors.
Yep. Thank you to Grayson and the team at Papercut, Sam at Open Graph Image. We really appreciate the support and helping us boost the signal and reach more Hugo users and spread the good word and include more people in our conference. It's been fantastic. So I also wanted to thank, you mentioned this earlier, the Cloud Cannon organizational team behind the scenes. So thank you to Olivia Nicholson, Jamie McMahon, Zach Leatherman for their help planning and promoting, to Young Klassen and Vic Roberts for their work on the HugoConf site and the design, which I love. Those moving hexagons, big favorite of mine. To Delaney Boyer for her help, shipping, swag, organizing a lot of things behind the scenes. And of course, everyone else at Cloud Cannon for their help and support along the way organizing this. It's been a blast. Again, some conferences feel draining. This one never does.
Yeah, I agree. It's been a lot of fun. It's been incredible seeing the Hugo community come together, and I'm excited to do this again next year. It really is a lot of fun. So quick plug for the socials. At HugoConf on the platform formerly known as Twitter, and Mastodon. We're on the Mastodon server. So follow us there. If you register for HugoConf, David does a monthly newsletter on the latest happenings in the Hugo community. So if you want to keep up and discover cool things happening in the community, sign up there. Once again, thanks to everyone who's been involved. Thanks for you to showing up. Thanks for Bep and Joe and everyone else who's makes and contributes to Hugo. And we'll see you all again next year.
But one more thing I'd like to add. Sorry, Mike. I just want to jump in and I want to come back to Joe Mooring's comments from the start of the conference on support for open source contributors and developers. So I'd like to ask everyone watching, everyone who's appreciated Hugo and other tools, please take the time to support your favorite open source projects. You can throw a GitHub star, that's great, but it's lovely to sponsor if you can, if you have the means to do so. But take the time to reach out to developers and maintainers that make these tools. Mention how you use the tools, how they make your life and work a little bit easier or a lot easier, and how much you appreciate them. It makes a big difference, as Joe said, to hear personally from people. So let's share the love a little bit and build for the web.
Yeah, what a great note to end on. Yeah. All right, let's call that a wrap. Thank you, Hugo.
Thanks, team.